Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I'm in Parliament in Canberra today in a week that Victorians have done themselves absolutely proud. 70% double vaccination rates, and the Premier saying this morning that he anticipates that when we hit 80% double vaccination rates, we'll also be at 90% single vaccination rates. It's an extraordinary effort by people in my community and communities across the state to take steps to not just protect themselves and their families, but to protect their communities. And it's been an exercise in people looking out for each other. It has been, and it will continue to be, let's be under no doubt, incredibly difficult getting through this pandemic. But we couldn't have done it without each other. So this constituency statement today is dedicated to the pandemic heroes of Dunkley. I have a Nominate Your Pandemic Heroes scheme for people across Dunkley, and I have to say the response has been overwhelming and extraordinary, of people nominating others in the community who have done something special over the last 18 or so months, which has helped them to get through lockdowns and restrictions and health challenges. I'm not going to be able to go through all of them, but I want to acknowledge here just some, perhaps some of the representative pandemic heroes of Dunkley. You know, Emily nominated Kate and Bernadette, who are her midwives at Frankston Hospital. Ashley nominated Joanne Kellett, who's a nurse at Frankston Hospital. Linda nominated Stacey Matheson, who's a nurse at the Nepean School, the Special School, and Monash Children's Hospital. Andrew nominated Samuel Vance, a registered nurse at Peninsula Health, and Melissa nominated Anthea Hempel, who's a dialysis nurse at Frankston Hospital. And of course, we've acknowledged the amazing men and women who have run the testing facilities across our electorate. Chelsea nominated Ainsley Jackal, who's provided free music classes to kids and moderated a mum's page. And the COVID crew, they call themselves, a lot of them have nominated Andrew Wishart, known from X Factor Australia, for his live music gigs for everyone. And Basil wanted a shout out for Jimmy and Jane Barnes. Jennifer nominated her husband Renato Simone, who's a cleaner, and cleaners have been frontline pandemic heroes. We've had Trevor's wife, Donna Sweeney, Tammy's husband, Stuart Smith. Sylvie nominated the amazing Silk Volunteers. Cody, teacher Anthea at Chisholm TAFE. Rose, Renata Walsh, her head teacher. Teachers and parents have been extraordinary. Vets, vet nurses and support teams by Helen, and of course cafes across the electorate that have kept people caffeinated.
Thank the member for Dunkley and call the member for Banks.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I want to talk this morning about St George Meals on Wheels, a tremendously important organisation in our local community, based, of course, at Olds Park Sports Club. And Nahed Solomon and everyone who is involved in St George Meals on Wheels deserves tremendous credit. They deserve that credit all the time, but they deserve it even more for their efforts during the recent lockdown period in Sydney. More than 150 volunteers help out at St George on Meals on Wheels, from people who prepare meals to drive to make deliveries. It's a fantastic community organisation. Nahed has led it with tremendous skill for many years now, and we are all incredibly conscious of the importance of the work they do. We thank St George Meals on Wheels for its fantastic efforts, not just during the pandemic, but always. Deputy Speaker, Revesby Rovers Football Club has a very proud history, dates back to 1950, and of course has produced two Socceroos in Robbie Slater, who is one of the better-known Socceroos in recent decades, Deputy Speaker, and Stephen O'Connor as well. They have a beautiful home ground down at Amor Park, and for all of those decades they have welcomed thousands and thousands of local families, local kids to play and to enjoy the beautiful game that is football. You know, more than 10,000 people play football in the Banks electorate, Deputy Speaker. It's by far our largest sporting activity. and it's through the efforts of people like Michael Tomid, the president of Respiratory Rovers, and all of the volunteers, that so much good activity is able to happen. So to Michael and everyone at Respiratory Rovers, thank you so much for what you do for our community. Deputy Speaker, one of the oldest Girl Guides locations anywhere in Australia is in the Banks electorate, and it's at Mortdale. And Mortdale Girl Guides has been around since the 1920s, Deputy Speaker, so in the not-too-distant future we'll be celebrating its centenary. And the reason it has had such longevity is because the things that the girls learn at Mortdale Girl Guides are so important. They've stood the test of time. Wonderful social skills development, making new friends, learning about personal responsibility, and all of the important values that are so well communicated through the Girl Guides movement. It was good to catch up with Michelle the other day, and Karen as well, and talk about all of the work going on at Mortdale Girl Guides, the largest Girl Guides organisation anywhere in the Banks electorate, and thank you to all the volunteers.
I thank the member for Banks and call the member for Fraser.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I was delighted to support leaders of the Vietnamese community this weekend in my electorate to raise awareness and understanding of Australia's safe, free and effective vaccine program. Vaccines are, of course, our path back to doing the things that we love and seeing the people that we love. It is very gratifying that in Victoria this week we will reach 70% double dosage and that we will see many long-standing restrictions eased. We know that we need to improve vaccination rates in some non-speaking communities in particular, and also to combat misinformation in some of these communities. And I praise the leadership of these communities throughout Melbourne's West, and in particular in my electorate. I want to especially thank the Vietnamese community in my electorate of Fraser for their leadership, the Vietnamese community in Australia, Victoria chapter, the VMC, Australian Vietnamese Arts, and of course the many Vietnamese Australian doctors in Fraser, and in particular I call out the work of Dr Hai Phan and Dr Trang Huong, who were at the event that I was at on the weekend. They are using their positions of influence for the good of the entire community. The Vietnamese community in Fraser has been literally rolling up its sleeve. Melbourne's West had slightly below Victoria's average vaccination rates for some time, but like the rest of the West, its vaccination rates have been increasing at above the state average in recent weeks, which again is very gratifying to see. I am deeply grateful to these leaders and organisations from across the Vietnamese Australian community. I would also like to thank the frontline workers and health professionals who have given up so much over the last 2 years and are giving up so much right now to ensure that our rapid vaccination rates can continue to progress. These people have put themselves at risk, and these people have put in incredibly hard work over a long period of time, and it is thanks in large part to their work that our community is going to be experiencing much-needed increased freedom over the coming weeks. Deputy Speaker, I'd also like to talk about rail infrastructure in Melbourne's rapidly growing West. I've met with many transport experts and community groups in recent months talking about the need for increased rail expenditure in Melbourne's West. These include the Victorian Transport Action Group and the Maribyrnong Truck Action Group, which are groups that have been working for the betterment of living standards in Melbourne's West for many years. These groups understand the importance of integrated transport planning and infrastructure that benefits the communities in which it is located. We need more freight onto rail, especially into and out of the Port of Melbourne. We need better use of existing infrastructure and sensible decisions about new projects. The Morrison government should show more leadership and ensure that important initiatives like the North West City Deal and WIFT are delivered and properly funded. Both of these projects are currently drifting, and that is entirely inappropriate given the demands that we see that are growing and already large in Melbourne's West.
Thank the member for Fraser and call the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Approximately 1 in 3 Australians suffer chronic respiratory conditions such as lung cancer, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, mesothelioma and cystic fibrosis, and 1 in 9 are asthmatic. In Australia, deaths from respiratory conditions rank second highest and above heart disease. Further, death from chronic low respiratory diseases have surged by approximately 37% during the last decade. While some respiratory diseases are preventable through taking action like reducing atmospheric pollution and quitting smoking, Currently available medicines are only capable of treating symptoms. Supporting and facilitating research is the only way that we can find new treatments and cures for the devastating lung diseases that impact Australians every year. I recently visited two organisations leading the way in medical research into respiratory diseases, the Institute of Respiratory Health and the National Centre for Asbestos-Related Diseases, to learn more about the respiratory diseases and the impressive strides both organisations are making in their research. The Institute of Respiratory Health, located in the Harry Perkins Institute in my electorate of Curtin, is an independent charitable organisation and Australia's only integrated scientific and clinical research institute dedicated specifically to investigating respiratory diseases. The Institute conducts innovative basic and clinical research with the aim of enhancing our understanding of respiratory diseases, improving the diagnosis and management of these conditions and also their prevention. The Institute's impressive research spans many areas, including asbestos-related research, asthma, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, lung cancer and cystic fibrosis. While at the Institute, I also met the Director of the National Centre for Asbestos-Related Diseases, Professor Anna Noack. Established in 2007, NCARD aims to minimise the impact of asbestos-related diseases on the Australian and international community. Asbestos is the #1 occupational cause of cancer worldwide, and over 4,000 Australians die each year from asbestos-related diseases. Given the IARH and the NCARD share a common vision, are co-located and encourage cross-institutional collaboration, a highly productive and synergistic affiliation has been developed between the two organisations. Indeed, through their work, Western Australia has developed a nationally and internationally recognised reputation in the area of respiratory health science. They have phenomenal output in refereed journals and articles. As non-government, not-for-profit organisations, they are heavily reliant on the generosity of the community, organisations and foundations, and I would like to thank both organisations and commend them on their outstanding research and work.
I thank the member for Curtin. Call the member for Eden-Monaro.
Thank you, and I rise to celebrate and acknowledge the incredible work and achievements of Year 12 students in my electorate. Students in regional areas often do not have the same opportunities as their city counterparts, but these students have gone above and beyond to help others, to share their passions, and now they're being recognised for their efforts. So a few shout-outs to our future leaders. First up is Bega High School's Max Navarrete. I've had the pleasure of meeting Max on a number of occasions, and I can honestly say he's a very deserving recipient of the New South Wales Minister's Award for Excellence in Student Achievement. Max received this award for his demonstrated and strong commitment to his education. His citation noted that he is a well-rounded young man, demonstrating skills, performing musically with his band, playing a range of sports at high level, and high academic achievement in physics, advanced English, maths, PD Health PE and music. But more importantly, Max is a mentor and role model for younger students, as well as a local lifesaver and learn to swim coach. Another student who has recently been recognised for being a role model for local youth is Snowy Mountains grammar student Zach Kokorin. Just last month, the Governor of New South Wales presented Zach with a Youth Community Service Award through the Order of Australia New South Wales Association for exceptional service or engagement with the local community. Zach recently represented Jindabyne at the Lions Youth of the Year and progressed all the way to the New South Wales State Final. He is the coordinator of the Jindabyne Naval Cadets. He volunteers with an aged care facility, tutors younger students in English and music, and has organised fundraising and a charity event to support local farmers and local families. It's pretty easy to see why he received this award. And my last shout out goes to two Lumen Christi Catholic College students, Jade Short and Maxwell Arch, who were recently announced as winners in the 2021 Australian STEM Video Game Challenge. There were 2,800 entries into this competition, with 6 winners across different categories. Jade and Max were the only winners who were from a regional area. Jade and Max have spent around 4 months working on their award-winning entry, Muris. They have been making games together now for 4 years, each year learning and improving and building their game development skills. In fact, these 2 Year 12 students already have their own business where they connect, inspire and teach game development for people in the local area, as well as their online tutorial videos. Congratulations to these 4 inspiring students. These awards and acknowledgement is well deserved. But I also want to congratulate every student who is finalising school this year and preparing for their upcoming HSC exams. This year's cohort of Year 12 students have had to overcome so much uncertainty to get to this point. They've adapted to learning from home, gone weeks and months without seeing and connecting with their friends face to face, and many have missed out on celebrating important milestones. So to all of our Year 12s out there, congratulations for getting through. You should be so proud of yourself, and I don't want to jinx myself, but it's only up from here.
Member for Barara.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to commend the incredible sporting achievements of two of my constituents. Competing at every Paralympics since 2008, swimming champion Ellie Cole has won 6 gold medals, 5 silver and 6 bronze, including 2 medals at the recent Tokyo Paralympics. Cole's second relay medal at the Tokyo Games gave her the title of Australia's most decorated female Paralympian of all time, with 17 medals from 4 games. It was therefore wonderful to see Ellie chosen as the Australian flag bearer for the closing ceremony of the Tokyo Paralympics. As well as her Paralympic achievements, Ellie's also played wheelchair basketball for Victoria in 2013 and 2014. At age 3, Ellie's right leg was amputated as she suffered a life-threatening cancer. Rather than dwell on adversity, she's instead shown an incredible ability to overcome the odds. After her outstanding success at the London Paralympics in 2012, Ellie endured a heartbreaking shoulder reconstruction and was faced with the prospect of never swimming again. Rather than give in, she fought her way back and won 6 medals in 6 events at the Rio Paralympics. She was awarded the Medal of the Order of Australia in 2014 for her services to sport. In 2015, she won Cosmopolitan Magazine Sportswoman of the Year and was also listed in the Westpac 100 Women of Influence Awards. She's also managed to complete a Bachelor of Exercise and Health Science degree at Australian Catholic University. It's her humility and her never-say-die attitude that makes her a true inspiration. Another local hero, Rosemary Little, was 12 years old when she contracted a form of autoimmune encephalitis causing spastic quadriplegia and dystonia. This meant she had to relearn the skills she'd developed up until that point and has no memory of her life between the ages of 12 and 18. Rosemary first took up wheelchair racing after attending a Wheelchair Sports New South Wales Come and Try Day in 2003. She excelled in the sport immediately, but was unfortunately just 0.02 of a second short of qualifying for the 2004 Paralympics. Rosemary then took a break from the sport, returning in 2011. The next year she made the Australian team for the London Paralympics, where she won bronze in the 100 metres T34. The following year, Rosemary picked up silver in the 200 metres and bronze in the 100 metres T34 at the World Para-Athletics Championships in France. Rosemary is again selected to represent Australia at the 2015 IPC World Para-Athletics Championship, but was admitted to hospital the day before competition and was forced to withdraw. Recovering in time for selection, Rosemary was named on the Australia team for the Rio 2016 Paralympics, where she achieved top 5 finishes in the 100, 400 and 800 T34. Shortly afterwards, she was diagnosed with a rare spinal tumour and spent nearly a year in hospital. Once again, she showed amazing strength. When her wheelchair classification was changed, she switched to shot put and went on to win gold in the 2019 Arafura Games in Darwin. In Tokyo, she threw a personal best of 6.26 metres to finish a commendable 5th. Congratulations to Ellie and Rosemary, not only for being great sportswomen, but for the leadership and inspiration that they give to all Australians.
I thank the member for Barara and call the member for Dobell.
Deputy Speaker, the past 4 months have been incredibly tough for people in my community on the central coast of New South Wales. We face vaccine shortages and extended lockdown, learning from home, and a hit to jobs in the local economy. But when times get tough, coasties stick together. We stand up for each other and we support each other. People on the coast have made an incredible effort to get vaccinated against COVID-19 despite facing many challenges. Even though our vaccines were ripped away and taken to Sydney and our local pharmacies weren't included in the rollout from the beginning, and the government refused to set up a mass vaccination hub, coasties still found a way to get vaccinated. Now 72% of people on the coast have received both jabs. This is a remarkable effort, so thank you to everyone who's been vaccinated so far. On a personal note, as a pharmacist immuniser, it has been a privilege to join pharmacists across New South Wales and around Australia to boost Australia's vaccination rate. Pharmacists have administered over 898,000 doses of AstraZeneca to Australians so far and around 374,000 doses of Moderna. To pharmacists Robert King, Tim Holt, nurse immuniser Rachel Foley and the team at Camel Village Pharmacy, the service you're providing to our community is exceptional, and I'm pleased to be on board as a volunteer immuniser. But having been part of the rollout, I can't understand how the Prime Minister can justify the remuneration to pharmacies. Deputy Speaker, now that we've reached the critical vaccination rate, businesses on the coast have started to reopen, but it's not exactly business as usual. While many businesses are keen to open their doors again, many are anxious, and that's understandable. They're on the front lines of the new no vax, no entry rule, and they need our support. Small businesses are the backbone of our economy and the heart of our community. Thankfully, some were able to trade during lockdown, and they certainly helped us through some tough times, like Ken's Humble Pie Shop at the entrance, Toast & Co Cafe and Cocoa Rice and Noodle Bar, some of the best local food you can find. Others were forced to wind back or close down during lockdown, and now they're coming out the other side. Now we've started to reopen, we have taken a big step forward. So to local businesses on the coast who are standing tall, thank you, especially to those who weren't eligible for support or who are still waiting for support. Deputy Speaker, I would like also to thank everyone on the coast who helped our community get through the last 4 months, including our frontline workers, our volunteers and our community leaders. People like Douglas. Douglas is a casual teacher on the Central Coast who spent every day in the classroom teaching students of essential workers. He was on the front line supporting young students to make sure they kept up with their schoolwork and taking care of their well-being. Then there's Alice. Alice is an aged care worker who runs activities for residents. During lockdown, she held an in-house Olympics along with morning bingo sessions and dress-up days. She also took the time to sit down with each resident one-on-one every day to make sure they weren't alone. Then there's also people like Lynn. Lynn, who's a volunteer at Meals on Wheels Central Coast. She's been delivering meals to locals in need for the last 5 years, but during lockdown, she picked up extra shifts to help out. To people like Douglas, Alice, Lynn, and all the coasties like them, you are true pandemic heroes. Thank you for getting us through this.
I thank the member for Dobell and call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It was a pleasure to have Minister Simon Birmingham in my electorate last week. Of course, being a fellow South Australian and with travel restrictions, it's been hard to get ministerial visits in and out of Adelaide, so having my good friend and the senior South Australian out in the electorate was a particular pleasure. And we were able to go and inspect the progress that is being achieved at the Max Amber Sports Field in Paradise in my electorate. This has had a $5 million contribution from the Commonwealth, so with the local Campbelltown Council, it's a $10 million upgrade of the facilities out at Max Amber there. And I've got to say, it was a great thrill to see what that money and what that commitment is already achieving at that sports field precinct. There are a couple of elements to this project. The most substantial is the demolition and rebuilding of the major club rooms for the Athelston Football Club and the Athelston Cricket Club. That's now a two-storey complex which is going to transform the facilities for not just players with new change rooms, etc., but of course all the supporters of the club, family and friends that love going along on a Saturday, whether it's during cricket season or footy season, watching good local sport, but also now they'll have fantastic local amenity, good bar and kitchen facilities there so that families and friends can make a really good day of supporting their local cricket and football teams. Of course, we've also, in this upgrade, ensured that we've got appropriate female facilities for female participation in football and cricket, because the previous facilities did not allow for the dignified participation in sport of female and male teams anywhere near each other at the same time. And I think it's been a great development over recent years to see increased female participation in these sports, but also the appropriate investment by governments in making sure that the facilities are appropriate to facilitate female and male participation side by side. Along with that, the tennis club is also been rebuilt there, and again that's a great outcome for the Athelston Tennis Club. That should be open in just a few weeks' time, and I hope I'm not in isolation on my return to Adelaide and miss the first game of the season, and of course that'll be the first time they get to use that new facility there. I hope to be there as part of that because it's going to be a very exciting day for the tennis club. And also soccer has received a major upgrade to their facilities. And finally, we're creating a new netball club as part of this investment, and 2 courts are about to have the bitumen laid for them and the synthetic surface on those 2 courts. So we get netball, cricket, football, soccer and tennis, as well as the other general recreational attributes of that vast open space in the heart of my electorate in Paradise. I'm thrilled to be part of a government that is investing in vital local sporting infrastructure in my community.
Thank the member for Sturt and call the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and it's good to be back after returning from mat leave. My son Charlie's now 6 months old, and for the August sitting I was participating remotely because, as you know, our electorates are neighbouring. Bendigo, Victoria has been through another coronavirus outbreak and we've been in and out of lockdown. So it is good to be back in Canberra and able to represent my constituents here. And the issue I wish to raise, a number of constituents, a number of businesses have contacted me over the last fortnight. We've been quite fortunate in Bendigo. We haven't had to go into another lockdown like some regional areas. Our vaccination rates are high, but we've still had minor outbreaks. And when somebody is infected or they are a close contact, they are required to go into isolation, sometimes for 14 days, or isolate until they get their test results. As a result, a number of businesses in my area have had to close because they just don't have the staff available. Their staff are doing the right thing and are isolating, awaiting test results, or because they are close contacts. They get no support though, Deputy Speaker. This government is not supporting these businesses right now as I speak. They've had to close their doors. Last year, in 2020, there was some support from the federal government. This year, there is none. Last year, in 2020, there was JobKeeper. Last year, the government helped to pay employees to turn up to work. This year, the JobKeeper program ran out in March, and there's been no support. There's been some support for workers who were in red zones, in red spots. The Commonwealth did have a payment for those workers. But in Bendigo, because we were never declared a Commonwealth hotspot, a red zone, we didn't receive any support at all. The state government picked up the tab and helped those workers out. But the ludicrous nature of this system is that this year, when we're moving into recovery, the government is paying people to stay at home. Last year, when we're in the depth of the pandemic, the government paid people to turn up to work. You can understand the confusion and the frustration of businesses in my area who are trying to go through recovery. Now we're in the recovery phase and we're moving into that critical stage of the pandemic where people are vaccinated, we're starting to open up. Businesses will have to close from time to time. Workers will have to isolate so it can slow the spread of the virus. Yet there's no support for those businesses that are doing the right thing. I urge the government not to walk away from businesses in Central Victoria, to find the funding to help them get through December, through Christmas. They need the support now. When workers do the right thing and isolate, when businesses close because they don't have the workers available or because they've been declared a Tier 1 site in Victoria, they need the cash flow support. Where is the government when the businesses most need it? They're missing in action. It's time that the Prime Minister and the Treasurer realised and had a plan for reopening.
I thank the member for Bendigo and call the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm passionate about easing congestion and improving safety, particularly on my local roads in the electorate of Lindsay, and making that daily commute safer and quicker for people across my community, helping people to spend more time building their business or being at home with their families instead of being stuck in traffic. And that's why I fought so hard to deliver the $127 million to fully fund the upgrade to Dunhevad Road. I knocked on the doors of families who are particularly impacted by this road, who use it every day. And I know how important it is to people in my community to get this upgrade happening. And today I'm pleased to announce that we've reached the next milestone in this important project. As it is a council road, Penrith City Council will have a community consultation process so local people can have their say. I want this upgrade to deliver the best outcomes for local families and businesses, improving traffic flow and enhancing safety for everyone who uses the road. And that's why it is so important that locals make their voices heard and contribute to Penrith City Council's community consultation process, and our community's feedback will help inform the design of the upgrade. From today, the consultation period will be open for submissions until Friday, November 12. The project will provide priority upgrades on Dunhevad Road between Richmond Road and the Warrington Road and Christie Road intersection to ease congestion. Our community has been at the heart of this project from the beginning, and it was the support of local people for my petition which helped me deliver the full funding. I've always said when we work together we can achieve anything in my community of Lindsay, and we've seen this on countless occasions through the pandemic and the hard times of the lockdown where our community banded together. It's what makes Lindsay such an incredible community. And upgrading Dunheved Road will continue to make our community even better, and residents from all over Lindsay have reached out to tell me what this upgrade means to them. I've spoken with people who've travelled this road each day for years, and I know what a significant impact this will have on their commute. For businesses getting their products across the country and around Western Sydney and beyond, it will enable them to access new opportunities. And this upgrade is so important. I want our people in our community to have their say. It is really important. So please do visit Council's consultation page at yoursaypenrith.com.au/Dunheved Road upgrade. And I can't wait for this upgrade to get happening as soon as possible for my community of Lindsay. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Lindsay. In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded. The clerk.
Private members' business. Order of the day number 1. Labour hire companies. Resumption of debate on the motion.
Question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I am pleased to stand to speak on this motion moved by the member for Paterson. Because, like the member for Paterson, I'm acutely aware of the negative impact that this tied 8-year-old Liberal government has had on job security and wages for people in the Newcastle and Hunter region. The COVID-19 pandemic has led to one of the biggest economic crises in Australian history. Yet, unlike previous Labor governments that have successfully navigated the turmoil of earlier economic crises with a strong recovery program, this government has been found very wanting. The Prime Minister had 2 jobs this year: a speedy, effective rollout of vaccine and quarantine. He failed both, costing millions of workers and their families their livelihoods and well-being. And nowhere has this incompetence been felt harder than in the Newcastle and Hunter region. In June last year, Newcastle's unemployment rate reached its highest levels in 17 years. Following nearly a decade of almost non-existent wage growth, the people of Newcastle need a government that's willing to take on the big issues facing workers in this country, issues like the increased use of labour hire companies to avoid proper wages and work conditions. People in insecure work, like those employed by labour hire firms, are some of the most vulnerable workers in our country. Being in insecure work means that people can't plan for their lives. They struggle to pay their rent or mortgages, always having to worry if they'll be able to pay their weekly bills. Australians in precarious work, like contractors, freelancers, gig workers and those on temporary contracts or working in labour hire, they miss out on the many benefits of a permanent job, like fair pay, guaranteed work hours, leave entitlements and job security. When people don't have a stable job, they have less money to spend in their local economy, and that hurts all of us. But the issue of labour hire and insecure work is one that extends far beyond the COVID-19 pandemic. Australian workers today face some of the most precarious work conditions and arrangements of any industrial country. This government will tell you that this precariousness is natural or inevitable, but it's not. It's the result of years of deliberate policy decisions made by the Liberal governments to sell out working men and women. The Prime Minister tries to market an image of his government as working for the people. But this government never has and never will. The Prime Minister can say what he wants, but the proof is in the pudding. This government's policy decisions have consistently prioritised profits over people and the interests of big business over workers. This government has always cared more about the national budget than the household budget of a family in Wallsend or Minmi. Instead of cracking down on cowboy labour hire firms, this Prime Minister and his government want to give them the green light to continue to exploit workers. They have fought against an increase in the minimum wage. They've created an amnesty now for the dodgy employers who did not pay their workers adequate super entitlements. They've tried to implement Work Choices 2.0 and deliberately suppressed wage growth for hard-working Australians. Even in my electorate, This government has shown that they are no stranger to exploitative labour hire practices. In 2019, the Morrison government placed a cap on public sector hiring, which meant that agencies like the Australian Tax Office in Newcastle were forced to employ temporary staff under labour hire firms. And last year it was revealed that the Morrison government was spending a jaw-dropping $5 billion per year on labour hire firms within the Australian Public Service, a decision that's not only cost taxpayers more money, but it's also left workers employed by these labour hire firms receiving less pay than their colleagues sitting next to them. More recently, we saw BHP tell its miners from the Mount Arthur mine in the Hunter to pack their bags and move interstate if they wanted to have a job, or maybe just resign. Those 80 miners were employed by labour hire companies. As a member for Newcastle, I'll always stand up for the rights of workers and to fight to protect Novocastrians from wage theft, insecure work and the exploitation of working families. That's why an Albanese Labor government has a plan to improve job security for all Australians. Labor believes in the simple principle that if you do the same job, you shouldn't be paid less. We will crack down on cowboy labour hire firms and guarantee same job, same pay for everyone.
I thank the member for Newcastle. Questions. The motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Groom.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. How good it is to be back, seeing your smiling face once again. I'm going to go off the talking points and deliver my own views on labour hire, which have changed since I first encountered them quite some years ago. And I very much welcome an informed debate on labour hire. I entered the workforce as a miner, and I was a mining engineer. In 2001, the mining boom had yet to kick on, and there was very little opportunity for mining engineers, but there were still good mining jobs out there. So I began work as a contractor, working with a company by the name of Pybar and EROC at a mine called Ridgeway. I became very aware very early on of the very different groups around me, the different contractors, the labour hire groups around me, and I formed very much at that point a contractor first view in the mining industry. And I think that that's something that should be part of a debate on labour hire, particularly in mining. Is this isn't just about pay or conditions, but safety must come into that. And I will always firmly believe that a contractor-led model, even over an owner-operator, is one of the best mechanisms for that, and I think the safety stats do stand with that. And I think that's why, when we look across industry and see something around 1.1% of employees being labour hire, that probably reflects industry's view as well. I think there's a further point here that's very important with labour hire, and I think Labor members may pick up. I have some potential parts in common. I know I've got a lot in common with the member for Hunter when I speak on this. There's some particular aspects of the mining industry that are relevant to this conversation. It is a very small industry at heart. I can travel from mine to mine and find friends who've worked at one place or the other. I can find 3 generations deep mining names that I know, and I can place from one place to the other. The other issue is that it's quite a dangerous industry at points. There are quite dangerous points at it. And I think be bipartisan support for the mining industry's work in reducing, increasing the safety, reducing the risk involved there. The other aspect that I think is relevant is that the mining industry, if not more than others, certainly at the forefront, experiences boom and bust in a way that really has and can play havoc with the careers of those in the mining industry. And I've certainly watched that myself over time. I've experienced it, and I've been in the unfortunate situation of having to lay off a large amount of people at once, an experience I don't think anyone ever comes away from without feeling their humanity pinged. So mining has these unique challenges, and I think if I go back and think about my time in the industry, labour hire has some deficits in regard to addressing those, and I think that that's an important conversation for us to have. I strongly believe that there's a conversation around the appropriate use of labour hire, and this is where we will diverge on this point here. I will always support a contractor or owner-operator model because I think there's great value in maintaining that corporate knowledge, in having that fundamental training that goes with it. And certainly if I think of my time working with McMahon, great mining contractor out of WA, the depth of experience that was on hand for young people entering the industry was so important. Where we could partner someone up with a 30-year miner and have them gradually released into the mining environment, knowing that they had a full awareness of the risks around them. And I'll stand by that. I may be diverting a little from some of my government talking points, but I think this is an important thing for us to say. I'm very proud of how it got here. I will say this though, to those opposite. When push came to shove at the Argyle Diamond Mine, and for us to maintain health and safety standards, the bottom dollar realities of cost and risk came to bear. And we were faced with an option of almost seeing the entire workforce laid off, and very much going back to a minimised skeleton shift. Labour hire was at that point the appropriate way to keep those people in employment, and that's why I believe it's an important part of a fuller conversation, particularly in the mining industry.
Thank the member for Groom. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Cooper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak to the motion moved by my colleague, the member for Paterson. It is an important motion and one that I wholeheartedly support. When people of a country elect a government, elect a party to power, they expect that government to act always in their own interests. You think to yourself that there's no way a government that has elected would do anything that would impact my life or my income or my work that wouldn't be to my advantage. Well, unfortunately, in Australia, that is exactly what has happened here. When I was president of the ACTU, we did a very important research project into insecure work in Australia. Deputy Speaker, there are 12 million workers, nearly 12 million workers in this country. And our research found that nearly 40% of the workforce is in some form of insecure work. Insecure work has absolutely blossomed under this government, if I can use that word, because it is not something you want to blossom. There's increased casualisation, outsourcing, the gig economy that has absolutely exploded, short-term contracts, and, of course, the use of labour hire. Now, labour hire is the context of this motion here today, and it is, as the previous speaker said, there is a time and place for casual workers to be employed by labour hire firms. But unfortunately, what we are seeing right now in this country is the use of labour hire to undermine wages and conditions, and I'm glad that he recognised that this needs to be something that should be looked at. The gig economy, of course, we know the evils with that. Short-term contracts are an absolute scourge. Outsourcing, casualisation are all a way, along with labour hire, that big business and small business and medium-sized businesses have used time and time again to undermine the decent minimum wage structure and award structures that we have there in this country. And now in this latest development, we've seen this government team up with big business, with dodgy labour hire firms to cut wages and conditions of workers in the mining sector. Now, we know that they do this. This is a given. It's nothing but a greedy, cost-cutting tactic, and it's being endorsed by the government. As a result of the legislation that they've pushed through this place, at the direction of their big business mates, labour hire workers are doing the exact same job as workers that have full-time, permanent, secure jobs, working side by side for less pay and less conditions. Now, you don't mind using labour hire if it is indeed to cover those unexpected peaks and troughs of the labour force. That's what it was invented for. That's what it is for. You might go through a boom and bust time, and there might be a certain part of the workforce that can come and go, and that is what labour hire or casualisation is for. But if you are a worker doing the exact same job 5 days a week in, week out, you are, for all intents and purposes, a full-time employee, a permanent employee. You should be employed as such, and you should enjoy the terms and conditions of your fellow employees or your fellow workers who are employed on a full-time basis. Insecure work is a scourge. It leads to anxious lives, people sitting by the phone wondering if they're going to get a shift day in, day out. This does not make for a secure economy. It does not make for a decent family life. You can't get a loan, you can't buy a car, you can't plan for those weekends. That's bad enough. But you know when you actually are, when you should be enjoying those terms and conditions you get from a full-time job, you can't get it because you are employed by a labour firm and because the big company that employs you doesn't want to pay you what you should be paid or give you those conditions that come with full-time job. An Albanese Labor government, on the other side, has a plan for secure jobs. We want people to have secure lives. We want them to know that they can rely on a job that they have, that it's good enough, the pay is good enough to put food on the table and to pay the rent. We have a plan. We will make job security an explicit object of the Fair Work Act. We'll make sure people in labour hire or the gig economy are better protected. We'll criminalise wage theft. We'll make sure workers are paid their entitlements. And for those employed in precarious industries or insecure work, that their entitlements are portable, at least, so that every worker in this country is given the security of a holiday and paid leave and other entitlements that they've earned. An Anthony Albanese Labor government will be on your side, the side of Australian workers, because we are the party of secure jobs. We are the party of decent jobs. Thank you.
I thank the member for Cooper and call the member for Bruce.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. COVID-19 and the recession have taught our country, I'd hope, and a lot of things, revealed things about us, good and bad. But one lesson that I believe we must not let go of is that casual and insecure work in this country has gone too far. The pendulum has swung too far. There are millions of Australian workers now that cannot get a permanent job. They want a permanent job, but they're stuck on casual contracts or these insidious labour hire firms that have gone way beyond what they were originally for, a bit of surge, a bit of unexpected work. And they now constitute the dominant share in some industries and companies of the workforce. Now, some people choose this, fair enough, but for most people they don't. It means they can't get a loan, they can't get a home loan. How can you ever buy a house if you can't get a home loan because you're stuck on a labour hire contract? You have no sick leave, as we saw from the pandemic. What that did to our health systems. The sick people felt they had to go to work with the virus. They have poorer OH&S outcomes and an increased chance of wage theft and exploitation. Now, they were originally used for surge and seasonal work, and there are many reasons now, though, why employers are increasingly using them. They use them to cut costs and cut wages. They get around unions, so unions can't actually collectively bargain for a pay rise, and they get greater control over their workers, because the fact is labour hire inherently splits the contractual and the control relationship. That's what it does. The contractual relationships with the labour hire firm, the day-to-day controls is with the employer. What that means is it's much easier to exploit employees and workers, to cut corners on safety, to cut wages, when you can literally just flick off your labour hire worker overnight if they speak up about anything. If they ask for a pay rise, gone. If they say, hang on, that safety practice isn't right, gone. In the case of the government, they shifted out the permanent public servants, didn't they, and replaced them with labour hire workers who are not going to call out their blatant illegality with robo-debt. The federal court called them out on that scam, but the labour hire workers knew if they spoke up, they'd be given the flick overnight. That's exactly what happened. The workers who choose this, fair enough, but it's no longer a minor add-on, a small bit of flexibility at the margins. In some sectors, for example mining, labour hire is now significant, even the majority of the workforce. Right up in north-central Queensland, I've been up there, I've seen it in Rockhampton. Two people doing the same job, side by side, one of them paid 30 to 40% less because the labour hire firm clips the ticket on the way. One reason that wages are falling under the Liberals, even before COVID, they don't like talking about this, do they? Their fake good economic record, wages in this country went backwards under 7 years of this failing, miserable government, even before the COVID economic crisis, according to OECD data. And one of the big reasons is because casualisation of the workforce has gone way too far and workers can never bargain for a pay rise. That's how the employers like it, which means we need structural changes to the rules. Structural changes. Now, a decent government would address this. They'd learn the lessons of the pandemic, the vulnerabilities revealed in our society, but not this mob. Instead, the Morrison government actually passed laws with their good mate Senator Pauline Hanson and their mate Clive Palmer, now the leader of the Palmer Party, to entrench this unfairness. Anti-workers. Pauline Hanson, Clive Palmer, they're all just Liberals in drag, in disguise. Now, a Labor government will end the labour hire rorts. We've got a clear plan for this, that rip off casual workers. Workers doing the same job should get the same pay. It's a simple, compelling and fair proposition. It's part of Labor's Secure Australian Jobs plan. We'll overturn the government's nasty scheme, end the rorts and restore rights to workers. Now, this is really important stuff. You know, Deputy Speaker, we get to choose the kind of society we want to be. We don't just all have to walk like lemmings off the cliff, off to the free market, where employers have all the rights and workers do what they're told. We don't have to be that passive. There are choices that we could make. The government always talks about flexibility. It's funny, isn't it? The solution to every economic problem that the government sees is a cut to wages and more rights for employers and cut workers' rights, always. Well, this mad ideology now has infected the public service. Their privatisation by stealth through labour hire workers is trashing the Commonwealth public service. Tens of thousands of jobs in the public service are now labour hire. It wastes money paying an overhead to a firm instead of employing a public servant. The Auditor-General found $2 billion to labour hire workers in the last few years. No job security, it's unfair, differential pay. Someone doing the same job gets less, they don't get the same training, and we lose the capability for the taxpayer and the services degrade. We've got the Veterans Affairs Minister now employing McKinsey, we learnt, to fix services in Veterans Affairs. Well, why didn't you just employ the public servants instead of labour hire workers? They cut the public servants, bring in labour hire workers and then bring in the overpriced consultants who are mates of the government to try and sort it all out. It's a scam and a sham.
There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and resumption of debate made an order day for the next day of sitting. The Clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 1, Black Spot program.
Chief Government Whip.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I move the motion relating to the Black Spot program in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
Chief Government Whip has the call.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And this motion speaks to the importance of the Black Spot road funding program and its focus on reducing death and serious injury on Australian roads. It recognises that through these projects that target road locations where crashes are occurring, because we know that there are major costs each and every year in deaths and injuries. And I'm sad to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, over the past 9 months of this year in Queensland alone, the death toll has climbed significantly. Almost every day you can pick up the newspaper and see a report of somebody else dying on our roads. But this important program, Mr Deputy Speaker, has had some outstanding results, and it continues to do so. The government, through its extensive commitment to road safety and investment infrastructure, has provided some $1.1 billion to the Black Spot program from 2013-14 to 2023-24, and in addition, an ongoing commitment of $110 million each year following that. This is in addition to, or included in, our $110 billion long-term infrastructure spending plans. And it also notes that the Bureau of Infrastructure and Transport Research Economics shows that the government's Black Spot road funding program reduces death and serious injury from crashes by 30% at sites where these programs have occurred. These investments continue to show the importance of investing in our local communities. And I'm pleased to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, as I look around my electorate of Ford, the number of projects that have resulted in significant upgrades and improvements to various intersections. Overall, to date, there have been some 2,739 projects over the life of the program. In New South Wales, some 926, Victoria 626, Queensland 440, Western Australia 319, South Australia 201, Tasmania 147, Northern Territory 49 and ACT 31. In my electorate of Ford, over $2.5 million of funding was allocated to provide major safety upgrades at 4 locations recently. The intersection of Mandurah Street and Leader Drive at Charlotte Park, where $120,000 will be invested to install 6 aspect right turn lights, amend the traffic signals, install CCTV for traffic management, signalise the left slip lane into Mandurah Street and adjust the pedestrian ramps. At Chambers Flat Road and Pleasant View Road and Kenny Road at Chambers Flat, $400,000 will be invested to install a new advisory 60-kilometre curve warning sign, some new pavement, chevron markers on the curve, vehicle-activated signs and guideposts. The 2 really important ones, Mr Deputy Speaker, given these are very, very busy intersections and only going to get busier with the residential and industrial development in those areas. The intersection of Clark Road and Lindenthal Road at Park Ridge, a $955,000 upgrade to signalise that intersection to include a controlled right turn to maintain the slip lanes and to reduce the speed limit through that intersection. That intersection now services a big new industrial estate as well as the growing residential developments in that area and will be of critical importance to safety. The intersection of Chambers Flat Road and School Road at Park Ridge will be a $1.1 million investment to signalise that intersection and to exclude a filter right turn from Chambers Flat Road into School Road. Equally, that intersection over the last few years has grown in its use, given the local residential developments. The upgrade of Chambers Flat Road is also yet to be completed through that area, which will make an enormous change. But these major upgrades under the Black Spot program will help ensure that my constituents can travel safely through my electorate and with a reduced risk of death or serious injury. The Black Spot program makes an important contribution to reducing the national death toll, and I'd like to commend this program to the House.
I thank the Chief Government Whip. Is the motion seconded?
Garth.
Well, so you second the motion and reserve your right to speak?
Yes.
I thank the member for agreeing. Question is the motion be agreed to, and by virtual presence I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm speaking today from Sunnybank on Yugara and Turrbal land on the motion moved by the member for Ford, noting that Black Spot funding reduces death and serious injury on Australian roads. Labor and I applaud all initiatives that make our roads safer. After all, the Black Spot program was originally a Hawke government initiative. In 2016, under the Black Spot program, an intersection at Blunder Road in Oxley was upgraded at a cost of $1.3 million. Also in 2016, a section of Bohill Road at Willawong was upgraded. And in 2019, Beanley Road at Runcorn was upgraded at a cost of $1.7 million. Earlier this year, in fact, the intersection at Ponsonby Road and Ipswich Road was upgraded at a cost of nearly $2 million. So that's about $5 million in funding from the Black Spot program over the 8 years that the program has been running under the coalition government. But there are other intersections and roads in my electorate of Moreton that need attention right now. Warrigal Road, where it meets Beanley Road at the train lines, is one. Just last week, that patch of Beanley Road under the Gateway motorway, the bit that's not double-laned, flooded, as it regularly does. The other intersection that's been a problem for many years is the intersection at Ipswich Road and Benner Road in Annerley. This section desperately needs an upgrade, some better traffic lights and more turning lanes. It's a very dangerous intersection. I'm hoping the coalition government will add these 2 intersections to the Black Spot program very soon. My Moreton electorate is a busy transport hub. The South East Freeway borders my electorate to the east. The Gateway motorway also runs through the southern portion. The Ipswich motorway runs in from the west, and I've got rail lines for goods and passenger trains and coal going through the electorate. So I've got the Beanley line, the Ipswich line and interstate line, all sending trains through my electorate of Moreton. So the Barnaby boondoggle for the Inland Rail project actually ends in my electorate at Acacia Ridge, nearly 40 kilometres from the Port of Brisbane. How will goods get to the port from Acacia Ridge? I've been asking this question for years and I still haven't received a suitable answer from the Liberal National Government. Just last week, the Deputy Prime Minister Joyce said you could book in an election commitment of coal trains to Gladstone via the Inland Rail. So the Coalition Government had committed $10 million to a business case to extend the line from Toowoomba to the Port of Gladstone. So they're just making this up as they go along. Their plan for the Inland Rail has it terminating currently at Acacia Ridge in my electorate. They might, it's a big might, they might build two 16-kilometre long tunnels from Acacia Ridge to the Port of Brisbane. That was a big new idea announced back in February this year by the member for Bonham, my next door neighbour. Now they might extend the Toowoomba line to the Port of Gladstone. There is no considered vision with a fair dinkum business case. And I'm worried about my constituents in Moreton. They already live in a very, very busy transport hub. Will they soon have A-double road trains transporting goods through the suburban streets? Will New South Wales coal be coming soon? Will people living in Moreton soon have tunnels being drilled underneath their properties in Sunnybank Hills, McGregor, 8 Mile Plains? Tunnels that would need to be twice the size of the tunnels being built right now for Cross River Road to accommodate double-stacked trains. Or will the Inland Rail bypass Brisbane altogether and go to the Port of Gladstone? My preference. We just don't know. More importantly, the Morrison-Joyce government, now in its 9th year, doesn't know either. We've got the Deputy Prime Minister saying it's going to the Port of Gladstone. We've got LNP members in Brisbane, people from Team Queensland, saying they're building 16-kilometre long tunnels. And how much will this rort crossbred with a boondoggle end up costing taxpayers? The Grattan Institute estimated in 2015 the total cost of Inland Rail would be $9.9 billion, with a worst case scenario of $10.7 billion. So the Coalition Government has now said the project is estimated to cost $14.9 billion. That's 46% more than the original estimate. And that doesn't take into account the possibility of 16-kilometre long megatunnels, 2 of them, or an extension of the line from Toowoomba to Gladstone. The Inland Rail is an important investment in national infrastructure, but there has to be a plan that makes economic sense, such as the black spot programs do. I will always encourage infrastructure that improves congestion, makes transport safer and gets product to port more efficiently, but not when there are unintended consequences that may make living in my electorate of Moreton less desirable. I want the roads in Moreton to be safer, not more congested with A-double trucks. I want all our roads to be safer. I applaud the black spot program for the intersections and roads in my electorate that have been upgraded, but I'll continue to progress action on the remaining dangerous intersections in Moreton.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Bass.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, last year there were 36 deaths on Tasmanian roads, the worst statistics since the terrible year of 2009, when we recorded 63 deaths. For the calendar year to date, Tasmania has seen more than 17 road deaths and more than 130 serious injuries. Cold hard statistics, but the flow-on effects of family and friends can last a lifetime. For survivors, the physical, economic and emotional toll can be devastating. As we know, crashes can occur from inattention, speed, driving under the influence, tiredness and from poor safeguards in place such as lack of lighting, signage, traffic lights and roundabouts. This is where the government's black spot funding has made driving on our roads safer and has undoubtedly saved countless lives. From major roads in Launceston to remote and rural roads across the northern Tasmanian region, the government has contributed close to $3 million for necessary infrastructure projects across more than 25 locations, including the West Tamar Highway north of Exeter, Hobart Road and Opossum Road in Kings Meadows, High Street, York Street and Clarence Street in Launceston, Main Road Georgetown and Dalrymple Road in Mount Direction, just to name a few. Just recently, I was very pleased to announce $365,000 to remodel the intersection in Bridgenorth, the site of an extremely tragic accident last year in which 2 Launceston residents sadly lost their lives, thought to be the result of a lack of giving way at the intersection. Works are underway to address this issue thanks to the black spot funding, which has seen 3 crashes in the past 5 years. The funding has been warmly received by the community, who have long had concern about the layout of the intersection and visibility. The new remodelling will address the see-through problem where drivers on the side road approaches don't realise that there is an intersection where they're required to give way. I'm hopeful that this will save lives in this notorious spot. Additional works were also recently completed at another infamous black spot north of Lilydale on Golconda Road between Bacala Road and the Denison Gorge Road. The project involved road widening, resealing, signage, line marking and guardrails, all improving safety for road users, and has been well received by the community. Our commitment to fixing black spots across the country, with infrastructure investment being over $1.1 billion since its inception in 2013, is seeing demonstrable results. As the member for Forde mentioned in his speech, research from the Bureau of Infrastructure and Transport Research Economics has stated that this program reduces death and serious injury from crashes by 30% on average at treated sites. The proof is there, and I am proud of our continued investment in ensuring the safety of drivers in communities across the nation. But of course, road safety infrastructure improvements are just part of the story, and I do want to take the opportunity to discuss driver behaviour, in this case fatigue, and the impact that a car crash can have on survivors. A few years ago, our local newspaper here ran a Christmas road safety campaign, and I read the story of Sam Cawthorne, which has stayed with me ever since. In October 2006, in Tasmania, Sam fell asleep at the wheel and crossed onto the wrong side of the road, crashing head-on to a truck. Incredibly, Sam died in the crash, but emergency crews managed to resuscitate him. Sam's right arm was amputated and his right leg was permanently damaged, and he lives with the physical pain every day. Sam has said, "I live with phantom pain. If I close my eyes, I can still feel every single one of my fingers. It's like the worst pins and needles you have ever experienced, but times that by 10, and that's how my arm feels 24/7. In the years following the accident, Sam has become a motivational speaker, working to educate and inspire others to change their behaviour on the road, telling all drivers to wake up to their behaviours on the road and save their own lives and those of others. From all levels of government and for anyone who gets behind the wheel of a car, we all have a role to play to get everyone in our community home safe." Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The question before the chair is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, it's of course great that black spot funding is available across electorates, and we know that work is needed on local roads to save lives. And I was really proud to support a campaign, a grassroots campaign from my community to use federal government funds with the council to build a pedestrian crossing at McCormick's Road at a nursing home where tragically a local resident had been killed crossing that road. But this government likes to compliment itself for doing the bare minimum. It likes to make announcements on things like infrastructure but not deliver them. I stand here as a member for Dunkley, for a community that before the 2019 election was promised $30 million of federal funding to upgrade intersections across Bellardo Road, not far from the McCormick's Road incident that I just spoke about. It's now October 2021 and there have been no upgrades. I've written to the Prime Minister, I've written to the Minister responsible, and whose fault is it? Apparently it's the state government's fault. My community was promised 3 separate commuter car parks by this Morrison government before the 2019 election at Seaford, Cannonook, at Frankston. It's October 2021, and how many commuter car parks has this government delivered? None. In fact, it took the money out of this year's budget for Seaford and Cannonook because it was a promise made without consultation with the community, without consultation with the local council, without consultation with the state government. And there was nowhere to build those car parks on the existing land. Whose fault is it that those car parks promised solely by the federal government, Cannonook and Seaford, and in conjunction with the state government at Frankston, haven't been delivered? According to this government, it was the state government's fault. They've now had to acknowledge they couldn't do Seaford and Cannonook, and I've met with the former Deputy Prime Minister. I've met with the current responsible minister. I've written to the former responsible minister about delivering commuter car parks for my community. The Cannock area needs not just car parking, but investment in the mighty Frankston and District Basketball Association in that area, and I'm not going to stop until I see this government deliver. Before the 2019 election, this government campaigned on delivering the extension of the Metro line to Baxter. October 2021. What's happened? Nothing. They sat on a business case for years that the state government did for them, released it at more than 12 months ago now. In fact, I think it was the end of 2019. What have they done since then? Nothing. Whose fault is it? Apparently it's the state government's fault that it hasn't done a further business case, but the federal government hasn't asked them to. There are now pushes to get this train line extended in stages, but the federal government still hasn't asked the state government to do the business case to get this done. Since I've been elected, I've been pushing this government to deliver infrastructure for my local community that we need. I've written to the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, to responsible ministers. I made submissions and advocated and speeches before this year's budget for Emil Masden Reserve in Mount Eliza, which desperately needs an upgrade, so it's the sporting precinct that my community in Mount Eliza deserves. For investment in Nirmanchambana, the local Indigenous gathering place in Frankston, so that we can have a gathering place for the growing Indigenous community and for the non-Indigenous members of my community to join with them to celebrate culture. For funding for McClellan Sculpture Park and Gallery, which is not just a hub for arts and culture in my community, but is a tourism destination and could be a tourism mecca for the wider southeast Melbourne and Mornington Peninsula region, but needs support. I've mentioned the Frankston and District Basketball Association, the Mornington Peninsula Bay Trail. I will continue to push this government to provide funding. This government talks about black spot funding, which is great for intersections and roundabouts, but where's the investment in the infrastructure for the future? Where's the investment in renewing the national energy grid so that it can take the renewable energy that we must invest in for this country, for the economy, for jobs and to reduce emissions? Where's the investment in infrastructure for electric vehicles? Where's the investment in infrastructure for solar batteries in communities, in suburbs? There is none, because who's running things really in this country at the moment? It's the Deputy Prime Minister, Barnaby Joyce, and his ragtag of nationals, and it's not good enough and it's failing our communities.
The question before the chair is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to member for Fremantle.
Thank you. The member for O'Connor.
Oh, sorry. Yes, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair. As the chair of the West Australian Black Spot Consultative Panel, I can attest to the benefits of the Commonwealth's long-running Black Spot program. This financial year, WA will benefit greatly from the program, with 34 dangerous crash sites to be improved at a combined cost of $14.7 million. Over the past 5 years at these 34 intersections, a total of 6 crashes have caused fatalities and a further 107 have caused injury. As the member for an entirely regional electorate, I'm extremely concerned that of the 155 people who died on West Australian roads in 2020, 93 of them died in regional areas of the state. This over-representation of regional fatalities belies the fact that 3/4 of West Australians live in metropolitan Perth. That's why it's heartening that 47% of WA's black spot projects for 21-22 are in regional shires and cities. In my vast electorate of O'Connor, 5 projects have been funded at a combined cost to the Commonwealth of $1.7 million. These projects are widely distributed across WA's goldfields, Great Southern, Wheatbelt and South West regions. In the goldfields, traffic islands will be installed on Lane Street in Kalgoorlie and parking bays modified near a busy shopping centre in the city CBD. A shared path will be installed, curbing modified and the paving better marked. This $661,000 black spot project will improve the safety of Lane Street between Dugan Street and Kalgoorlie's best-known thoroughfare, the historic Hannon Street. Then in the Wheatbelt, a $552,000 black spot project will see a 29-kilometre section of the Williams-Narrogin Highway upgraded. Moving on to the beautiful town of Bridgetown in the state's southwest, $409,000 will be provided to install curbing, barriers, culverts and pavement markings to improve Turner Road. Finally, in the Great Southern, Lights Road in Denmark will be made safer, as will Cooringup Road in the Shire of Nibing. All these potentially life-saving projects will be undertaken in the 21-22 financial year. So that's what's happening right now in my electorate and in WA more broadly under the Morrison government's record $1.1 billion 10-year investment in the Black Spot program. Turning to the future, what the increased funding and long-term funding stability allows parliamentarians to do is to advocate on behalf of constituents who've raised serious concerns about other black spots. To this end, I'm working closely with the residents of the small Great Southern town of Narrackup to see what we can do about a notorious stretch of the Albany Highway. The highway links the Great Southern and Western Wheatbelt to Perth and is one of WA's main tourist routes. Unfortunately, between Spencer and Jackson Road at Narrackup, Albany Highway is an absolute shocker. In the past 5 years, this 700-metre stretch of road has seen 3 fatal crashes. Another crash resulted in hospitalisation and 3 more crashes saw property damaged. Of course, these crashes are just the ones that have been reported. Concerned members of the Narrackup community tell me there have been several more unreported crashes that don't show up in official statistics, and many more near misses. These crashes, especially the fatal ones, take a tremendous toll on the people involved and their family and friends. They also affect residents of places such as Narrackup, where the local first responders are called upon to attend the crash scenes. That's why I'm doing everything I can to raise awareness of the horror stretch of highway at Narrackup in order to have this black spot fixed. Toward that end, the Black Spot program follows a clear process that engages local communities and state road authorities in the development of a business case for priority projects. What's also good is that the program dovetails very nicely with other safety initiatives of the Morrison government. Here I cite last month's announcement of some big-ticket roadworks around my electorate under the Federal Road Safety Program. Firstly, there's $2.7 million of works on the South Coast Highway, either side of the small town of Munglanup, between Esperance and Ravensthorpe. Then there's a $7.1 million has been provided to improve safety along Great Eastern Highway that links Kalgoorlie, Coolgardie and Merredin to Perth. $3.5 million will go towards improving various sections of the Donnybrook-Kojonup Road. Coolgardie-Esperance Highway will benefit from $8.6 million of investment. And finally, but certainly not least, $1.7 million has been provided to make the Lower Denmark Road much less dangerous. And that's an impressive list, but it's not exhaustive. So while it's early days yet in advocating an end to the black spot at Narrackup, the residents there can take heart that the Morrison government takes road safety seriously. With the right combination of analysis and advocacy, worthy road safety projects have been conceived, advanced and completed under the Road Black Spot program. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Kingsford Smith.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. And I congratulate Mr Van Manen for moving this motion, because we don't talk enough about road safety in this parliament. And it's important because Australia's not getting the results that we should be in reducing road deaths and trauma on our roads. And the statistics bear that out. In the 12 months to September 2021, 1,142 Australians died on our roads. Over the 12 months in the preceding year to September 2020, it was 1,087. That's an increase. In 2019, it was 1,164, and in 2018, 1,200. Serious injury from crashes, the statistics tell the same story. The data is not so up to date, but for hospitalisations 2018 to 19, there were 39,755. 2017 to 18, 39,404. If you go back to 2012, it's a similar picture. Now, we have a national road safety strategy. It's a decade-long plan that the country puts together to try and reduce the incidence of road trauma, and the last plan ran from 2011 to 2020. They're currently writing the 2021 to 2030 plan. Now, the 10-year plan from 2011 to 2020 had a target of reducing the annual deaths and serious injury on Australian roads by 30%. We're failing that. We're not going to meet that. We've failed. And it's set out a number of directions and interventions: improved standards of road design and construction, speed limits that better reflect balance of safety and mobility, safety design features mandated in vehicles, graduated licensing systems, and penalties against irresponsible driving. In 2018, an independent inquiry into the effectiveness of the National Road Safety Strategy was conducted by Associate Professor Jeremy Woolley from the Centre for Automotive Research, and Dr John Crozier, the Chair of the Royal Australian College of Trauma Surgeons. And these two gentlemen, who appeared regularly before the Road Safety Committee, released their findings, and they found that the Australian road safety performance has stalled. The scale of person and financial cost of road trauma is unacceptable, and current actions and investments are not achieving the desired results, and that a dramatic change in road safety management was required in Australia. And they made 12 recommendations, Speaker, including a Cabinet Minister for Road Safety, a national road safety entity. Thankfully, the government has done that with the establishment of the National Office of Road Safety. They suggested $3 billion a year to a road safety fund. Now, the government's put $3 billion, but it's over 3 years. Okay, it's a start, and it is important investment. Speed management initiatives, accelerated uptake of vehicle road safety technology, and many recommendations. But an important recommendation was recommendation number 5, and that is the establishment of key performance indicators in the next strategy to measure and report on how harm can be eliminated in the system and published annually. Published annually is important. That's really, really important. The strategy sets ambitions and a plan, but there's never been any look at whether or not anyone's achieving it. So for the Commonwealth, the states and territories and local government, they're not held to account for the decisions that they made around road safety under that strategy. So I'll give you a couple of examples of how we can set key performance indicators that will make a difference. On the element of the strategy around reducing speed, we know that point-to-point speed cameras work. If a point-to-point speed camera is on a road, it will reduce the fatalities and the accidents because people slow down. They slow down. And it's been implemented for trucks. Now, there's a recommendation that's been sitting there for years to turn on point-to-point speed cameras for all road users in all states. Some states, to their credit, have done it. But the largest state, unfortunately, New South Wales, the government refuses to do it. Traditionally because the National Party and their members don't like the fact that they'll be caught for speeding on roads. And they've obstructed it and they've stopped it. Now, that's completely unacceptable. People are dying on our roads. We've got technology that will stop speeding and target it and reduce road deaths, and it's not switched on for all road users. That's a key performance indicator that we should have in the next national strategy to say states have got till this time to switch it on for all road users or you lose your funding. That's something that can make a difference. And there are plenty more where we can make a difference on road safety if we do a bit more and we put our minds to key performance indicators under the strategy.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I'll give the call to the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Black Spots program is one of the best programs that is being implemented by the government. Indeed, the vital nature of black spot funding in reducing death and serious injuries on Australians' roads cannot be in any way understated. The government is providing $1.2 billion to the black spot program from 2013-14 to 24-25. And I have to say, there's a lot of discussion at the moment about 2050, about net zero 2050, as there should be. But if there is one zero towards 2050 we should be working towards valiantly, if there's one priority area, it is Vision Zero, which is, of course, making sure that we don't have any deaths on the road by 2050. And this government is working diligently towards that. Now, part of the government's record $110 billion 10-year infrastructure rollout is supporting and securing jobs, obviously, driving growth and helping rebuild Australia's economy from the COVID-19 pandemic, but certainly so in this black spot program. Now, no matter where you live, the federal government is investing in road infrastructure to get Australians home to their families sooner and safer. It's a noble cause. And I drove to Temora on the weekend, and as I drove there, I saw that the line in the middle of the road, which former Nationals leader, former Deputy Prime Minister John Anderson, once described as that corridor of uncertainty. What we're doing is by putting, and it's only a simple thing, by putting two lines, side by side in the middle of the road. It creates a bit more division between vehicles going opposite directions and just gives you that safety and security on those country roads. Not only that, those audio tactile lines up the middle of that division, and certainly on the side of the roads, it's that line where if you actually get your wheels on, it goes thump, 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 and the faster you go, it goes thump, 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 thump. I look forward to seeing how Hansard records that. But it's only a small measure, but it saves lives. The Mayor of Blantyre, Councillor Brian Monaghan, said to me the other day he's not seen the amount of money being spent in local government areas. He'd not seen in 30 years than the money we are investing now. And much of that funding, through black spot funding, through state governments, as well as the local roads and community infrastructure funding, is providing record spending in local government areas because councils know, because they're at the coalface, so to speak, they're talking to people every day as good local members, you, Madam Speaker, myself, others in this room, speaking to their local constituents, knowing where funding is needed. Of course, the black spot funding, we know where it's needed to be spending because, sadly, tragically, unfortunately, there are people losing their lives on those roads and on those streets, and we know because the data is there. We know because the statistics tell us the all too stark story. Now, no matter where you live, the government is investing in road infrastructure to ensure that we do get people to where they need to be, no matter what they need to do. And of course, given COVID-19, it's been an ideal time to upgrade those roads because there has not been as many people travelling as they would like to be. Sadly, the road toll continues to be far too high, and one death on the road is one too many. And by specifically targeting road locations with a history of crashes for safety upgrades, the money is going towards where it needs to be. Now, I know in the Riverina and Central West the funding includes Callery Road between Wyndham Avenue and Darubavalgi Road at Forbes, improving curved shoulder, widening shoulders, marking the road edge lines and installing guideposts with reflectors, curve markers and reflective pavement markers. Now, $685,000, that's going to save lives. That's going to save lives in the Central West. Middle Trundle Road, east of Bogan Way intersection of Trundle, similar sort of thing. Currajong Road near Court Street. I could go on and on and on, but the object of the exercise is to make sure the funding goes where it needs to be, identified by data, identified by families who've lost loved ones, identified all too often on country roads by those markers and flowers. We don't want to see a continuation of that. We want to see these issues addressed, and we are.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Indi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Black Spot program is vitally important in any electorate, supporting many much-needed upgrades to our local roads. And my electorate of Indi is no exception to that. In recent funding rounds, we've seen 3 projects funded under the Black Spot program. A new flashing warning sign and intersection signage at the intersection of Lake Road and the Murray Valley Highway near Old Tallangatta. New safety barriers and guideposts, as well as sealed shoulders on the stretch of Lake Road near Bathanga between the Murray River Road to the north and the Currajong Gap Road to the south. And new guideposts, curve warning signs and new markings along the Skyline Road near Eildon between Taylor Bay Road and Fraser Park Road. Since I was elected, Indi has done very well to secure over $65 million for much-needed upgrades to our local roads. This includes $5 million for the Great River Road and another $5 million for the Dargo High Plains Road through the Bushfire Recovery Program, $17 million through the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Program, $29 million through the Roads to Recovery Program. There are many party politicians on both sides who would say that you can only deliver for your electorate if you're a member of a major party. Well, the fact that Indi has seen such extraordinary level of investment in our roads under an independent puts paid to that idea. We can and do deliver, and importantly, on an area as vital as road safety, we're seeing great investment. It's true that despite this enormous level of investment, there is still substantial need in Indi for upgrades to our roads. On October the 21st, 2019, almost 2 years ago to the day, I stood to speak about an almost identical motion to this in the exact same chamber we're in today. At that time, 2 years ago, I spoke about the fact that the Black Spur section of the Maroondah Highway, despite a long and distressing history of both fatal and other serious car crashes, is still struggling to attract the safety upgrades it needs. Maroondah Highway is the only direct major road from the Yarra Valley town of Healesville up towards Nubberthong and through to Buxton or across to Marysville. It then goes north to Taggart. From there it heads on to Alexandra, while another arterial road branches from it at Taggart to carry traffic to and from Eildon. The highway is critical for business and tourism between Murrindinty communities and Melbourne's east. It's also a spectacular drive, described to me as the Rangers' version of the Great Ocean Road. But Black Spur remains a serious challenge for people and communities on the highway because for much of its winding length of about 10 kilometres, it's impossible and illegal to overtake. It's a road that needs better signage, more slow vehicle turnouts, better sealing, bicycle lanes and active management of old roadside trees because the road passes through a wonderful forest of ancient mountain ash. 2 years ago, I spoke about how when trees fall during storms, the road is often closed for hours or days. And in the middle of June 2021, just a few months ago, Madam Deputy Speaker, a big storm ripped through and this is exactly what happened. 50 trees were felled, there was substantial landslide activity and the road was closed for days. The community has been calling for upgrades to the Black Spur Road for 20 years now, and it's time the government listened. Let's make this road, this stretch of road, this important road, as safe as it is iconic. The people and communities of Murrindinty want a safe and reliable highway. The Black Spot program can help to deliver one, and I'm calling on the government to step up with the funding and finally fix this problem. Madam Deputy Speaker, the member for Riverina just spoke a few moments ago about the importance of road safety, and I want to add to his comments. It's crucial that we make sure we do everything in this place to eliminate avoidable accidents. More than 30 years ago, I worked in the emergency department at St Vincent's Hospital in Melbourne, and I saw with my own eyes the devastation of a road toll, which in those days was over 1,000 people. Now, we've come a long way since then. Seatbelts, driver education, drink driving laws, but also better roads. So I really commend any government in this place to maintain the funding on the Black Spot program and to address issues such as the Black Spur in Murrindinty, which already has claimed many lives. I don't want to see another life lost there. I call on the government to fund that road, fix that problem once and for all. Thank you.
The time allotted for this debate has expired. The clerk.
Private members' business. Order of the day number 2, Youth Mental Health Services. Resumption of debate on the motion moved by the member for Macquarie.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to member for Kingsford Smith.
Thanks, Speaker. The past 18 months have placed an enormous stress on our community, and young people have experienced a unique loss in the pandemic years. Too many have missed out on what should be formative experiences and vital opportunities to develop. It's no wonder then that many of them are struggling with their mental health, and most of us have seen this anecdotally, but the evidence backs it up as well. Researchers at the Australian National University released a report on youth mental health that found that 71% of parents had observed worsening mental health conditions in their family. And according to the Black Dog Institute, the rates of psychological distress in young people jumped from 1 in 5 in 2012 to over a quarter in 2020. Thankfully, the rates of suicide have fallen over that particular period, but we still know that suicide is the leading cause of death among Australians aged 15 to 24 years old. For our young people, the decision to access mental health care is fragile, and if they don't have a positive experience, they may not make another attempt to seek help. Youth-friendly mental health services aren't available uniformly to young people. That's why we need to provide targeted, sensitive and effective mental health support for young Australians, now more than ever. Over the past decade, we've had an overdue revolution in our understanding of mental health. It's now time we backed that up with actual resources, including in our schools. And that's why we've been calling on the Morrison-Joyce government to increase access to effective mental health services and support for young people across all stages of ill health. We also need to focus on building youth mental health workforce to meet the current and future needs of our young Australians. The recent announcement of a world-first national mental health and wellbeing strategy for Australian children is both welcome, but it's also desperately needed. But the government has taken far too long to get there. We welcome the plan to tackle mental health issues as young Australians battle through this difficult period. An early intervention, as well as the extra funds for support services like Head to Health, are a welcome initiative. But it's long overdue. The strategy was in the works well before COVID and should have been implemented much sooner. There's an urgent need to support mental health and wellbeing of Australian children, especially in the middle of a pandemic. And this plan also fails to embrace and to consider the impact that climate change is having on children's mental health. Australian children are especially vulnerable to anxiety, sleep disorders and a sense of hopelessness because of this government's lack of action and lack of commitment and just lack of positive language about taking a positive approach to climate change and investing in renewable energy. Australian children see what happens on the news every night, and when you have someone like the Deputy Prime Minister out there arguing on a constant basis that we don't need to take action on climate change, that there's not a problem when children know that there is, makes them even more anxious and feeling hopeless. There's no consideration of that in the national strategy. There also needs to be a greater focus on services in the middle, if you like. There's great support for acute mental health services. If you're having a desperate mental health episode, you'll be hospitalised and there'll be acute services. There's entry-level services, but it's the services in the middle that are vitally important. So particularly if someone is young and they are admitted to hospital with a mental health episode, after they're discharged, there's very little in the way of follow-up and support in that interim period to get them through. And that is the area where the government needs to be concentrating on and investing. And students are now starting to head back to the classrooms after another lengthy lockdown. And now it's more important than ever that they have access to mental health services, particularly those from poorer families. They're going to come back to school maybe not having access to the internet, maybe not having access to catch-up strategies that other students would, and they'll feel desperate, they'll feel left behind. And that's why it's important that we cater for them and make sure that they have access to the services that they need.
The question before the chair is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to member for Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for Macquarie for giving us the important opportunity to speak about such an incredibly vital issue. But I simply can't agree with her characterisation of the situation. Though there is more work to be done, I'll readily accept that, the Morrison government and this Minister for Health have made mental health, and particularly young people's mental health, a great national priority, perhaps more so than any other previous federal government. The government is investing $6.5 billion this year in mental health support, more than double what was being spent in 2013. This government has doubled the number of Medicare subsidised psychological services available to 20, introduced publicly funded telehealth, improved access to these services in regional areas and increased funding significantly to Lifeline, Beyond Blue and Kids Helpline. For Headspace alone, we're delivering an extra $278.6 million to increase the number of services to 164. Many of these new centres are already opening around the country. This government's commitment to youth mental health and suicide prevention has helped to make my own community in Fisher a national and indeed world leader in this field. The government has invested $3.2 million in a trial to pilot a new approach to treating eating disorders through our local primary health network. It's provided more than $6 million to NDED and the Butterfly Foundation to construct Australia's first ever residential eating disorder facility, operated by the Butterfly Foundation, now called Wandi Nerida. This government has also invested $7.5 million in specific programs on suicide prevention and youth mental health at the University of the Sunshine Coast Thompson Institute, led by Professor Jim Logopoulos. The results of that investment in my own community and its world-leading expertise have been unmatched around the country. Thanks to this funding and the hard work of Jim Logopoulos' team, between 2018 and 2020, the Thompson Institute published 14 book chapters and more than 150 different peer-reviewed journal articles filled with world-first research. Their groundbreaking publications about young people's mental health alone have covered subjects as diverse as insomnia, cannabis and binge drinking, early intervention, brain differences in young people with psychotic disorders, the impact of exercise and psychological distress on the brain, pregnancy and mental health, chronic fatigue syndrome and sport-related concussions, transcranial magnetic stimulation, mindfulness and sexual violence. Today, that work continues. The Thompson Institute are in the process of conducting the world's first study using functional MRI technology to understand how cyberbullying impacts the brains of our young people, and the first longitudinal study of the developing brains of 12 to 15-year-olds. The Thompson Institute's impact, however, has gone far beyond research. Its insights and training have been spread widely through my community. The Thompson Institute has reached more than 250,000 with its suicide prevention and mental health first aid programs and has run fortnightly community presentations. Its Mindset program has enhanced coordination between the Sunshine Coast University Hospital and Headspace in our region and ensured that young people who might otherwise fall between the two have an appropriate service provider for them. They've taken their Brain Changes program into local schools, while their Emerald Wellbeing program is even being exported to Victoria. Social impact organisation ROY estimate that the total economic value created by this suicide prevention work on the Sunshine Coast amounts to $13.8 million. What is unquestionably the case is that the suicide rate on the Sunshine Coast has come down from 18% above the national average 5 years ago to 9.1% higher. Now, this is still far too high. However, the significant reduction that we have seen over the past 5 years is a testament to the Thompson Institute's dramatic impact, and I'm continuing to work with the Thompson Institute and the government to try and get them continued funding so they can keep doing the great work that they're doing.
The question before the chair is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Bean.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I rise today to support the motion proposed by my colleague, the member for Macquarie. The COVID-19 pandemic has been tough for many Australians, but has been particularly hard on younger Australians. They have faced ongoing disruption to their education and upheaval of the social networks centred on school and university. Year 12 students have had to deal with uncertainty about the timing and format of Year 12 examinations. Young people who relied on part-time or casual work in the hospitality and entertainment sectors saw their jobs vanish in a few days last March. While these jobs slowly returned over last year, the lockdowns this year, caused by the government's quarantine and vaccination failures, have again led to widespread job losses and underemployment, which have particularly affected young people. Compounding these problems has been anxiety about the disease itself. Younger people were at the back of the queue when it came to getting access to vaccines, and it's only in the last few months that vaccines have been readily available to them. Deputy Speaker, while the pandemic may have exacerbated the poor mental health of many younger people, all was not well at the start of 2020. The mental illness section of the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare June 2021 report on Australia's youth brought together a range of data on the mental health of young people. It reported that in 2013-14, 20% of people aged 11 to 17 had high or very high levels of psychological distress, and 14% experienced a mental disorder. In 2017 to 18, an estimated 15% of young people aged 18 to 24 experienced high or very high levels of psychological distress. A 2017 study in the Medical Journal of Australia by Associate Professor Sarah Hetrick and her colleagues reported that the largest burden of disease in young people was due to mental health problems. It noted half of all mental health disorders suffered by adults emerged by the age of 14, and 3/4 were apparent by the age of 24. The study found that left untreated, these mental health problems have high rates of recurrence and cause negative outcomes for the individual, including reduced economic productivity as well as societal costs. Given the poor state of young people's mental health, it's reasonable to expect that the National Mental Health and Suicide Prevention Plan, agreed by the Commonwealth and all states and territories in 2017, would address this issue. But only does it not address it, the plan does not even mention youth or young people. The lack of planning for young people's mental health translates to poor access to services. Various studies published in the Australian and New Zealand Journal of Psychiatry report that young people made relatively less use of services than older adults, and that parents identified high out-of-pocket costs and long waiting times as barriers to access. As well as these barriers to access, the study by Professor Hetrick I mentioned earlier noted that mental health services have often not been youth-oriented and have restricted access depending on age or diagnosis or comorbidities. The study concludes that there has been a crisis in care where most young people with mental health difficulties do not get the care they need, resulting in high rates of distress, functional impairment and suicidality. In the absence of appropriate services, it's not surprising that almost 80,000 young people turned up in crisis situations at emergency departments in 2019-20, according to the AIHW. Deputy Speaker, the Commonwealth Government already funds 2 services designed for young people, Origin and Headspace. While these are both excellent services, they exemplify the problems of access. Origin only deals with more severe mental illness, while Headspace does not. Even Professor McGorry, who was central to establishing Headspace, has acknowledged that there is a missing middle of young people who are too sick for Headspace and not sick enough for the very limited provision of care through state government services. And there are large gaps in geographic access. The National Health and Suicide Prevention Plan expires next year. There's no overwhelming body of evidence that youth mental health is a significant issue with long-term consequences, and that current services are not effective in providing access to the necessary treatments and other supports. I urge the Commonwealth Government to work with the states and territories to develop a new plan which includes effective services for young people. We need to get this right for our young people's future. I commend the motion to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I'll give the call to the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The lockdowns from this pandemic have often led to a debate between health and economics. The more thoroughly we lock down, the better the health outcomes in the fight against COVID, but the worse the economic cost for all the struggling businesses that can't open. But this dichotomy doesn't cut to the heart of the matter, because economic costs are not the end of the chain. They are merely a step along the way. When a business can't open, the effects are felt hardest by the owners and the workers. They can lose income they rely on, and the stresses this can lead to are enormous. Ultimately, this results in huge concerns about mental health. So in reality, the effectiveness of lockdowns is actually a contest between public health and mental health. And as we know, the mental health of Australians has taken a huge hit. And while all people have been affected, young people have been hit harder than most. The formative years between 15 and 24 are full of uncertainty and stress at the best of times, but this year they have been harder than ever. Exams have gone from things that we can prepare for together to terrifyingly solo ordeals. The party ceremonies, stress relief values at the end of school have been cancelled or scaled back. Apprenticeships are upturned and universities have lost its face-to-face collaboration, not to mention the buzzing social life. Forays into job markets are tougher than ever, and if you already had a job, it's likely that it was in one of those low-paid service sectors that have been so ravaged by the lockdowns. While we don't have data for 2021 yet, research conducted in 2020 showed that 1/3 of young Australians reported having experienced high or very high levels of distress. This is deeply concerning. Even more concerning is that every year in Australia, more than 3,000 people lose their lives to suicide. That equates to approximately 9 people dying by suicide each day, and suicide was the leading cause of death in people aged between 15 and 24, and 25 to 44 between the years 2016 and 2019. Thankfully, mental health and suicide prevention remains one of the Australian government's highest priorities, as it should be. We are committed to delivering meaningful and lasting reform to this important area and reducing suicide towards zero. Young Australians in particular continue to be a focus of the government's investment in mental health to support them reaching their full potential. We want them to receive the help, support and care they need where and when they need it, so they can reach their full potential. In the 2021-22 budget, the government invested a record $2.3 billion in the National Mental Health and Suicide Prevention Plan to lead landmark reform. This is the largest federal government mental health investment in Australia's history. Much of this investment is hitting the ground through Headspace, the government's flagship program for provision of services to young people aged 12 to 25, experiencing or at risk of mental health illness. Since it was started by the Howard government back in 2006, they have expanded to 139 centres operating across Australia. Through 2019-20 and 21-22 budgets, the government is undertaking the largest single expansion of the Headspace network, bringing the total number of Headspace services to 164 nationally by 2025-26. There have been over 3.6 million occasions of service provided through Headspace since 2006. It's tragic that this much support has been needed, but essential that this service is always there to listen, support and respond. If you or any young person you know is suffering from mental health issues, please reach out to Headspace at www.headspace.org.au or on 1800 650 890. I don't want to decry the usefulness of lockdowns. They have been a vital tool in our fight against this pandemic and have probably been the difference in keeping our case numbers low compared to similar countries. But we must make sure that while we ensure Australians are safe from COVID, we don't leave them vulnerable to mental health concerns. And if we do, that they always have the support and treatment to ensure they are able to manage this safely. We cannot afford to get this one wrong.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I'll give the call to the member for McNamara.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. And member for Bennelong is right in that the government has increased the number of Headspace services, but that is not enough. There is a big systemic issue with Headspace, which I'm going to talk about in this speech. And first of all, let me say that this motion is really important. That that mental health of young people in Australia is a growing issue that we all must confront as members of Parliament and as people who we all care deeply about the future generation. But this is systemic policy issues that can be addressed by the government today, and I'm going to go through 2 key areas of policy that we should be implementing, not just talking points from the Prime Minister's office. The first thing is around Headspace. So the biggest issue with Headspace is staff. So yes, there are increased numbers of headspace services around the country. That's a good thing, right? And I acknowledge the government doing that. But if you're a staff member in Headspace working as a therapist, all right, so you're a mental health professional in Australia, the Medicare rebate for a session at a Headspace is somewhere in the vicinity of just over $80 for the 50 minutes, right? So you basically can bill, a young person for that service via the Medicare rebate system around $80. Well, the way that the Headspace services work is that most of the staff pay rent. They also have overheads. Many of the professionals and the OTs and the psychologists would have supervisors as well. There's also the cost to get to and fro the Headspace service. So what most mental health professionals are earning at a Headspace these days is much closer to sort of $27 to $35 an hour for high quality mental health services for our young people. That's just not sustainable. It's cheaper to go and stack shelves. You can earn a better living stacking shelves or working as a labourer in this country than you would earning a living as a mental health professional helping young people in these really important clinics. Now, obviously, many of the people who turn up to Headspace can't afford private mental health services. These young people cannot afford to access the private clinicians or private therapies, and therefore, what we're seeing is that the really good practitioners in mental health, in youth mental health, can't afford to stay in the Headspace services because you just can't earn enough of a living. So we really need to look at that rebate so that we can provide good, high quality staff with adequate pay in order them to help service and treat young people in our Headspace services. The other big issue that youth mental health that we need to confront, and big policy issue, is around the access to adequate care. So for too long, and so many different reviews and Royal Commissions in Victoria and other policy reviews have shown this up time and time again. The access to the much higher intervention, right? So not just sort of an hour sessions, but the much more involved and higher intervention, whether it be more wraparound services or a range of other high intensity mental health treatment services, for too long in Australia has only been accessible to people who are basically on that threshold of whether they're deemed to be at risk of suicide, which is a really high threshold for someone to get to in that spectrum of mental health decline. What we need to do is lower that threshold so that more young people can have access to much higher interventions and much more involved mental health treatments, so that it's not just the 1 hour of clinical care, which is amazing, right? It is amazing that we have that available. And yes, that the therapists and those professionals and staff helping young people in that area are so important in the treatment and the support for young people. But the truth is that too many young people are being locked out of the actual level of care that they need by too high standards. So just to repeat, we need to increase the Medicare rebate and we need to increase the number of young people who can access the higher care. They're the policy changes that we could make today that would make a real difference in this important sector.
The question before the chair is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Barara.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Mental health disproportionately affects young people, and in the past 18 months it's been a real challenge for many as we continue to navigate our way through the COVID-19 pandemic. Approximately 560,000 children and adolescents in Australia are estimated to have a mental illness, and 1 in 4 young Australians aged 16 to 24 experiences mental illness in any given year. Young people are less likely to seek help for mental health issues if they hold negative attitudes towards help seeking or have had negative past experiences when they've sought help, and this needs to change. Children and young people have been particularly impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic and its lockdowns. Since March 2020, the government has provided more than $500 million additional funding for telehealth and direct supports to ensure Australians have the mental health support they need during the pandemic. Young Australians continue to be a focus of the government's investment in mental health to support them reaching their full potential. The government's committed to delivering meaningful and lasting reforms driven by the government's zero suicides target. Every year in Australia, more than 3,000 people die by suicide. That's approximately 9 people each day. We know suicide is the leading cause of death for young people aged 15 to 44, more than cancer or car accidents. That's why support in this area is absolutely critical. In the 2021-22 budget, the government invested a record $2.3 billion in National Mental Health and Suicide Prevention Plan to lead a landmark reform. This is the largest federal government mental health investment in Australia's history. There are several mental health and suicide prevention programs serving my electorate which provide vital services. The Northern Sydney Local Health District, which serves my electorate of Barara, supports young people facing mental health issues. The district has a youth response team which provides free and confidential services to young people and their families experiencing distress within the community. They also have a safeguards team which provides additional support for assessments and therapy for young people, in-reach support to emergency departments and community rapid response. Since the beginning of the pandemic, there have been 940 emergency department presentations for mental health reasons in people aged 0 to 24 in the Northern Sydney district, and 2,887 new registrations to mental health community teams. I want to acknowledge the work of the mental health unit at Hornsby Hospital, which has admitted a number of these patients and cared for them during the course of the pandemic. And I particularly acknowledge the work of Dr. Chun Siu Yong, the clinical director, and Ayesha Chikkanye, the service director of the Child Youth Mental Health Service at the hospital. Another key mental health organisation is the Ku-ring-gai Youth Development Service, or KIDS, a free, local and confidential counselling service for children and young people. Founded in 2003 by the Linfield Rotarians, who were concerned about the increasing number of young people in Ku-ring-gai who were struggling with mental health issues, including the stigma associated with it. They raised funds and partnered with the Ku-ring-gai Council to establish KIDS. On the 31st of March 2005, KIDS opened its doors with a counsellor who operated out of the library. They supported 36 people in their first year. Today, a team of 18 passionate and qualified mental health professionals support young people to work through their challenges and help them achieve their potential. Over the past year, they have provided 5,462 counselling sessions to more than 400 young people. KIDS is led by Anthony Rigney and the chair of the board is Helen Jarvis. Lifeline Harbour to Hawkesbury is another service providing support to my electorate, led by the outstanding Wendy Carver. They offer support when members of my community are experiencing distress, with access to 24-hour crisis counselling and suicide prevention services. With a workforce of over 90% volunteers, they delivered first-class volunteer management and training that creates rewarding experiences for people and meaningful impacts for people in my electorate and across the country. They also work in response to immediate local needs, providing other community services, including in-person financial counselling, community and corporate training programs. And finally, Youth in Search, led by Stephen Lewin and chaired by Gary Rothwell, has helped over 30,000 young people rebuild their lives since it was founded in 1985, currently assisting 1,000 people per year across the country, including in my electorate. Youth in Search runs one of the most successful youth intervention programs in the country. They work with at-risk youth aged 14 to 20, supporting them to turn their disadvantage into an advantage, enabling them to reach their full potential through peer-to-peer support programs and community programs. Finally, Deputy Speaker, I'd like to commend the thousands of mental health workers right across the country for the outstanding work that they've done over the past 18 months. The COVID-19 pandemic has been a challenge for us all, but it is their selfless work that has saved so many Australians. They're the ones who pick up the pieces and get people's lives back together, and I want to put my thanks on record to them for all of their efforts.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Adelaide. We seem to have a technical problem here. If it's okay, I'll give the call to the member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I too rise to speak on this motion moved by the member for Macquarie, because improving mental health, youth mental health in particular, and preventing suicide is a key priority of this government, and it is a key priority of mine. We recognise that 1 in 4 young Australians experience a mental health issue each year, and Approximately 9 people die by suicide each and every day, which of course has a devastating and profound impact on the friends and families of each one of the individuals, but it has a devastating impact on our community, it has a devastating impact on our nation, and of course on the future that would have been, that will not be, because these young people are no longer with us. Deputy Speaker, my own family has been impacted by the challenges not only of mental health but of losing our loved ones to suicide, young people in their 20s lost too soon due to the impact of this devastating sense of hopeless despair that so many young people go through. I know people in my community who have experienced the loss of loved ones, people that they have walked with and yet are not with us today. And I know the impact that this has, particularly on our young kids who deal with so many challenges, often silently, often wrestling with issues that are bigger than what they can comprehend and that perhaps what we can comprehend. But that is why this particular motion is so important, and it's why the Australian government is investing a record $2.3 billion in the National Mental Health and Suicide Prevention Plan, the largest federal government mental health investment in Australia's history. It builds on the government's significant existing investment in mental health services through the 2019-20 bushfires and the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, and it brings a total estimated mental health spend to $6.5 billion in 2021-22. This government is working towards zero suicide. Christine Morgan was appointed as the first National Suicide Prevention Advisor in 2019 and handed down a final report on the issue last year. And the federal government is providing $100.7 million over 5 years under the National Suicide Prevention Leadership and Support Program for a range of projects designed to help reduce suicide across Australia. In my electorate of Robertson, the government is funding a number of important local initiatives as well to help support our community, including a Head to Health pop-up service, which is now available for people across the Central Coast who may be experiencing challenges with mental health due to the COVID-19 pandemic. This clinic is located at Tuggerah, and it offers free services and involves a multidisciplinary team of mental health workers, psychologists, mental health nurses, occupational therapists, social workers and peer workers. It's a really important service that does recognise that many Australians have struggled in recent months during the lockdown, unable to see family members or friends or to support people that they might rely on. And the Central Coast also has 3 headspace centres at Gosford, Lake Haven and the soon-to-be-open Wyong facility. During the 2019 election, the government committed an additional $30 million over 4 years from 2020 to 2021 to establish 10 new or expanded headspace centres, which did include the satellite facility in Wyong, and I'm pleased that the service is expected to commence from December of this year. I do want to thank our local headspace staff for their tireless work in providing support to 12 to 25-year-olds across our region and for their passion and care in all they do. And I know that the government will continue to support the important work they do. In my own electorate on the Central Coast, given that we have such a big impact, this is such a big issue here on the Central Coast, our suicide rates are higher than the state average. I've convened a committee to tackle these issues, and it's supported by many local organisations, including the PHN, the LHD, Police, Lifeline, Council, Community Services and small businesses. And we've been focused on attracting funding to implement a bespoke suicide prevention initiative for our region. All of these groups that are involved in this have been providing their expertise in designing and implementing actions through an analysis of the mental health of young men and people on the Central Coast. And I really do want to thank the committee for their time and their expertise. And they've identified 2 key areas, the need for improved integration of services and upgrades to the mental health system to make it easier to navigate and access. We've developed a funding proposal, and I'm going to continue to fight to see this very important initiative become a reality.
Has expired. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and apologies for the little hiccup we had with the remote system. Look, I'm very grateful to the member for Macquarie for raising this issue and moving this very important motion, Deputy Speaker. Now, we're one of the richest, most privileged countries in the world, and yet in the area of mental health illnesses and services, we're clearly failing those patients and those families. We're facing nothing short of a mental health crisis. Deputy Speaker, to be honest, the numbers are quite frightening. Now, according to the Suicide Prevention Australia, suicide is the leading cause of death for people between the ages of 15 and 24. And the vast majority, over 70%, are young men. Now, this is tragic. Those numbers are absolutely tragic. And the rates of suicide for our Indigenous population, our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander youth, LGBTIQ, or young people who live in rural and remote areas are higher still. And reports from the ABS has shown that suicide results is the greatest loss of productive years of life in Australia compared to any other cause of death, Deputy Speaker. 115,000 years of potential life, if you add them all up, was lost through intentional harm in 2019 alone. And that's tragic. This is a far greater number than for cancer, heart disease, etc. Precisely because of the shocking number of younger people dying tragically early from drug use and mental health issues. And what is most heartbreaking is that this number continues to grow year by year. Deputy Speaker, evidence shows that half of mental disorders first emerge by the age of 14 and 75% by the age of 24. This demonstrates just how vital it is that we get youth mental health services correct, that we get them right and we get them accessible and affordable. And as a parliament and as a society, we have to give priority to youth-specific early intervention strategies. Deputy Speaker, it's having a significant flow-on effect as well on our health system because more and more patients present at the emergency departments for lack of any other option, for lack of services, for lack of specific clinics that deal with mental illness. And according to an article in The Conversation from April earlier on this year, there was close to a 40% increase in mental health presentations at the Royal Adelaide Hospital in my electorate, 40% increase, which then puts pressure on all the other services as well. And that was between February 2019 and February 2021. This, of course, puts increased pressure on our EDs, our doctors, our nurses, and contributing to the growth problem of ambulance ramping in our state, which has been horrendous. Deputy Speaker, these people need a specific service, a specific clinic, somewhere that they can present 24/7 that will deal with mental health illnesses. Also, according to some of the paramedics that I speak to and that are here in South Australia in my electorate, on one particular day in September this year, there was no ambulances available for 17 high priority emergencies in Adelaide's southern suburbs because ambulances were tied up ramping at hospitals, and a lot of those people were presenting there with mental illnesses. So this is an enormous problem for South Australia, one that this Liberal state government, the Marshall government, has simply failed to address. And now the increase in mental health patients and the difficulty these patients face accessing help means that the emergency department is no longer the last resort for care, as it should be, but often the only resort available to many. We need a specific service that deals with people that are able to present themselves 24/7 for a specific mental illness clinic here in South Australia. The Grattan Institute has previously highlighted that there's a huge gap. In fact, they called it a yawning gap in services for people who need intensive community support, but not inpatient care. In a report published in 2020, it said federal and state governments need to work more closely to provide appropriate resources for mental health care. Unfortunately, it's not happening. And those people that are suffering from, that require mental health care are being left behind, many ending up homeless, many ending up in trouble with the police.
Expired. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The chair will be resumed at 4 p.m.
But with the computers down, I never got the petition. Oh, sure. So you don't need to take photos of me. I'll do the petition later on in the week.
So you'll do Genevieve? Yes. You'll give her.
Just wanted to wait till we finish conducting business. Afternoon, everyone. I'll just take this off, sorry. Thank you. And are there any statements by honourable members? I give the call to the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last Wednesday, with volunteer assistance from a Wollonga circle of friends, many in my community spent the afternoon listening to CEO Con Karapanagiotidis and Director of Advocacy Jana Favaro from the Asylum Seeker Resource Centre, I should say Jana Favaro. And they provide us with an update with respect to the refugee issues in Australia, including the plight of those in Afghanistan, those who have sought protection visas, the uncertain future for those on Manus, and the challenges faced by those here in the community detention, with little or no safety during the COVID lockdowns and no ability for their children to study post-Year 12 as they are charged international rates. This year, the government reduced our humanitarian intake from 18,750 to 13,750, and I understand the 3,000 Afghans that we have agreed to take is part of that threshold. We also heard from Kate Leaney and Fida from the Welcoming Centre powerful personal local stories and a call to action on how we can all help. I would urge the government to consider a refugee sponsorship program where families and communities could sponsor a refugee family seeking safety. We can do this better. Australia is a nation with a big heart, because, just as our national anthem says, for those who have come across the sea with boundless plains to share. Thank you.
I give the call to member for Flynn.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Resources are still the lifeblood of Flynn. Of course, along with our agriculture, it's keeping us safe and economically sound through COVID. Our agriculture industry with beef and cotton, grains, wheat and citrus and nuts and berries have been very good to us. But it's the gas prices and it's the thermal coal and coking coal that has really doubled, in some places tripled in 4 times what it was prior to COVID. But it does a wonderful thing for our community. It's responsible for $1.2 billion in wages in the resource industry across central Queensland, across Flynn. 8,833 full-time jobs, $3.1 billion spent on goods and services based locally. There's 1,798 local businesses that benefit from the resource industry in Flynn. They contribute to 462 community organisations, $4.5 billion in royalties across the Queensland Government. Without that $4.5 billion from Flynn, the state government would have to readjust their budgets dramatically. And for all this, they only use 0.1% of the Queensland land mass. Unemployment in Flynn has dropped from 7% in June 2020 to 6.5% in June 21, and I expect further falls.
Time's expired. Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Richmond.
Deputy Speaker, I'm raised today to speak about a very exciting infrastructure project for my local community. I was so pleased last week to announce that an elected Albanese Labor government will invest $1 million to build a new animal pound and rehoming centre in South Murwillumbah. This is a great local project and it's so desperately needed since the old pound shut down in 2019. And this brand new facility will have 16 dog pens, 11 cat cages, will include a special Friends of the Pound shelter with up to 28 dog and cat pens, 2 stables and paddocks for many farm animals too. I'd really like to acknowledge the Friends of the Pound, the not-for-profit animal rescue charity, who do such a great work in ensuring all these precious animals are cared for and rehomed. I'd also like to acknowledge Tweed Shire Council on the design and commitment to this fantastic new facility. So, Deputy Speaker, the fact is only an Albanese Labor government can be trusted to invest in the infrastructure that our community needs to boost productivity, create jobs and drive economic development. And we have a very strong track record of investing in infrastructure on the New South Wales North Coast. Deputy Speaker, this new animal pound and rehoming facility is a great investment in local infrastructure, and it will do so much to improve animal welfare in our community and indeed bring great benefit to so many people right throughout our region.
Thank you. I give the call to member for Barker.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Coorong is an internationally recognised Ramsar-listed wetland, a national park that pre-COVID welcomed thousands of domestic and international visitors each year. The delicate ecosystem supports many significant endangered flora and fauna. While tourism is an integral part of the region and its economy, the Coorong has also been an important fishing ground for generations of local fishermen. The livelihoods of these small family-run businesses have been devastated in recent years by increasing numbers of New Zealand fur seals, not native to the sheltered waters of the Coorong. In these waters, they are apex predators and as such are causing significant environmental and economic harm. Coorong Wild Seafood is one such business. For 3 straight years they've made a loss. From a payroll of around $250,000 a year employing 8 staff, they now employ 2 casuals. These are jobs and economic activity that the region simply can't afford to lose. While the fur seal is protected in Commonwealth waters, there is no legislation protecting them in the waters of the Coorong, where they are not native. I'm supporting a call on the ethical and responsible cull of these animals, and I call again on the South Australian State Government to take action on this matter. Research and surveys counts aren't enough. It's time to take real action to reduce the numbers and save our local fishermen.
Thank you. I give the call to member for Scullin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Prior to the 2019 election, commuters in the Scullin electorate were promised a new car park at South Morang Station. However, once the election was over, the Morrison government quietly dropped the project, no doubt hoping no one would notice. Last month, Minister Fletcher shamelessly announced that 4 additional car parks for Melbourne's north from his commuter car parks Drought fund would be funded, but each are existing Victorian government projects already underway. Most egregiously, he announced funding for additional car parking at Epping Station in my electorate, a project that's already been completed, Deputy Speaker. And these new car parks are not substitutes for cancelled projects either. Watergate Garden Station is 40 kilometres from South Morang, Sunbury 50 kilometres away. These stations undoubtedly need additional parking, which is why they were funded under the Victorian Government's Car Parks for Commuters program. But funding already completed car parks 50 kilometres away doesn't make up for the Morrison Government's comprehensive failures in the administration of the Commuter Car Parks Fund. Australians deserve to get to the bottom of this $660 million rort, and the other grants programs the Morrison government has treated as an LNP slush fund. We urgently need a real national anti-corruption commission, one that operates independently of government and that conducts its own inquiries to stop these rorts and get to the bottom of who was responsible for each of them.
Member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's been a difficult time for community organisations in Grey as they make the decision about whether or not to progress with their community event, given the vagaries of COVID lockdowns and restrictions. So I was very pleased indeed when the York Peninsula Field Days, a biennial event, decided to go ahead. They'd sought some advice from me and assurance that the government would not leave them behind if they had to cancel at short notice, and Minister Littleproud was good enough to give me a general comment in that area. They went ahead. We were limited to 5,000 participants a day. I had a stand there. It was pretty much sell out every day and a fabulous success. So well done them. Well done to Martin Kenny, the President, Peter Anderson, the CEO, Paul Correll, who had quite a bit to do with on this issue. At the same time, we've had a number of country shows, some that have chosen to cancel, and I bear them no grudge at all. It's difficult enough being on those committees. Making these decisions is hard, but the Clare, Cleve, Yallenda Flat, Woodness shows have all gone ahead, and my own hometown of Kimber. It was one of the best events we've had in many years, it would have to be said, and congratulations to Courtney Johnson and the team there. To those that chose not to go ahead, as I said, no condemnation of them. It's a difficult decision. But I was very pleased indeed when the government came out, I think last week or the week before, and announced that there was $25 million on the table to help these types of events to get through this difficult time of cancellation.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Fenner.
Around Easter, Catholic Church members often hold a walk in support of refugees. Yet, as St Vincent de Paul head Toby O'Connor has pointed out, under the government's latest attack on charities, if some of our people were blocking a public area, if they failed to move on under a direction, then any charity that's associated with that march could be disqualified. The most anti-charity government in Australian history is attempting to silence charitable advocacy in measures that Reverend Tim Costello has compared to Putin's Russia, and ACFID CEO Mark Purcell has likened to the Burmese junta. This new measure would give Charities Commissioner Gary Johns, who once compared Indigenous women to, quote, cash cows, new powers to deregister charities. It's so extreme that a unanimous Senate committee report, chaired by Senator Concetta Fierravanti-Wells, has recommended that Parliament disallow the proposed regulation. Opponents of this latest attack on charities include ANTAR, the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Legal Services, the Australian Institute of Company Directors, Anglicare and Uniting Care. Civil society, religious charities and churches should be able to speak up for their values. Community advocacy and public protests are a valuable part of a healthy democracy, and governments must protect that right, not stifle it. The war on charities must end. The Coalition must withdraw this nasty attack on Australian charities.
Thank you. And I give the call to member for Wentworth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to share with you a speech written by 11-year-old Danny Freelick as part of the Raise Our Voice in Parliament campaign when asked the question, what do you want Australia to look like in 20 years? And this was Danny's response. Filling precisely half the chairs in the Senate were women, half in the House of Representatives and every room in the entire House. In the surgery room, exactly half the doctors were women, half the nurses too. At the sports field, half the audience were at the women's game, half the competitors were women too. At the building site, half of the construction workers were women. Half of everything was given to women. Nothing less, nothing more. This is what I want in the year of 2041. It's obvious women are unequal to men, in terms of work, stereotypes or life in general. How come there are hardly any famous sportswomen in cricket, basketball or rugby? Why do I never see any female construction workers when I walk past a building site? And what about those girls who have dreams to become Prime Minister? Only once has that ever happened. Once. When I'm older, I want to be a brain surgeon. However, these days I would expect to be one of a few. During the pandemic, women have especially become more unequal than ever. Mothers with kids have even sacrificed their jobs to deal with the otherwise unsupervised children. But we have to come back from this. We girls deserve equality. We deserve the image of 2041. Thank you, Danny, for your wonderful contribution and your insightful words.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Kingsford Smith.
Thanks, Speaker. Our kids' future is too important to leave in the hands of the National Party, but that's exactly what the Prime Minister has done. He's left Australia's climate change policy in the hands of the Nationals, and after 8 long years, Australia still doesn't have a policy to reduce emissions and tackle climate change. 8 long years, Deputy Speaker. They built the Sydney Harbour Bridge in a quicker time than it's taken this government to come up with a policy on climate change. For 8 years, the climate sceptics in this government have held the country and our kids' future to ransom, scuttling any attempt to come up with a credible policy. We've had the National Energy Guarantee, direct action, big stick, technology not taxes. They're all slogans. There's nothing behind them. There's no actual policy to reduce emissions. Enough is enough. Australians have had enough. They're sick and tired of your government fighting and bickering and arguing over whether or not climate change is real. The people of Australia, particularly our children, deserve better. They deserve a government that's going to take climate change seriously. Now, the Prime Minister's got to stop being a climate change wimp. He's got to show some leadership and stand up to the National Party, adopt a policy of net zero emissions, plan a transition where you're reducing emissions, supporting renewables, supporting electric vehicles, rewiring our grid to cater for renewables, investing in batteries, creating jobs and encouraging investment in Australia. That is the future. It's time for the government to show some leadership on climate change.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. Yesterday it was a great pleasure to have the opportunity to attend the anniversary of the Campbelltown Art House in the heart of my electorate, particularly knowing that I would be here for 2 parliamentary sitting weeks. It was a thrill to know that I could be there before having to head to the airport yesterday and share in that celebration, the 5th anniversary of that great institution that the Campbelltown Council have supported very well, and that I was proud to be there and proud to be a supporter of theirs and, more importantly, to support them into the future. I really do congratulate James and Anne, who have been the driving force behind creating that community asset. Of course, it's wonderful to be able to provide the opportunity for people to come together and, in this case, participate in artistic endeavours together. They convinced me to attempt to draw something on a landscape that was there on the wall, so I did a tree, which I think looked like a tree. I'm no great artistic expressionist, but I'm an admirer of art and those that get such enjoyment out of it. And I can say that the people in the community that use that facility find it so valuable for them. And with the challenges of COVID over the last 18 months, it's a timely reminder of how much people value in their community having opportunities to come together in whatever their pursuit or interest might be. And at the Campbelltown Art House, this is bringing artists together. So I commend them on their 5th anniversary, their impending move to the Brookside Cellars. Look forward to supporting them into the future, and I congratulate them on their 5th anniversary.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Dobell.
Deputy Speaker, my community on the Central Coast of New South Wales is against PEP 11. People living up and down the coast from Sydney to Newcastle are against PEP 11, and yet Minister Pitt still hasn't made a decision 8 months after his original deadline. This is a project that will devastate our coastline, our local marine life and our local economy. That's why I stand against it. Last year I met with members of the Surfrider Foundation and Save Our Coast on the lawns of Parliament House calling on this government to stop PEP 11. In February I stood with my Labor colleagues as Anthony Albanese announced Labor's opposition to PEP 11. In April, with Liesl Tesh, State Member for Gosford, I joined the Surfrider Foundation and Save Our Coast paddling out against PEP 11. Then in August, I joined a virtual town hall with advocacy groups to reaffirm my opposition to PEP 11. And I'm not the only one. Over 1,800 people in my community have signed a petition to stop this. Thousands of others in Newcastle and Sydney have done the same, and across Australia. Even Ben & Jerry's have spoken out, making it clear they do not want this project to go ahead. But the minister still hasn't made a decision. Now we're preparing for another push against PEP 11. A private member's bill to stop PEP 11 has come before Parliament today. I'm prepared to support this bill, but I suspect the Morrison government has zero intention of letting it go to a vote. They've already adjourned debate, trying to keep PEP 11 off the agenda. That's why I'm urging the minister to put an end to this uncertainty for my community. He has the power to stop PEP 11 with the stroke of a pen today. Do what's right, Minister. This has dragged on for too long.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Ford.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I recently had the privilege during the parliamentary break in joining the talented students of Beenleigh State High School for their 7th annual Paddock to Plate luncheon.
This has become one of the most popular events in our local community calendar, with over 260 guests in attendance this year. It's always wonderful to see the Year 11 and 12 students who have been observing this event since they were junior students to finally be able to learn and practice their hospitality skills under the experienced guiding hand of Queensland chef Matt Galinsky. The skills that they learn in the lead up to this event are high-end and world-class. Many of these students will carry these skills into their industry practice in the years to come. Chef Matt Galinsky assisted the students to prepare a 4-course meal using a range of local and school produce from their garden and agricultural department. This was also a great learning opportunity to show students how they can sustainably source their own produce to create gourmet, healthy meals. This event not only provides a chance to showcase the talented art, hospitality and agriculture students' preparation, performance skills, the farm produce and presentation skills, it also enables them the opportunity to experience success, network with local business and forge future employment opportunities. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to once again congratulate all students at Beenleigh State High School who were involved in holding another wonderfully successful paddock to plate.
Thank you, and I give the call to member for McNamara joining us via video conference.
Thank you. For Youth Voice in Parliament Week, this speech was written by Chelsea Rossignolo, a very talented 17-year-old constituent of mine, and the topic was, what do you want Australia to look like in 20 years? Accountable. In 20 years, I know that what I want Australia to look like is accountable. Accountable for its tainted past, undervaluing of diversity and abuses of power. For me, this looks like taking the time to listen to marginalised voices and taking on what they have to say, not just in theory, but in practice. Today, my fellow young Australians and I struggle to associate this notion with what has been presented to us. From sexual misconduct scandals, leadership spills, and a dismal vaccine rollout, our introduction to the political world has been less than idyllic. We yearn for the innovation and integrity described in our classrooms, and the days our political landscape was dominated by pioneers of change, both in and out of our parliament, like Susan Ryan, Eddie Mabo, and William Dean. Of course, I don't want our future to look the same as our past, but I hope that we can take inspiration from these figures that push for accountability with us. While it is easy to be disheartened from entering or studying politics right now, I hope that my fellow young Australians can be driven by optimism for what can come and see the potential in Australia that I do.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputies. I rise today to honour and celebrate the life of my father, Angelo Vasta. On Wednesday, the 29th of September, Dad passed away. At 80 years of age, he lived a full life, dedicated both to his career and his family. He was the son of a Sicilian migrant who came to the North Queensland cane fields in 1922 in the hope of a better future for his family. Growing up, Dad was always there for me and moulded me into the man I am today. He was the father to 6 children and taught us all the value of service to the public rather than service to oneself. He illustrated this perfectly during his distinguished legal career. Dad's unwavering passion to keep giving back to the community didn't stop once he left the Supreme Court bench. He threw himself into doing work for the less privileged, especially for the Aboriginal Legal Service, where he was a powerful advocate for Indigenous Australians. My siblings and I were fortunate to have had Dad around as much as we did, and for that I'm truly grateful. Deputy Speaker, on behalf of my family, I want to acknowledge and thank the community in my electorate of Bonner for the many kind words relayed through text messages, emails, cards or flowers. My family has been overwhelmed by the very kind expressions of sympathy on Dad's passing. Rest in peace, Dad.
Thank you. And on behalf of all of us here, please warm condolences to you and your family.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And I give the call to the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm proud to deliver this speech written by 19-year-old Stephanie Galovich from Skye in my electorate as part of the UNICEF YWCA Australia Run For It and Generation Politics inaugural Youth Voice in Parliament Week. Stephanie's speech is her response to the question, what is your vision for Australia in 20 years? Honestly, writing this I found it hard to put into new words how I dream Australia to be 20 years in the future. So in words said before, I will say that there is no Australia I want more than one that is sustainable, reconciled with the Indigenous people and has justice for women. Future generations and I need an Australia that thrives on sustainable systems and resources, where my choices do not impact future generations in the way it does now. I want Australia to be a place where Indigenous Australians are not discriminated against and can have the rights they have always deserved but never received. As a woman, I want to live in an Australia that has equal opportunities for women in every part of life. In other words, equality. My reasoning for this is simple. Put in the wise words of Julia Gillard, because we are entitled to a better standard than this. Maybe we should look at this standard as a goal instead, as we all have set goals in life and we all have achieved goals, and sustainability, diversity and justice are great goals Australia has the ability to achieve. Here, Stephanie, thank you so much.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. COVID-19 disrupted many of our plans in 2020, but one of the saddest losses for me was the cancellation of my Sunshine Coast Veterans Day. However, I'm delighted to say that thanks to the generosity of the Irwin family and Australia Zoo, Sunshine Coast Veterans Day is back on this year on Thursday, the 18th of November. This has been a tough time for a lot of us, but for many veterans it has been particularly isolating. Many are looking for the opportunity to reconnect with their mates who understand their experiences, and Sunshine Coast Veterans Day is designed to give them that chance. On the 18th of November, entry to Australia Zoo will be free for veterans plus one guest, each on presentation of a veteran lapel pin, white or gold veteran card. I'll be there along with the Minister for Veterans Affairs, meeting local former ADF members to share the day and hear about their experiences over the past 2 years. I want to thank the Minister for being willing to join us and local veterans, the Irwin family for partnering with me on this initiative, and Robert Irwin in particular for coming along to the launch. I also want to thank Peter Kennedy of Sunshine Coast Young Veterans and all of the local RSLs in Fisher for helping to promote this very, very important event.
Thank you. And I give the call to member for Fremantle.
Deputy Speaker, last week there were reports of illegal fishing vessels at Rolly Shoals within a marine sanctuary in Australian waters. It's vital we maintain and apply the capacity to police our oceans in order to prevent harmful fishing practices, and we should, but still don't have a clear policy that rules out super trawlers. But let's not forget that 65% of the seafood we consume is imported, and yet we have no effective mechanism for combating illegal and unregulated fishing practices, which are the cause of catastrophic overfishing. In fact, according to Minderoo Foundation's recent Mending the Net report, we collect only 2 out of 22 pieces of information required to ensure catch-to-plate traceability. We generally don't know the vessel or the country location or the legality and authorisation of the fishing activity or the compliance with basic workplace rights and safety conditions. Indeed, more than half of our imported seafood comes from 3 countries, China, Thailand and Vietnam, which have documented issues with poor fisheries governance and harmful labour practices. A survey by the Marine Stewardship Council shows that 9 in 10 Australians want measures in place to ensure they're not buying unsustainable seafood. Both the US and the EU have taken these steps, and we are behind the game on this issue. Deputy Speaker, Australia should have a framework in place to help protect marine biodiversity and to prevent modern slavery by seeking to eradicate illegal, unregulated and unreported fishing practices.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to commend the many students and young people in the electorate of Robertson that entered the Raise Our Voice Australia competition this year to write a speech to be read by members in this chamber. Many students from the Central Coast wrote some great and outstanding speeches, and I want to congratulate each and every one of them for the time and the effort they put in, and indicate that I hope to be able to read more of them into the Hansard in the coming weeks, because they really do reflect a disparate, wide, diverse but very considered range of views on Australia, our future and global affairs. Today I'd like to read the speech from John Thomas, 19 years of age, from the electorate of Robertson. His speech begins, "Australia, it's my home, my country. Each and every single person on this island continent, for better or worse, is family, one people and yet many. We yell and we scream, but in the end we care. What is my vision for Australia over the next 20 years? In the distant horizon of time's infinite possibilities, I dare to see, to grasp for a greater country. I dare to see the gap closed. I dare to hear no more lies broadcast over TV, radio lines. I dare to speak, debate and celebrate change. I dare to dream of a nation united despite our different faces and races. Our coat of arms, a kangaroo and an emu, animals that race forward, not back. Let's not forget that. Yet like a dingo that can turn its head 360 degrees, let's not forget our past. Australia's scars and sins are overbearing and vast. Economics, politics and climate have all been divisive. I dare to pray we share more than our opinions one day. Thank you.
Thankfully, the member for Parramatta has been very courteous. Give the call to member for Parramatta.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. You won't hear my words in the chamber today, but the words of a young woman from my electorate, a young woman who wanted her voice heard and whose voice should be heard. So in this inaugural Youth Voice in Parliament Week, organised by Raise Your Voice Australia, these are the words of Raya, aged 15. 20 years into the future, I would like to see an Australia where women and others who are cast aside are heard and represented in Parliament and other leadership roles in a way that encourages others like them instead of scaring them. I would like to see an Australia that is not afraid to battle climate change at its core, an Australia that changes the way we see migrants and refugees, one that stops judging, dismissing and is aware of the diversity and vibrance they bring. 20 years into the future, I would like to see more diverse representation in the Australian government and media that showcases a more modern an Australia that is a beacon of support for the world, a beacon that shows the world that we are the centre of change. Despite our isolation geographically from the world, we can still be a beacon that displays change. 20 years into the future, I would like to see an Australia that no longer thrives on the suffering of the earth, one that is not starting the process of using renewable resources, but one that has been for years, one that understands that to secure the future, we have to start now. Deputy Speaker, so speaks Raya, and she's said it all.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Dorothea McCullough had it in one. I love a sunburnt country, a land of sweeping plains, of droughts and flooding rains. While drought has long been part of the Australian agricultural life, mitigating drought is critical because it is a challenging and recurring and increasing theme. The Morrison-Joyce government is investing almost $115,000 in my electorate of Mallee to enhance drought resilience through the Future Drought Fund. I met with Nicole Burns from the Mallee Sustainable Farming this week, the new chairperson, one of the recipient organisations in this first round of funding. I congratulate Nicole on her new position. MSF will use their grant to create an online learning community to allow farmers to engage in discussion and find solutions to manage soil in drought. Farmers listen to farmers. These forums will provide broadacre farmers in Mallee a platform to engage in forums that draw on the latest evidence-based information to inform how to protect, manage and repair soils before, during and after drought. I also congratulate the Birchip Cropping Group and the Charlton Neighbourhood House, who will also receive funding for their projects from the Future Drought Fund. Local farming leaders, such as Nicole from MSF, are on the front foot when it comes to preparing for the future as the climate changes. Our communities rely on lead organisations to pave the way for sustainable solutions to manage drought.
Thank you. I give the call to member for Lilly.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. To celebrate Youth Voice in Parliament Week this week, I am honoured to give voice to 16-year-old Maddie Sheehan from Earnshaw College in Banyo in my electorate of Lilly. This is Maddie's vision for Australia in 20 years. Growing up, my grandparents loved to tell me stories of their childhood, never missing an opportunity to throw around classic phrases like kids these days or back in my day. And though I don't pretend to know the struggles of the generations that came before me, and I have the utmost sympathy for anyone forced to live in a time before television, it made me realise the world was not always this heavy. My generation is staring down the barrel of an uncertain future, and instead of being excited and hopeful for what it may hold, I would be lying if I said that I was not scared. I am scared to watch as the fires that burned all summer long climb higher and edge closer to home. I am scared because we are in a slow-motion car crash and the brakes are perfectly functional, but we all seem to be asleep at the wheel. I am scared to watch as we rewrite the definition of humanity but refuse to acknowledge that we are all human. But most of all, I am scared that I am right. Please prove me wrong. I am 16 years old. I don't have all the answers, but you have all the power to make change. What side of history will you stand on?
Thank you. I give the call to Member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to give a big shout out to a terrific little community that is returning to the electorate of O'Connor following the federal redistribution of electoral boundaries. Bruce Rock lies in the heart of the WA wheat belt, and their small but cohesive community of just over 1,000 people lives by their Shire motto of where friends become family. I visited Bruce Rock recently, and Shire President Stephen Strange told me about their town's supermarket burning to the ground during the first WA COVID lockdown. With no one able to travel and the nearest grocery store over 50 kilometres away, Shire CEO Darren Molyneux and his council, along with enterprising community groups and individuals, banded together to create a pop-up community supermarket in the town hall. There were donations of fridges and freezers, shelving and labour, and after much ringing around, essential supplies were sourced and trucked the 250 kilometres from Perth, despite the restrictions of lockdown. 18 months on, the original supermarket team, Lisa and Chance, proudly showed me their town hall cum supermarket. Resplendent with a stage and heavy red velvet drapes, their supermarket supplies everyday staples as well as fresh fruit and veggies, pet food and even hardware. The old supermarkets have been demolished and the Shire plan to use their local roads and community infrastructure funding to help it rise like a phoenix from the ashes. The Shire of Bruce Rock team effort has not gone unrecognised, winning a Resilient Australia Award last November and last Friday a State Government Community Achievement Award for making a difference. Congratulations on accolades well deserved.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Gellibrand.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, the voices of young people in our community are often overlooked in this place, and that's why I'm participating in the Raise Our Voice Youth Voice in Parliament campaign this week. Sam from Altona in my electorate is 13. On the eve of COP26, the summit in Glasgow, he has a message for all of us in this place. Sam is a public speaking champion, so I hope I can do him proud in this chamber. Sam's speech begins, "Our wonderful, unique wildlife is dying. You know it's true. You've seen countless statistics roll in, heard hundreds of people speak about the matter, and yet our actions to prevent climate change have been limited, held back by people determined to go against the opposing group, no matter what their policy is. My vision is that in 20 years' time, when I commute to work, I won't feel guilty. I'll be reassured in the knowledge that the transport that I'm using isn't affecting the environment around me. In 20 years' time, it shouldn't matter who's in which party or who believes in what. Decisions should be made for the best of the planet instead of just for personal gain. 20 years into the future, I want to see active, wide-scale efforts to clean up our planet, to reduce and eliminate any further damage from happening. We will be saving species, not losing them. The consequences of your actions and your decisions will be burdened on the youth of this country and the youth of tomorrow. Make your choices wisely, as changes made now could cause irreversible damage." Well done, Sam. I hope to take your message forward in this chamber.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have to say that in all my work as the member for North Sydney, I'm constantly amazed and inspired by the knowledge and enthusiasm of young Australians on issues like protecting our environment. It's certainly a vast improvement from when I was at school, but it does remind me of the fact that the first political act that I undertook myself was to write as an 11 or 12-year-old to the then Labor Minister for Planning and the Environment, the late Paul Lander, to call upon an end to old-growth forest logging. But it's certainly become more sophisticated today, and today I want to pay tribute to Alice Harrington, who lives just outside my electorate, who was motivated by her concerns about climate change to organise a petition which attracted 5,642 signatures, which I will present to the Parliament today and has been approved by the Petition Committee. Alice is deeply passionate about climate change and the environment, but she also has been very novel in the way that she helped organise this petition. It snowballed, and particularly through her use of TikTok to attract interest in the petition. I want to congratulate Alice and all of the other young people that helped sign it. She's a 15-year-old student. I know that her work has made her family very proud, including two constituents of mine, her grandparents, Anne and David Roxburgh. Thank you, Alice, for the work that you're doing. You have every right to be concerned about the future of our environment and our planet, and your efforts will help achieve that outcome.
Thank you. And I give the call to member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I give this speech as part of the Raise Our Voice Youth in Parliament project. Dear members of the 46th Parliament of Australia, my name is Anthony Baltatsis, a 16-year-old studying in the electorate of Jagga Jagga. Today, I would like to address the issue of improving the currently overburdened mental health care system in Australia. In light of COVID-19 lockdowns, the number of people requiring mental health support has severely increased, and it scares me about what the future holds if the current system is left to neglect. My vision for the next 20 years involves an expansion of the public healthcare system, Medicare, to treat mental health care in the same manner as physical health care. Presently, Australia has a major scarcity of mental health professionals, which is growing as many psychologists and psychiatrists are beginning to retire. Hence, more funding needs to be implemented to educate the upcoming generation in this field. I would also like to see an adult version of Kids Helpline be subsidised by the federal government, given that Medicare currently limits free psychology services to 10 sessions. Australia should also increase its funding in support for carers of those with a disability or mental illness, given that they are disproportionately coming from socio-economic disadvantaged backgrounds. In essence, the current mental health care system needs a dire overhaul. I propose that Medicare should be expanded to treat mental illnesses as important as physical illnesses. If we don't act now, a failed mental health system means a failed economy and society. Thanks for listening. Thanks, Anthony, for delivering that speech.
Thank you. Call to member for Benelong.
For over 100 days, we've waited for today. Through lockdown, isolation, missed anniversaries, endless Zoom meetings, confusion, chaos, and this eternal virus, we are finally at the day we've been looking forward to for so many months. New South Wales has hit 80% double vaccination. People across Benelong can today do all the things we've been waiting to do for so long: family reunions, weddings, parties, community sport, playing tennis, even standing up to have a drink are all back on the cards. Life is returning to normal and the sense of relief can be seen everywhere. What's even more exciting is that the first dose is now well above 90%. So in the coming weeks, we will hit that level of double dose and be able to go about our lives in confidence that the worst days of the pandemic are behind us. Our next milestone, 1 November, is when we'll be able to again travel around New South Wales and around the world. It's fantastic to see the new Premier and my state counterpart in Epping, Dominic Perrottet, opening our borders. I hope soon the federal government can similarly allow more than just Australians back into our country. Benelong is one of the most multicultural electorates, and many locals have been separated from their families and friends for too long. So thank you to everybody who's rolled up their sleeves and to every health worker who gave us our jabs. We're clearly in the 5th set now, leading 2 breaks and serving very well.
Thank you. Give the call to member for MacArthur.
I enjoyed that, Andy. Thank you, member for Benelong. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just want to say thank you to my community for what they've done during the pandemic. They've demonstrated the reason why I'm so proud of them. They've shown selflessness, they've shown spirit, and above all, they've shown community. In particular, I want to call out 2 of our locals, or there are really too many to name. The first one is Rose from our Arts Centre cafe. We have a big arts centre at Campbelltown, wonderful cafes serving fantastic food, and Rose and her team have been preparing and serving giving meals to the most disadvantaged in our community, transported by their staff. They've provided hundreds and hundreds of meals free of charge to the most disadvantaged in our community, and I congratulate Rose, her team and the Arts Centre itself for the work they've done in our community. I'd also like to congratulate the Lamandra community pantry. Lamanda is a special school for children with learning and behavioural difficulties, and they've set up a pantry throughout the pandemic to provide food parcels for people who are very disadvantaged, who maybe cannot get out to the shops, cannot afford decent food, and they've provided that on an ongoing basis, again free of charge. So thanks to all in my community for their wonderful spirit. It's been a difficult time during the pandemic for many businesses, but they've shown the spirit that Macarthur is famous for. Thank you.
Thank you, and I give the call to member for Higgins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Ashburton Traders Association in my electorate represent and support a diverse array of businesses, including amazing coffee shops like Mr Brownstone, the friendly local butcher Ashburton Meats, and even the Ashburton Deli, which I just love shopping at. The association proudly supports over 140 businesses, and the committee comprises 11 hardworking and dedicated individuals. Despite the pressure of running their own businesses during the pandemic, the Ashburton Traders Association continued to be a pillar of strength for the Ashburton community. Thank you, President Bob Stensholt, and your amazing committee for being so proactive in these challenging times. The association has worked collaboratively with other trader groups across the city of Boroondara, putting together COVID-safe plans for businesses and even adapting annual events such as the highly anticipated Ashburton's Got Talent event to go online. Congratulations, however, must go to them for nominating Ashburton Village, which is now one of 3 finalists in the Outstanding Management Committee Business Association Trader Group Award category as part of the Main Street Australia Awards. I can't thank them enough for the work that they are doing. The importance of our local main streets to our economy is so incredibly important and can't be underestimated, particularly in these uncertain times. I wish the Ashburton Traders Association the very best of luck and look forward to the awards gala event on November 19 and hearing of your success. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I'll give the call to member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I also rise to speak as part of the Youth Voice in Parliament this week. I have the privilege of delivering a speech by Anjali Bedorov, a 20-year-old university student who lives in the electorate of Werriwa. She says, "My ambition is similar to most young Australians, to own a home. However, this simple goal has become increasingly unfeasible with the current housing affordability crisis. In the last decade, the average price of home ownership has risen exponentially, while the average income has remained stagnant. This has led to a decline in home ownership and a growth in renting. A third of Australians rent. 60% of rental properties are owned by investor landlords that own 2 properties or more. What does this mean for my generation? Well, research suggests an increase in class division. Children of families who don't own a home will experience more difficulty when entering the housing market. Australia needs to develop a national housing strategy where there's more support for those experiencing rental stress, increased funding for social and affordable housing, and implementing a quality audit of existing stock in the next iteration of the National Housing and Homelessness Agreement. As a current renter and a possible future homeowner, my request to Parliament is to make these decisions with the future generation of the housing market in mind. And I thank Angeline for contacting me and to allow me to give this speech.
Thank you, and I give the call to member for Menzies.
Speaker, 2 years ago I managed to secure some $5 million in funding for congestion busting works in Eltham, and I'm pleased that just recently the Nillumbik Shire Council has approved the project and the works will start in March of next year. This project will make the Eltham Activity Centre more pedestrian friendly and reduce congestion. So amongst the things, there is a 40-kilometre speed limit on the Eltham Activity Centre local roads, roundabout improvements, new pedestrian crossings and improved operation of traffic lights to coordinate traffic signals along Main Road. So this is good news for residents in Eltham. I'm delighted to have secured the funding, and now I hope that the Victorian Government, through its planning, will get on with the 200 car parking spaces for Eltham Station, also funding there to go to Nillumbik and to Eltham so that we can improve not just congestion but also the use of public transport.
I thank the member for Menzies. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded, and I ask the clerk to call the next item of business.
Private members' business, notice number 2, motion relating to an integrity commission.
Thank you, and I'm giving the call to the member for Indi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I ask leave of the Federation Chamber to move notice number 2, private member's business, on behalf of the member for Clark.
Is leave granted? Thank you. Leave is granted.
I move the motion relating to an Integrity Commission in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's now been well over 1,000 days since the Prime Minister promised Australians a Federal Integrity Commission. Parliament has just emerged from a 6-week spring recess. You'd be mistaken for assuming the corruption scandals that have plagued this government and the opposition would have taken a spring break too. But no. In a few short weeks, we've seen fresh evidence emerge about the involvement of the member for Holt in the Victorian Labor branch stacking scandal. The IBAC hearings revealed that the member deliberately misused taxpayers' dollars to employ political staff to undertake factional work. Astonishingly, those staff didn't even turn up to the office. This is an insult to democracy and to the taxpayer. We've also seen new evidence of pork barrelling emerge across regional Australia through the $1.38 billion Building Better Regions Fund. Analysis shows 72% of the latest $300 million round went towards Liberal and National Party electorates, and another 16% went to marginal electorates. And the analysis shows that this is disproportionate to the spread of government seats in regional Australia. The member for Mallee admitted a colour-coded spreadsheet was circulated to government MPs, allowing them to push for projects that didn't make the first cut. And that's simply unacceptable for the hard-working community groups and local councils who pored over applications. Without an Integrity Commission, regional Australians simply won't know how hijacked the BBRF is. And we've also seen fresh revelations about the former Attorney-General's unacceptable blind trust arrangements. A sitting member of the House of Representatives who has acknowledged receipt of $1 million from anonymous donors refuses to admit it creates a potential conflict of interest. It's no surprise, then, that the member who operates on such a loose definition of integrity and probity was the same member who drafted the government's completely inadequate Commonwealth Integrity Commission proposal, which would bury any allegations of corruption in political offices rather than air them in public. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter which of the major parties are in government. These scandals still abound. The best way for Australia to achieve a robust Federal Integrity Commission is to come through the middle, through a safe pair of independent hands on the crossbench. Earlier today, I submitted paperwork to reintroduce my robust Australian Federal Integrity Commission bill to the House next Monday. Once it's introduced, I'll seek leave to move to suspend standing orders and bring on a debate and vote of my bill. If leave is granted, it would only need a simple majority. All eyes would then be on government backbenchers. In many of their electorates, over 90% of their constituents are calling for a robust Federal Integrity Commission as soon as possible. Only 2 of them need to cross the floor to break the deadlock. And I know many of them are people of enormous integrity and want to see this happen, and it's time for them to stand with me. If the Leader of the House does not grant leave for a suspension of standing orders, it will be clear the government does not want its backbench to have their say on the floor of Parliament. Just last week, the member for Curtin expressed her support for a sensible public hearing test and a commitment to make the findings of investigations public. I know the member for Curtin is well versed in the public hearings test in my bill, which is just that, sensible. I also welcome recent comments from the member for Wentworth, who I'll meet with this week, about the need for one set of rules of law enforcement and the public sector. That's a core tenet of my bill and one of the Beechworth principles upon which it's founded. As a former diplomat, I'll be pleased to discuss with the member for Wentworth how my bill would enhance Australia's position in the G20, in APEC and United Nations working groups on anti-corruption and transparency. And I'll also be pleased to meet with the member for Higgins, who I know has made her views very clear to the Attorney-General. Earlier today, Senator Rex Patrick also submitted paperwork to introduce my bill into the Senate this week as well. The whole Senate crossbench supports my bill, which the Centre for Public Integrity has rated the best in the nation. And before any MPs jump on this motion and start claiming a robust Integrity Commission bill like mine would tarnish reputations to reckless or lead to reckless public hearings, I want them to admit if they've actually even read the bill I introduced last year, because it's not the same as New South Wales ICAC, which the Prime Minister was so keen to condemn as a star chamber in the wake of the former Premier's resignation. Where were the same criticisms about IBAC from the Prime Minister? Nowhere to be seen. The next election is set to be extraordinarily close. There's every chance that the crossbench could soon hold the balance of power in this place. And you can bet your bottom dollar that I am looking very closely at how honest both sides of politics are when they claim to talk about integrity.
Is the motion seconded?
Deputy Speaker, I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. And so the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Higgins.
I rise to speak to the motion moved by the member for Clark and acknowledge his long-standing interest in this matter and thank the member for Indi for her comments on his behalf. Anyone who picks up the paper these days knows that public trust in governments and other institutions has eroded significantly over the last few decades. No one really knows why that is, but we do know that trust in the integrity of our democracy is key to a democracy's success. The Economy's Democracy Index makes for an interesting read on this issue. It says that fewer than 5% of the world's governments are fully functioning democracies. We are indeed fortunate Australia is one of a handful of countries listed as a full democracy. It says much about how our country provides for basic political freedoms and that civil liberties are respected. The US was downgraded to a flawed democracy in 2016. One of the most important aspects of our high democracy ranking is that we have a political culture conducive to the flourishing of a democracy. Integral to that is ensuring the integrity of those who make the decisions on our behalf, both the lawmakers and the law enforcers of our nation. That is why, Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the Morrison government's commitment to the establishment of a Commonwealth Integrity Commission at the last election. It is a commitment that was made to the Australian people and the one that must be delivered on. This commission will help restore trust and integrity in our public sector, government and elected officials. To this effect, the Morrison government has conducted a nationwide consultation process, drafting legislation for the implementation of Commonwealth Integrity Commission. The consultation has included civil society, academics and key experts across the government and non-government sector. We are determined to get this right. 333 written submissions were received and 47 consultation sessions have been held. The government is now considering this feedback and refining the draft legislation in order for it to be introduced into Parliament, I understand, this year. It is anticipated that following passage through the Parliament, the Commission will commence operations approximately 6 months later. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to see this commitment delivered in full this term and have personally provided feedback on the draft bill to the Attorney-General. My constituents in Higgins have told me how important this is. They also know how important this commitment is and understand the level of methodical and thorough consultation that is required to get this bill right. The Commonwealth Integrity Commission, I believe, should be able to initiate investigations. I also believe the definition of corruption and when referrals need to be made should be looked at more carefully so that there is clarity about when it is appropriate to initiate investigations. Madam Deputy Speaker, I note that in the draft bill, public officials and politicians are treated differently to law enforcement agencies. I want to see the gap between these entities either narrowed or even completely eliminated. But what I do not want to see, Madam Deputy Speaker, is for the Commonwealth Integrity Commission to become a politicised body, a body that could be weaponised against elected officials for political gain. Safeguards are needed to prevent the Commonwealth Integrity Commission from becoming a political monster with unintended consequences. We most certainly need to get the balance right. A crucial element of these reforms to establish a Commonwealth Integrity Commission is the ability for the Commission to formally investigate past conduct and matters occurred prior to its commencement. We have had an undertaking that from the government. This will include over 145 criminal offences that currently exist in legislation, including bribing of an elected official, fraud, abuse of office and falsification of documents. The Commission will have more power than a Royal Commission. This is in line with fundamental principles of our justice system. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is worth mentioning that on this side of the House, we know that to have an Integrity Commission that is powerful, independent and effective, it must be properly funded. The government has already put in place the funding required for when the Commonwealth Integrity Commission legislation is passed. To this point, it is that the Morrison government has already committed $106 million of new money to the Commonwealth Integrity Commission in last year's budget, in preparation for the CIC to be established. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is so important that we get the balance right for Australians and for Australia and for our democracy. It's so that we can have confidence that the Commonwealth Integrity Commission will operate effectively. Indeed, it is important to the ongoing integrity of Australia's democracy, and I welcome the debate that is currently taking place. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Clark, joining us by video conference today.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the community has been calling for a strong and independent federal integrity body for years, and it's devastating that the one proposed by the federal government falls so short of what's so desperately needed. Indeed, I'm so concerned by what's on the table that I go so far as to say that the government's proposal will do nothing to promote integrity within government and instead actually foster corruption and facilitate its cover-up. Deputy Speaker, there's simply no denying that secrecy breeds corruption, and that for any federal integrity agency to be effective, it's vital that hearings are public for all of the public sector. However, the government's proposal actually prevents public hearings into allegations of corruption involving most of the public sector, effectively creating a two-tiered system, one in which law enforcement officers are subject to public scrutiny, but the majority, including politicians, are not. Surely, Deputy Speaker, there must be a common set of rules and procedures for all public officials, and this must include public hearings. Moreover, Deputy Speaker, the definition of corruption in the government's proposal is way too narrow because the Integrity Agency would be unable to investigate and pursue matters unless there is reasonable suspicion that a crime has been committed. And this would mean that certain forms of corruption, such as undisclosed conflicts of interest, may quite simply go unchecked. Clearly, this is wrong. Clearly, the scope of any integrity agency must extend beyond criminal offences to a range of corrupt and unethical behaviour, including donation-fuelled favouritism, cronyism and the rorting of parliamentary entitlement. Also, Deputy Speaker, the threshold in the government's proposal, requiring a reasonable suspicion that a crime has been committed, is again way too high and would effectively paralyse the Federal Integrity Agency, as it will be restrained from investigating a matter which, on face value, may not meet the threshold. The proposed agency also fails to recognise that, in most circumstances, criminal conduct will only be revealed through a thorough investigation. Furthermore, Deputy Speaker, the government's integrity agency will also be prevented from launching its own investigations and instead can only act upon referrals from other agencies, including the Attorney-General, ministers, designated office holders and parliamentarians in certain circumstances. So public service whistleblowers and members of the public will be unable to make complaints regarding the public sector directly to the agency, which is obviously concerning because corruption and wrongdoing are often facilitated by those in high-ranking positions. Deputy Speaker, all we have to do is look at the evidence to see the importance of direct referrals from the community. Sports rorts, car parks, the Leppington Triangle, Jamland scandal and the continual misuse of parliamentary entitlements, to name just a few. Moreover, history has shown us that high-ranking officials may disregard allegations brought to them rather than pursue or investigate. A perfect example being the lack of effective action taken by high-ranking officials within the ADF in response to Major David McBride's internal reports about command failings and deliberate blindness to the conduct of the war in Afghanistan. Alarmingly, Deputy Speaker, the government's proposal also would prevent and deter whistleblowers from making disclosures about suspected wrongdoings within the public sector. Indeed, whistleblowers would even risk prosecution for making unwarranted allegations despite current whistleblower protections. Deputy Speaker, Australia already has unacceptably low protections for whistleblowers, and we should be working towards strengthening, not eroding them. So any federal integrity agency must be able to act on its own accord and act on information provided by whistleblowers and members of the public. Preventing it from doing so will not instill public confidence in the system and greatly will restrict its ability to investigate wrongdoings. Deputy Speaker, the Australian public's trust in politicians and the parliamentary process is obviously at an all-time low, and it's up to all of us in this place to turn that around, starting with rebuilding a culture of integrity and creating the physical mechanism to restore the community's confidence in its political representatives. To that end, the government must either support the Australian Federal Integrity Commission Bill 2020, introduced by the member for Indi, or the National Integrity Commission Bill 2018, number 2, introduced by Senator Larissa Waters. Alternatively, the government must listen to the community and completely overhaul its dodgy integrity agency proposal. To do anything less will just go and make a dreadful situation even worse. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Bass.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, once again, I rise to speak on this issue for the third time in less than a year and my second time in less than 3 months. It's incredibly important to me personally that a bill be introduced as soon as possible, and I've sought assurances from the government that this legislation will come before Parliament before the year is out. I thank Minister Cash for her continuing engagement with me on this critical bill. And again, I would like to thank both the member for Indi and the members for Clark for their considered work on this matter and for our ongoing constructive discussions on legislation that truly should and indeed must cross the political divide. I also certainly hope that the views I've expressed previously on this issue have made it clear that I want to see a robust integrity commission that will assist in restoring public confidence. The trust of our constituency is paramount. In the biggest health crisis that our country has faced, we have asked much of our communities across the country in order to keep everyone around us safe. Thankfully, with a very few exceptions, those constituents have respected and complied with measures that we couldn't have imagined would be a reality less than 2 years ago. We cannot and must not take this trust for granted. In recent years, the trust of our country in their elected officials has eroded. And although as a country we are ranked as one of the least corrupt countries in the world, ranking equal 11th place with Canada, the UK and Austria, there are some worrying signs. So a report from the Scanlon Foundation at the end of 2020 found that there was a temporary upswing in faith in the federal government last year due to handling of the pandemic. Transparency International Australia has reported that Australians' faith in democracy has plummeted from 86% in 2007 to 41% in 2018. Alarmingly, 20 years ago, around 70% of Australians felt that their vote made a difference. Now only 58% do. If this trend continues, by 2025 we would see fewer than 10% of Australians trusting their politicians and political institutions. We shouldn't deem this satisfactory. It is clear that strong democratic reform is needed. As I've also previously stated, the establishment of a solid integrity commission is one that requires a bipartisan approach. Anything less is, in my view, counterintuitive to enhancing trust and confidence. My fear is that the path to establishing a commission will become politicised. Let's be clear that just like other issues of late, including discussions around women's safety, there is not one side of politics that has the moral high ground on this. And the more political it becomes, the greater the risk of inertia, and we fall further away from creating what needs to be a robust institution that will be essential to ensuring the integrity of our public sector, our government and our elected officials. I sincerely hope that there is a willingness by all sides to truly put the politics aside and work together in the interest of all Australians. We must get this right. It is not only critical due to the scale of the reform needed, but so that Australians can have confidence that the Commission will operate effectively. I fully support the government undertaking extensive consultation on the draft legislation, which included civil society academics and key experts across the government and non-government sectors. I too have consulted widely on this matter to ensure that we get this right. I understand that the feedback is still being considered in order to inform further refinement of the draft legislation. However, there are just 4 sitting weeks left for 2021. Once passed, the Commission would commence operations approximately 6 months later. So we must end the year with upholding a promise made to the Australian people and present a draft bill that meets the expectations of those who put their trust in us. If this continues to be politicised, we will end up in a dire situation where no model would be acceptable, and this is frankly unthinkable. As with so many other issues that arise in Parliament, I believe that there really is more that unites us than divides us. I urge everyone in our Parliament to think about the role that they can and should play to ensure that the final legislation is what is best for reinforcing our democracy for years to come, instead of what may be best for individual short-term political gain. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the motion be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Macarthur.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And look, I would like to congratulate the member for Clark and also the member for Indi for bringing this motion to the Parliament. But I must say, I do ask myself, what do those in the government benches have to hide? The Prime Minister, 1,000 days ago, said that he would bring a National Integrity Bill to the Parliament. And we have had nothing. We've had nothing. Well, this is my third job. There are many more I can think of you should do right as well, including climate policy, but we won't go there. Those opposite have deemed this unnecessary for reasons I don't understand. History teaches us, certainly coming from New South Wales, that politicians are human beings, and like other human beings, they are prey to the frailties of the human race. Since the days of Paddy Crick in New South Wales, a New South Wales lands minister who accepted bribes for land parcels given to people of poor repute and other people in the community just for bribes. The days of Rex Jackson, a Labor member of Parliament who ended up in jail for accepting bribes to get people out of jail quickly. I grew up in the Askin years in New South Wales, when Bob Askin let illegal casinos flourish in New South Wales by turning a blind eye for bribes. He was a bank teller, yet he left an estate of many millions of pounds when he died. So there's no doubt that we need a National Integrity Commission that has teeth and will work in a way that can restore confidence in the political process in Australia. We've had sports rorts, car park rorts, rorts of every kind. The New South Wales, ex-New South Wales Premier thought pork barrelling was fine, that everyone could do it and it was fine. After deliberately misleading the public in the last election, this government has done nothing to bring about transparency and stamp out the rorts that have been occurring. They blatantly refuse to be held to account. They blatantly refuse to bring forward a bill that would put in place an integrity commission with teeth. And this place should have no tolerance for corruption, and it should have no tolerance for immoral actions, and it should have no tolerance for rorting. There are ample members of this chamber on this side, in the crossbenches and indeed in the government, who stand for integrity and transparency in government and want to have an integrity commission. If successful at the next election, of course, a Labor government will establish a powerful, transparent and independent National Anti-Corruption Commission as a priority. It's a time that we put an end to the Morrison government's shameful inaction and lack of transparency. We believe it is now long past time for a Commonwealth body to be established to tackle corruption in federal government and in federal politics. We need a National Anti-Corruption Commission that will operate with all the independence, powers and resources of a standing Royal Commission. It's no good having a body that has no teeth. It is no good having a body that hasn't the independent power of investigation. We don't want the weak proposal that the government has put forward and failed to deliver. A successful commission will need to have a broad jurisdiction to investigate and hold to account Commonwealth ministers, senior public surgeons, statutory office holders, government agencies, parliamentarians, personal staff of politicians and other Commonwealth public officials. We have seen so much money wasted on rorting and wasted on really questionable policies. After 8 long years in office, the Liberals have failed to take any action to tackle corruption, to tackle transparency in government policy, and has left the Commonwealth the only Australian government without a body dedicated to tackling corruption by public officials. The Morrison government's refusal to honour its election promise to establish an anti-corruption commission is allowing government ministers to avoid being held to account, and indeed allowing people of other political parties to be held to account. I quite agree with the member for Bass. This needs to be bipartisan and needs to have a clearly full support across the parliament. If the government is going to be held to account for the scandals that they've produced, and if the opposition is to be held to account for what they do, we need an anti-corruption commission with teeth, and one that will deliver policies that all Australians can see transparency and community justice for. It's time we put an end to the Morrison government's shameful inaction. Thank you.
Time has expired. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I do want to thank the members for Indi and the member for Clark for putting this on the motion paper, and also recognise the work that they have both done over several years, or many years during their times in Parliament, to advance this cause. And I don't doubt their goodwill or the integrity with which they've pursued this and their good intentions. I've come slowly to accept the need to act in this space. I was a federal public servant for some 17 years before entering Parliament, and during my time in the federal public service I saw nothing but the highest standards of probity and good conduct, and where that was absent, for any reason, those matters were dealt swiftly with. So I can't say that I saw a pressing need upon entering the Parliament to advance this agenda. But I have, over time, come to accept that there is a need to act, and as much as anything to restore, or to address at least, the loss of public faith in our institutions, and particularly in the federal Parliament. And I have heard from constituents, but also the broader public, and it's reflected in polling and other data that shows that distrust in our system of government is at a higher level than it has been in some time. And that does worry me, because I'm a believer in our system of government and our democracy, and if the people do not trust it to act in their best interest, then ultimately it means that it's right for some sort of dramatic or revolutionary change, which I'd rather not see. So I do accept that there is a need to act here, and accept that there is a need to establish a Federal Integrity Commission or a Commonwealth Integrity Commission to reassure the public or address concerns the public might have about the conduct and the behaviour of their federal elected representatives and the federal public service more broadly. That said, though, I'm also cautious about the design, because any time we introduce changes to our system of government, you always have to be mindful of unintended consequences and changes in the balance of power, if you like, between competing institutions, and how it might change the very nature of government. And not surprisingly, being from the conservative side of politics, I tend to be an incrementalist when it comes to these things. I don't favour dramatic change. I tend to favour small and piecemeal change and adjusting as need be to address concerns. So I think, with that caveat in mind, it's important, in my view, that we make sure we have safeguards in any new Integrity Commission. A safeguard, firstly, to ensure protections for the accused, if you like we expect in all walks of life, that the rights of the innocent are protected. People are entitled to due process. People are entitled to see evidence presented against them. People are entitled to confront their accusers. The rule of law expectations, if you like, rule of law or due process that we expect elsewhere. We need to make sure that any new Integrity Commission has similar safeguards, but particularly mindful that we're playing with people's reputations here. I think we need to recognise the damage that can be done with those things. And the other important safeguard or caveat I put on there is to make sure that decision-making in our democratic system of government resides where it's meant to reside, and that is that elected representatives who are directly accountable to the public for the decision-making at the ballot box are able to continue to take those decisions, and provided they are done in good faith, in accordance with the law, then ultimately it's the voters who should be deciding whether those decisions were the right ones or the ones they would support, rather than an unelected body. Now, I'm also acutely aware, Deputy Speaker, that there is not one single model of Integrity Commission out there. Every state and territory jurisdiction that has one in Australia has quite a different model on offer, and they fall across the spectrum in terms of the ability to initiate prosecutions, to the level of privacy or publicity afforded to hearings, to the protections for the accused. And I do agree that there's a number of elements to consider here in a Commonwealth Integrity Commission, and I think we can draw wisdom from a number of the different state experiences, and we can also draw wisdom from the member for Indi's private members bill that she's put forward on this, and her own contributions to that. Who is covered by this? I do accept, well, obviously all federal government members should be covered, including elected representatives, but I am of the view that I would prefer to see a single class of people rather than two different classes. I accept that law enforcement officials have unique powers under our constitutional and legal arrangements, and they need to be held to a higher standard in the exercise of those powers because they are unique. But I think it would be neater and more more logical and coherent if we have a single coverage of all federal government and federal parliamentarians. What is covered? I think it's important that we recognise that corruption needs to be covered, but I don't want to see a new Commission of Integrity second-guess the judgments of elected representatives. I want to make sure it's genuine corruption that's covered by this. I commend the member for Indi for advancing this debate.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Eden-Monaro.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I also want to thank the member for Clark and the member for Indi for bringing this motion forward for discussion. But it is an absolute joke that more than 1,000 days since the Prime Minister promised to pass legislation to create a strong and independent Federal Integrity Commission, we are here yet again debating that very thing. The government has failed to act, and now they are backtracking. Instead of creating a National Anti-Corruption Commission with teeth, they are proposing the weakest watchdog in the country, with hearings for all politicians and public servants being held behind closed doors, no transparency on findings, and penalties for whistleblowers. It's no surprise, though, when the Deputy Prime Minister equated the New South Wales ICAC with the Spanish Inquisition and said politicians are basically terrified to do their job. I can confidently say that a fully funded and effective federal integrity watchdog doesn't scare me one bit. When I was the Mayor of Bega Valley, Council had and still does have zero tolerance to fraud and corruption. There is a legislated code of conduct, and I was aware that all complaints made against councillors or staff would be investigated thoroughly. If there was evidence of serious wrongdoing, it would be reported to the New South Wales Police, the New South Wales Ombudsman or the New South Wales Independent Commission Against Corruption. These investigative bodies don't scare people who do the right thing. Never while I was there was I worried that I would be investigated by ICAC. This government fears implementing a watchdog with teeth because they are frightened that they may be bitten by it. Time and time again, this government has abused taxpayers' money, and now they're worried that a Federal Anti-Corruption Commission will mean they can no longer just sweep things under the rug, that rather than moving on and hoping the Australian public would forget, that they would actually need to be accountable. And we know accountability is something the Morrison government knows nothing about. Who was accountable for sports rorts? Who was accountable for commuter car park rorts? For Watergate? For paying 10 times the valuation for airport land? For all of those colour-coded spreadsheets which treat taxpayer funds as the coalition re-election slush fund? Sitting on the backbench, we have the member for Pearce who refuses to disclose who his donors are after having received up to $1 million for a private legal matter. In fact, instead of investigating and holding his colleagues accountable, the Prime Minister simply promotes MPs with question marks over their heads. Just last month, the member for Hume was promoted, even though we still have no answers regarding the alleged forged documents in relation to Clover Moore and the City of Sydney. I used to believe our existing frameworks for accountability were sufficient. I don't think that anymore, and that's as a direct result of this Prime Minister's lack of leadership. The government has tarnished the conventions that underpin our democracy. The idea of parliamentary accountability is gone. Ministers are supposed to be accountable to the Australian people. Parliament is meant to ensure accountability, and when there are huge questions about whether parliamentarians are operating with integrity, it is the Prime Minister's duty to investigate and appropriately deal with the situation. Yet, we haven't seen that. The Australian public deserves to know that decisions over grant funding are made based on merit, rather than the political interests of those in power. And the public needs to know that when rorts are discovered, that someone will be held accountable. You need to look at the Prime Minister's response to the former Premier's of New South Wales resignation, where he said, well, this demonstrates we shouldn't have a strong National Integrity Commission. It's no surprise that the government's proposed Commonwealth Integrity Commission is another half-baked idea when you have the Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister who go out of their way to criticise and demonise an independent body investigating corruption at the state level. The government should be committed to stamping out corruption at all levels. When I meet with my constituents, time and time again people raise with me their strong desire to see a national, well-funded, wide-ranging independent corruption commission. And every single time it is brought up, they say they do not trust that the government is acting with integrity. They want truth in political advertising. They want a federal ICAC. They want to know that we have people working in Parliament who are truly working in their best interests. It's a sad state of affairs when many Australians do not trust our politicians. An Integrity Commission will start to rebuild that trust. We need an anti-corruption commission to do what Scott Morrison refuses to do, to make sure politicians are serving in the interests of the people, not serving their own interests.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Perth.
I guess I shouldn't be surprised that there's not another government speaker on this motion. What this government has failed to do over the course of this term and under this Prime Minister in not legislating any form of federal anti-corruption body is embarrassing, and it lets down the people of Australia. This government went to the 2019 election promising they would do exactly that. And while they might blame the member for Pearce, who has promised it and then was unable to deliver it, even though he had 1,000 days to do so, it is inexcusable that this government has failed to deliver any meaningful action. Because it's not just about catching things after they happen. The point I want to make in the contribution to this debate is that a strong, powerful anti-corruption body also has a very important education and prevention mandate. It is so often lost that we talk about a body that will look in the rear vision mirror and sort of find out what happened in the past, or that it will scare people, when actually, when these bodies are constructed well, they make sure that we educate and prevent corrupt activity from happening. If you look at the recommendations of the OECD, who have published extensively about this, they say that it's essential, if you want to have a good ethical government process, that you need to have prevention. And they say, quote, communicating standards within public organisations is necessary. They say, continue to say, education is essential for disseminating integrity standards and norms. And if we don't invest in that education, then we'll continue to see the sorts of sports rorts and failures to disclose and people pretending that is somehow a completely acceptable way of behaving, because it's all that people have seen. It's all that they know. It's the culture that is accepted within the political party known as the Liberal Party and the National Party, who currently run our government. And I also want to commend the work that Griffith University and Transparency International have done when it comes to this question of making sure that any anti-corruption body is one that takes their education and prevention role seriously. Their report on Australia's national integrity system, which showed that our national integrity system has far too many gaps, said, quote, Australian anti-corruption agencies, including the new federal agency, can only fulfil their mandate as integrity commissions if properly equipped and required to fulfil a clear prevention mandate and coordinate prevention-focused activities. And if you look at the necessity of prevention-focused activities, it is clear in what this government does on a weekly and daily basis. These bodies have different names around the place. There's the ICAC, the IBAC, we've got the CCC in Western Australia. Indeed, a Corruption Crime Commission that when the member for Pearce was the Attorney-General in Western Australia, he watered down. So he has form on this, and I'd encourage anyone who's looking at wondering why did the member for Pearce fail to actually legislate for a Corruption and Crime Commission or for a federal anti-integrity body. Well, just look at his record when he wasn't building up $40 billion of state debt, which was his record as Treasurer in Western Australia. When he was Attorney-General, the member for Pearce actually watered down the Corruption and Crime Commission. And I think it's just very concerning for Western Australians when they think about the sorts of things that this body might look into. I've expressed in this place a number of times my concerns about this government's deep and close connections to Clive Palmer. We saw those deep and close connections that this government has with Clive Palmer expressed when they went and paid $1 million of his legal bills because the former Attorney-General chose to support Clive Palmer's bid in the High Court to tear down the WA border in the peak of a global pandemic. Then if you look at the more recent challenges that we have around the use of a blind trust. Now, this is something that I've had a number of constituents write to me about, expressing concern, saying, where do we go What do we do with our concerns about this blind trust? And it's very clear there isn't a body that they can appropriately refer as a member of the general public their concerns to. And it just is completely disrespectful to the people of Australia that they have no anti-corruption body. We've got one at every state and territory. As I often say to my local councillors, I've got 5 local councillors in the electorate of Perth. Because of this government's failure, those local councillors are under more public scrutiny from anti-corruption bodies than those of us in the Federal Parliament of Australia.
The honourable member's time has expired. The time allotted for this debate has also expired. The member for the clerk, in fact.
Private members' business. Notice number 3, Australian Reading Hour. Motion to be moved on behalf of the member for Moreton.
The member for Macquarie.
Thank you. I ask leave of the Federation Chamber to move notice number 3, private members' business, on behalf of the member for Moreton.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Thank you. Member for Macquarie.
I move the motion relating to Australian Reading Hour in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
Member for Macquarie.
Deputy Speaker, the ability of books to transport us has never been more important than in 2021, when the only places we could go to were in our imagination. After fires, floods, COVID, more floods, and then, like the rest of Greater Sydney, 4 months of lockdown, it's no wonder people from my electorate in the Blue Mountains and Hawkesbury sought refuge in books. One of the moments of lightness in my week has been the Megalong Bookstore's weekly quiz on Instagram. Thank goodness no one else sees your scores. The independent bookshops in my electorate will be pleased that they can now have the doors open again and people walking in and browsing. I was the kid with the torch reading 7 Little Australians under the bed covers, hoping my mother wouldn't notice as she walked down the hallway. I'm one of those people who has to read a few pages of a novel before I fall asleep, although it's more likely to be a self-lit Kindle these days. So in the 10th year of the Australian Reading Hour, on September the 14th, I shared one of my favourite books with my community on social media, Boy Swallows Universe, and I asked my local bookworms for their recommendations. Well, I was overwhelmed from many other people also singing the praises of the exceptionally talented Trent Dalton, through to the recommendations for Australian authors like Leanne Moriarty, Kristen Hanna, to Deborah Oswald. Literally hundreds of people took to social media to comment on what they were reading and what they liked about their books, including, I might add, the Shadow Minister for Women, who also loved Boy Swallows Universe. We even had talk about books that were yet to be published, like local author Victoria Brookman's Burnt Out. And I have an advanced copy of that I can't wait to get started. My post sparked so many conversations between strangers who found something in common. It helped people find a connection with each other while we were being forced by a global pandemic to be physically apart. I hope it helps some people perhaps feel a little less lonely. And that is the beauty of books. That small interaction really was proof that books can be an escape from the worries of everyday life. We can get lost walking in someone else's shoes and for a few precious minutes forget about the homeschooling or the working from the home or the not working. We can all empathise with others. The statistics bear out the anecdotal evidence. Last year, during the first wave of lockdowns, the Australian Institute of Family Studies noted a 30% increase in the number of Australians reading books. Maybe we'd worked out that reading reduces stress by 68% and works faster than listening to music, playing a video game or going for a walk. Deputy Speaker, my community is filled not just with readers, but also with writers. The Blue Mountains is home to Varuna, the National Writers' House, arguably the country's leading development place for literature. People go there to create wonderful stories. Originally the home of writers Eleanor Dark and Dr. Eric Dark, Varuna's house and gardens were gifted to the Australian public in 1989 by their son Mick to be used as a retreat for writers. More than 200 writers participate in residence and professional development programs at Varuna every year, with hundreds more readers and writers taking part in workshops, programs and literary events. I was very pleased to be able to help support Varuna's work in 2020, helping them secure funding through the Volunteer Grants Program. The Blue Mountains Writers' Festival is a highlight of the Varuna calendar each year, and it should be happening this week. We will miss it, but Varuna has continued to support our writers, recently announcing the 29 winners of its residential fellowship for 2022, from more than 440 submissions received. I congratulate all those who were successful and the team who've continued to support writers online through this pandemic. Deputy Speaker, the theme for 2021 Australian Reading Hour was Stories That Matter, and I'd like to end on a story that really matters to the many creatives living in my electorate, the loss of income that they've experienced through the pandemic. While book sales went up, the events that helped them earn income went down, and the Australian Society of Authors found 53% of authors and illustrators had lost events income. So it's not been an easy ride. I'd urge everybody to take the time to explore the world through a book, especially an Australian book. Support our local authors, support our arts and publishing industry. Your mind will grow, your spirit will grow, and you might just learn something about yourself.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Oh, no, I'm after a seconder. Is the motion seconded? I thank the member for Werriwa.
I reserve my right to speak.
I thank the member for Werriwa, and I give the call to the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for Moreton for raising this motion. I was raised with books. While I wasn't raised by books, books certainly played a pivotal role in my childhood and undoubtedly sparked my imagination and shaped my development, my understanding of the world and of others within it, my dreams and my goals. Enid Blyton was with me from an early age, from The Faraway Tree, The Wishing Chair, through The Secret Seven, Famous Five, Mallory Towers, Twins of St Clair's, on to other authors which included the Trixie Belden and Nancy Drew series. Australian classics, Seven Little Australians, the Nora of Billabong series, Picnic at Hanging Rock, May Gibbs's Snugglepot and Cuddle Pie. Like many, there are books which helped shape me and played an indelible role in my teen years as well. The Diary of Anne Frank, To Kill a Mockingbird, Lord of the Flies, The Outsiders, The Bell Jar, 1984, and anything by Jane Austen. As is noted in the wording of the motion moved by the member for Moreton, himself both a prolific reader and writer, reading books has the capacity to not only broaden our minds and increase our knowledge, it can also help with improving our overall well-being. It has been said that 30 minutes of reading has similar psychological effects as 30 minutes of yoga. Reading is shown with considerable less pain. Reading is shown to reduce stress by 68% by lowering your heart rate and your blood pressure. It can also help alleviate symptoms of depression, as feelings of isolation can be lessened by switching away from your own world to an imagined one. In fact, regular readers are 28% less likely to report feelings of depression. I also note that reading is recommended as part of a healthy, regular sleep routine because the lowering of your heart rate and blood pressure can act as a physical and mental wind down to the day, allowing your body to transition to sleep. I would note a word of caution on this, however, because there have been many times when I have been so caught up in a book that I've continued to read just another chapter before switching off the light. Such is the danger of a really great book that it doesn't necessarily always lead to better or longer sleep. Australia Reads is a not-for-profit joint initiative of a number of organisations which actively promotes the joy, the pleasure and the benefits to be had in reading books. In addition to providing excellent resources, including recommended reading lists, for the last 10 years, Australia Reads has been promoting the annual Australian Reading Hour, with the goal of highlighting the importance of reading in transforming lives. Held on Tuesday, 14th of September, it encouraged all Australians to set aside just 1 hour to read, whatever they wanted, wherever they were located, and however they chose to read. This year's theme celebrated stories that matter, acknowledging the vital role reading plays in both our childhood and our adult lives. The book which I was reading during Australian Reading Hour is, without any doubt at all, truly a story that matters. The Happiest Man on Earth by Eddie Jaku. This is Eddie's memoir, chronicling his extraordinary tale of survival, escaping a death march from Auschwitz towards the end of World War II, moving to Australia in the 1950s, settling down, having a family, and dedicating his life to teaching about the dangers of intolerance and the importance of hope. Eddie died just last week at the age of 101, and this is a huge loss for all. But because of his book, his legacy and his inspiration to all of us will live on. And to that end, I want to finish with the final words from Eddie Jaku's book. 75 years ago, I never thought that I would have children, grandchildren and great-grandchildren. I was at the bottom of humanity, and now here I am. So after you put this book down, please remember to take time to appreciate every moment of your life, the good, the bad. Sometimes there will be tears, sometimes there will be laughter. And if you are lucky, there will be friends to share it all with, as I have known throughout my life. Please, every day, remember to be happy and to make others happy too. Make yourself a friend to the world, and do this for your new friend, Eddie. Eddie, rest in peace. Thank you.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and you've got a tough act to follow there. The member for Moreton has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I speak to you from Sunnybank on Yuggera and Turrbal lands, and I especially thank the wonderful member for Macquarie for moving this motion on my behalf, and the member for Curtin for her lovely words. Since 2017, I've been co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of Australian Books and Writers with Senator Hughes. When we could, we'd meet face-to-face in Parliament. This friendship group had some memorable events. Trent Dalton attended one of our early events and spoke about his then new book, The Boy Swallows Universe, and what a treat that was. In 2018, we had an event to announce the shortlisted authors for the Miles Franklin Award. As a group, we were really gathering steam, and then 2020 hit and everything stopped. Everything except reading. If ever there was a time when we all needed our books, as the previous speaker said, these last 2 years have been it. Whether you've reread old favourites or found new friends, what a breadth of, through new authors, books have been a lifeline for so many Australians. Australian Reads is the leading not-for-profit initiative to promote reading in Australia. Their mission is to get more people reading more books more often. They're passionate about Australian reading because they know through decades of research how reading improves people's well-being, improves cohesion in our community and stimulates growth in the economy. We know that reading books reduces stress by 68%, more quickly than listening to music or playing video games or walking. For 10 years, Australian Reading Hour has been the signature showcase for Australian Reads. Authors, booksellers, educators, libraries and publishers all celebrate the importance of reading in transforming lives. This year, Australian Reading Hour was celebrated on the 14th of September while we're in the winter recess, which is why we're talking about this a little bit late this year. The theme was Stories That Matter, and I wanted to share the top 10 stories that matter to me. It's always difficult to come up with just 10 Australian novels that matter, but it did make me realise what a breadth of talent we have spread across this great brown land of ours. Incredible authors whose stories have not only changed lives here in Australia, but all around the world. I won't list all the 10 books again. You can come to my social media to check them out, but I will tell you what was my #1 Australian stories that matters to me, and that's Tim Winton's Cloud Street, a book I still love and that I could read again and again. This Miles Franklin Award-winning novel is recognised as one of the greatest works of Australian literature. And I'm not the only one who thinks Cloud Street's a special novel. Here's a quote from the wonderful Mem Fox, a living treasure herself and obviously best-selling writer. "If you have not read Cloud Street, your life is diminished. If you have not met these characters, this generous community, these tragedies, the humour, it is so wonderful." Thank you, Mem. You can just hear the pure joy in that quote from Mem Fox. It captures Tim Winton's work so perfectly. Make sure you read it. Reading books is such a special treat, but sharing our love of books with each other brings its own special delight. A love of books and reading is the best gift you can give your child. Research tells us that literacy skills don't just create educational gains, they promote strong family relationships, improved health choices, and employability. But what is really interesting is that reading for pleasure has been revealed as the most important indicator of the future success of a child. I say that as a teacher. It's really that important. Now, I mentioned Mem Fox earlier. Mem's books are often an Australian child's first experience of books and reading. Mem Fox has written more than 40 books for children, including one written in 1983 that I think is pretty much read by nearly every Australian child, Possum Magic. A delightful book that I read to my two boys. What an amazing contribution Mem Fox has made to educating Australian children. And I'm also incredibly pleased to report that she's not done yet. Mem has just released a new children's book called Cat Dog with acclaimed illustrator Mark Teague. And I'm actually a little bit envious, Deputy Speaker, that I don't have children young enough to be enthralled by a new Mem Fox book. But I'm sure it will spark that passion for books and reading like all of Mem's books. I'd like to thank Australia Reads for their passion, their collaboration across the industry with public libraries, authors and illustrators, booksellers and publishers to get more Australians reading more books more often is infectious. My love of books and all things literature has been with me all my life, but every year the Australian Reading Hour initiatives makes me think again about the wonderful books I've read and the ones I still have on my reading list to tick off.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Bass.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Pig was a pug, and I'm sorry to say he would often tell lies just to get his own way. And when he would fib, he would be awfully clever. When Pig got in trouble, he would always blame Trevor. And so begins Pig the Fibber, just one in a very funny series of books about a rather mischievous pug from Australian author Aaron Blaby. This was the book of choice read by my youngest daughter Molly for Australian Reading Hour on September 14th. To be able to read is a joy, and learning to read can set up a lifelong love with the written word, where we understand the power of a book and the feelings it can evoke. I'm sure many of us here have a list of favourite books that have resonated with us for various reasons. Breath by Tim Winton, an author beloved by many Australians, is a personal favourite. My island state, and in particular the northern Tasmanian region, has an ever-growing list of wonderfully talented writers. In recent years, Launceston's Rowan Wilson and Robbie Arnott have become well-known names, penning award-winning novels. For Wilson, he had a start that most authors would dream of, with his first book, The Roving Party, beating out all other unpublished manuscripts in Australia to win the Vogel Award in 2011. Rowan himself admitted that it was the first thing of substance he had ever written, and says, "When I entered the award, I didn't even know if I could write." Wilson has since gone on to write 2 additional award-winning novels, To Names Those Lost and Daughter of Bad Times. Robbie Arnott's debut novel, Flames, was shortlisted for the Miles Franklin Award and won the Margaret Scott Prize in the 2019 Tasmanian Premier's Literary Prize, and followed up this year with The Rain Heron, which has been nominated for multiple accolades and has taken out the Age Book of the Year. The Launceston writer Robin Friend, author of a number of works including Eva and the Butterfly Stalker, her many years of dedication to the writing community and mentoring new writers, particularly in Tasmania, was recognised a few years ago with a nomination from the Society of Women Writers Tasmania for the prestigious Alice Award. The award acknowledges a significant contribution to Australian literature, and Robin was most certainly a worthy nominee. As the member for Moreton noted in his speech, COVID-19 has interrupted many literary festivals across the country. In northern Tasmania, the popular biennial Tamar Valley Writers' Festival was sadly cancelled in 2020 due to the pandemic. Looking ahead to 2022, where a fully fledged 3-day festival is planned, the committee banded together to create a smaller pop-up festival in September called Word of Mouth. This included the world premiere of Marjorie Unravelled, a musical about Tasmania's answer to Dame Edna, Marjorie Bligh. There were also school workshops with authors Lyndon Riggle and Kyle Perry, plus a day of writing and storytelling events at Tamar Valley Resort. Book clubs with morning tea, an editing workshop and a panel discussion on crime writing with award-winning script writers and authors, including Vicky Madden, Kyle Perry, Alan Carter and Tansy Rayner Roberts. Committee member Joanna Baker-Dowdall told me it was designed to be like a tasting plate of storytelling, conversation and performances. But we also hoped it will keep everyone's spirits up when we had so much being cancelled or changed due to COVID. I would encourage anyone interested to check out the festival's own podcast, where Lyndon Riggle and Annie Warburton talk to Tasmanian authors, playwrights, comedians, poets and editors about their works, how they draw inspiration from Tasmania and what's in store for them. This can be found on the festival's website page at www.tamarvalleyWritersFestival.com.au/podcast. I'd also like to take this time to acknowledge the role that our local libraries play in our communities. Across northern Tasmania, the Beaconsfield, Bridport, Exeter, Georgetown, Launceston, Lilydale, Ravenswood and Scottsdale libraries all play a critical role in ensuring that books are accessible to all. Our libraries also offer so much more than providing free books, offering courses, literacy programs, school holiday programs and more. And a big congratulations to the Launceston Library on its recent 50th birthday celebrations. Finally, if you're looking to purchase a book, I would encourage you to put your money behind your local small business bookstore and encourage everyone to visit australiareads.org.au.
The honourable member's time has expired. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Fremantle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm very glad to speak to this motion and to speak up for the joys and benefits, and I'd say the necessity of reading, to speak up for the centrality of stories and storytelling in everything from identity to entertainment, from problem solving to politics, and to speak up for Australian writers and Australian publishers. If I was to make a list of things that have been essential to me, reading would probably rank just behind the basic human needs of food, water, shelter and love. Without reading, I would have struggled in terms of my education and my happiness, especially when I was young. I attended 5 different primary schools in 3 countries by the time I was 12, and reading was the glue that held together all the pieces across all the gaps. It was the mainstay of my sense of self, my confidence and well-being. It was the main line linking my imagination and curiosity into the wider world. It was occasionally, as the motion describes, a refuge, not from anything particularly terrible, but as an escape from the noise and awkwardness and isolation or sadness that many of us feel from time to time. My fascination with reading became my aspiration with respect to writing, and unlike the member for Moreton, I never managed to produce anything bookworthy. I still believe the efforts I made on the road to being a failed novelist are among the most productive, creative and crafty hours that I've spent. As a dad, I don't know that I've done many things of greater value than to read to my kids and to tell them stories. One of my favourite memories is sitting on the carpet with my girls in their bedroom and telling a story and seeing my son, who's our eldest, crawl out of his bedroom in the dark to be close enough to hear. Deputy Speaker, my wife, Georgia, surpasses me in everything I've mentioned, in reading, writing and storytelling, and by mentoring writers and by editing and publishing their work at the mighty Fremantle Press. I'm lucky to live in a wordy household, and I'm blessed to represent a community that holds writing dear. I know I'm lucky to enjoy reading. That's a lot easier when you can find yourself represented in stories. It's easier when your folks pass on a love of reading, as mine did. It's easier if you have access to teachers who are supported in their vital work, and it would be easier for kids who face disadvantage if we could ensure our schools are enabled to respond with the right resources and time for those who need it most. Deputy Speaker, as part of the broad effort to ensure we welcome diversity and difference, we need our stories to reflect and cherish diversity, to cherish our First Nations heritage and our multicultural and LGBTIQ+ communities, and to reflect the experience of all ages and all abilities. Right now, it's still the case that the world of published stories, like so many aspects of life, is skewed towards a narrow range of identities and experiences. And this is particularly limiting in the form of children's literature. But there are people working to change that, people like Jessica Walton, a queer disabled writer and teacher whose latest book, a graphic novel called Stars in Their Eyes, is published by Fremantle Press. Jessica has spoken about her experience, and I quote, "As I became disabled and then later as I came out as queer, I felt the lack of representation. Later as an adult, when I did get a lot more representation, there was that emotional feeling of, oh, I didn't have this and now I do, and I'm sad for the kid that I was." And Jessica says, "Your child might not be disabled now, but they might develop a disability at some point in their life or acquire disability. Let's give them the space to be exposed to disability in literature and film and TV so that when they interact with disabled people in the real world, they're not doing so from a place of fear." Deputy Speaker, one of the effects of the pandemic has been to spotlight what's most precious to us all, our health, our connection to family and community, our environment, but also books and reading. And while writers and publishers and bookshops may have felt that love through this time because book sales have risen, there has nevertheless been harmful impact with the cancellation of festivals and especially with a brutal hit on universities. This affects the livelihood of Australian writers, and as with other workers and businesses in the creative sector, writers and publishers have not been properly supported through the pandemic. Deputy Speaker, as we look back at the 10th Annual Australian Reading Hour, which occurred last month, we should acknowledge that reading is one of the foundation stones of our educational and creative lives, and we must support Australian writing to ensure our kids and their kids can see themselves and can hear our distinctive stories in greater diversity in the years to come. In what's been a difficult time, I give a shout out to all the writers in Australia, not just the famous and successful ones, but all the hundreds and hundreds of writers who toil away in the hope of being published one day and who ultimately underpin our vital and diverse Australian literature.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Higgins.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to thank the member for Moreton for moving this motion and providing this opportunity to speak on a topic from me, a dedicated bookworm. Books inspire the future generations of Australians. Books and learning to read plays an important role in literacy skills and early development of all children. As a paediatrician and mother of 4, some of my most special moments was listening to my children read and seeing their confidence grow. From Possum Magic through to the Harry Potter series, which I read in its entirety with my children. Mr Deputy Speaker, earlier this year in May, there was a national simultaneous story time. In fact, this was the 21st successive year of this event. This year's event combined literature with science, both passions of mine. Children from right across Australia and New Zealand came together in libraries, schools, preschools, childcare centres, family homes, bookshops and many other places. 2021 was the biggest and most successful national simultaneous storytime to date, with over 1.29 million participants at over 14,000 locations, including participants from New Zealand, Thailand, UK, Canada, Singapore, Vietnam and Hong Kong. The book for this year was titled Give Me Some Space by Philip Bunting and was read, quite remarkably, by the astronaut Dr. Shannon Walker from the International Space Station. The book centres around a young child called Una, who is fascinated by space. A quote from the book: "Una dreams of a life in space. Life on Earth is just so-so, but how will she get there? And will she complete her mission to discover life in space?" This dream of Una's, and along with many other Australian children who are also finding life so-so through the COVID lockdown, will be able to dream big soon, with the recent announcement by the Morrison government of Australian technology being sent to the moon, and along with the pending lifting of COVID restrictions in my home state of Victoria, where we have endured, unfortunately, the longest lockdown in the world. The agreement made between the Morrison government and NASA in including an Australian-built rover will be the first piece of Australian technology to be deployed on the moon. Mr Deputy Speaker, literacy has never been more important than as the present. The fight against COVID has been a marathon event, and with every vaccination, COVID becomes a less deadly disease for us all. But we can't forget the shadow impacts of the COVID pandemic, including the mental health impacts, particularly on our children. In late August 2021, the Murdoch Children's Research Institute, where I used to work, released a report outlining the enormous impact COVID is having on the mental health and well-being of our young, particularly the most disadvantaged. The report says that prolonged school closures and lockdowns will exacerbate these impacts. Due to the lockdown, students across Australia have been missing out. Through the pandemic, face-to-face learnings have been replaced with online classes. And let's be clear, parents have been given a unique insight into the work, the amazing work involved in educating our children. But Mr Deputy Speaker, it's not only parents, but it's our crucially important public libraries, such as the Stonington Library and the Glen Ira Library in my electorate of Higgins, that have had to pivot and adapt their services to provide important programs for children, such as Story Time, Baby Time, Children's Holiday Program and Literacy Festival. These have all been delivered online in my electorate of Higgins. For the most vulnerable in our society, there was also the home library service. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's not just about the books on the shelves our libraries serve or provide service for. Our libraries have become a source of information during the pandemic, such as by assisting people with finding where the nearest vaccination hub is, or assisting job seekers with online courses for resume writing. Statistics don't lie. Reading has so many benefits. Readers are 28% less likely to report feelings of depression. 1 in 5 claim that their reading habits prevent feelings of loneliness. They are 10% more likely to report good self-esteem than non-readers, and this increases to 18% if they read for at least 30 minutes a week. Readers are also more likely to report greater life satisfaction, and who can argue with losing your head in a book? I reflect on my own childhood when I discovered my passion for reading, when through my favourite childhood books of Enid Blyton's The Magic Faraway Tree and C.S. Lewis's The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe series. These books ignited my passion for reading through magic and mystery. Therefore, Mr Deputy Speaker, I encourage everyone to pick up a book, scroll an e-book, listen to an audiobook and immerse yourself in the magic of reading, where anything is possible. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call the member for Fenner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I commend the member for Moreton for bringing forward this vital motion on the value of reading. Time will not permit me to touch on all of the books that that have touched me during this year, but I want to use the little time I have to give a short rundown of some of them. At the outset, I want to give a shout out to some Canberra region authors. Marion Halligan, hard to ignore, a great writer. Crime writer Chris Hammer. Historical writer Robin Cadwalla. The new suspense writer Peter Pantheose, who's written a terrific book called The Stoning, and Omar Musa, who's a spoken word poet and a modern novelist. But books can shape how we think about policy and politics. I think the Industry Minister would be better off for having read Ian McEwan's novel Machines Like Me, Walter Isaacson's biographies of Leonardo da Vinci, Einstein, Steve Jobs and the Innovators, Ed Catmull's book Creativity Inc., and Kazuo Ishiguro's novel Clara and the Sun. The Housing Minister would be better off for having read Matthew Desmond's book Evicted, and the Sports Minister for having read Bonnie Stewie's Why We Swim, Adoniran Finn's Rise of the Ultra Runners, and Alex Hutchinson's Endure. The Treasurer, of course, should read Amy Klobuchar's Antitrust and Tim Wu's The Curse of Bigness, not to mention Martin Sandbu's The Economics of Belonging, and Abhijit Banerjee and Esther Duflo's Good Economics for Hard Times. My thinking on climate change this year has been shaped by Bill Gates' How to Avoid a Climate Catastrophe, Alan Finkel's quarterly essay, and Tim Flannery's The Living Sea of Waking Dreams. Anyone's thinking on education can't fail but to be changed by reading Tara Westover's harrowing biography, Educated, Alison Gopnik's The Gardener and the Carpenter, a beautiful book about parenting and child education, and Jordan Ellenberg's book, How Not to Be Wrong, The Power of Mathematics. Anyone interested in immigration should, of course, read my colleague Tim Watt's terrific book, not to mention Abel Risby's Population Shock and Peter Mayr's Not Quite Australian. The Home Affairs Minister would also do well to read Geoffrey Canada's Fist, Stick, Knife, Gun. A few books have better characterised the way to think creatively about violence. For the Health Minister, it would be beneficial to read Judith Miller's book, Germs, on Biological Warfare, and Michael Pollan's How to Change Your Mind, about the emerging science of psychedelics. All members of Parliament should delve into some of the great books that have been written about politics this year. Ezra Klein's Why We're Polarised, Barack Obama's The Promised Land, and Applebaum's Twilight of Democracy. We're all being deluged in email, and Cal Newport's A World Without Email has a discussion of the problem and some ideas on solving it. And Kate Ellis's Sex, Lies and Question Time is a vital book in the Me Too era. When McGregor Duncan and I wrote an article in 2010 about what parliamentarians were reading, George Orwell topped the list for both sides of the House. The Conservative side most loved his novels, the Progressive side most loved his essays. And in that spirit, I'd recommend Dennis Glover's Orwell's Australia and The Last Man in Europe, a novel. There's, of course, many of my colleagues who've been writing books, including Richard Marles' Tides That Bind, and Kate Quaid's book with Jenny Macklin, Enough is Enough. And then there's just some great books. John McWhorter's 9 Nasty Words, Alice Pung's Unpolished Gem, Glennon Doyle's Untamed, James McBride, Deacon King Kong, Maggie O'Farrell's Hamnet, the most extraordinary depiction of losing a child. Patrick Keefe's Say Nothing, based on the Boston University interview transcripts about the Irish Troubles. Douglas Stewart's Shuggie Bain, beautiful and brutal at the same time. Ocean Vuong's On Earth We're Briefly Famous, just some stunning phrases. Stephen Dadowitz, Everybody Lies, an extraordinary exposition of big data. Britt Bennett's The Vanishing Half, one of the best books you'll read about race and identity, and anything by Sam Harris, including Free Will, Lying and Waking Up. All leaders should be readers, and all of us in the Parliament should be reading more.
Time has expired. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 4, Australian Defence Force Cadets. Motion to be moved on behalf of the member for Ryan.
And I call the member for Lindsay.
I ask leave of the Federation Chamber to move notice number 4, private members' business, on behalf of the member for Ryan.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. The member for Lindsay.
I move the motion relating to the Australian Defence Force Cadets in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. In my electorate of Lindsay, there are over 180 cadets and 22 adult volunteers across 3 cadet units. Training Ship Nepean in Orchard Hills, 21 Army Cadet Unit in Penrith and 345 Squadron in Orchard Hills. And I'd like to give a big shout out to particularly all the new cadets, including my son Kobe, who has joined the Army Cadets, because I know it has been a particularly tough year to join cadets. They're doing a lot via Zoom, learning about each other and about what it takes to be a cadet. And I know Kobe and his fellow cadets can't wait to get out and do their camps, do their training and their parading, everything that joining cadets is about. ADF Cadets is an inclusive youth development program and is the largest within the Department of Defence. It gives young people the opportunity to be part of a team to develop leadership, self-reliance, confidence, teamwork and communication skills. Although when I did ask Kobe what he liked most about cadets, he said everything. These are crucial to the personal growth of all young Australians, to help them become the next generation of leaders in our communities and in our country. No matter what they go on to pursue in work or study, they will be well equipped with these important skills and character strengths on their way to achieving their goals. Some may go on to foster an interest in pursuing a career in defence. And I would like to acknowledge my colleague next to me and all the work you did in the Defence Force. You were a cadet too, in serving our great country. They also had the opportunity to embark on new and exciting challenges, such as the cyber security competition sponsored by CSIRO named Cyber Taipan. This is an Australian cybersecurity competition that's modelled on the US Air Force Association's Cyber Patriot program and is part of an international framework for educating and inspiring high school students towards further education and careers in cybersecurity and other STEM subjects, and anything to do with teaching our young people about STEM and the jobs of the future is worth doing, and we do need to do more of that. Whether rural or remote, urban or metropolitan, or on Zoom, the Cadets place a strong emphasis on connecting with the community across a wide range of socio-economic and cultural demographics. And even during that Zoom time of lockdown, they've continued to have parades every week to maintain their connection and to conduct online training. And on the 26th of June 1985, I'd like to acknowledge that our own Penrith branch, 21 ACU, was founded. And this year, the Australian Air Force Cadets celebrate their 80th anniversary, and we congratulate them on this remarkable milestone. It shows that the number of cadets recruitment has increased over the last 4 years, and I know my colleague, the Assistant Minister for Defence, is working on building and expanding our cadets even further. Defence is proud of its values, which shapes the culture and the entire organisation, including cadets. Service, courage, respect, integrity and excellence. And I've seen this firsthand with our local cadets at our Anzac Day services, our remembrance services. Each time we have a special occasion in our community, our young people come out as part of their cadet program, and we're really proud to see the effort and work they do as part of their service to our community as a cadet. For over 36 years, our Penrith branch has developed the skills and contribute to the development of young people in Penrith, and I look forward to what they do in the future with their cadets program. And we are all proud in our community of our young cadets, and we can't wait to see them in person out parading off Zoom in the very near future.
Is the motion seconded? Motion seconded. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The defence community has long played a very important role in my electorate of Macquarie, in the Blue Mountains and the Hawkesbury, with both communities part of the RAF family. RAF Base Glenbrook is home to Air Command, whose mission is to raise, train and sustain the Air Force's air and space power, while RAF Base Richmond, the first to be established in New South Wales, is best known for being home to our C-130 Hercs, the medium transport aircraft. As such, the Australian Air Force Cadets also play a major role in my community, providing many local young people between 13 and 18 with the opportunity to develop their self-confidence and leadership skills, as well as explore a future career within the Australian Defence Force. The attendance of the squadrons, the AAFC 336 and the 323 squadron at things like Anzac Day, Vietnam Veterans Day, Remembrance Day, often in blazing heat or freezing cold, is very much appreciated by the veteran, defence and wider community. I think the pride in their duty seems to outweigh the weather conditions, which says something for how much they love being cadets. For many years now, I've had the honour of attending cadet services and marching out parades. But COVID has obviously meant changes to operations in recent times. Remembrance Day 2020, for instance, saw commemorations spread over 2 services for 323 Squadron at Glenbrook to allow all the unit's cadets to attend safely. Skyville, near Windsor, has also functioned as the location of big parades, and the sight of the cadets marching through the disused parade ground is really quite spectacular. Even more than that, I love watching the pride of the parents and the grandparents at these events. Some are new to defence and others are continuing a family tradition. It's a privilege to hear as well Air Force Cadet 3-Wing Band when they perform. The experience of these young cadets can lead them to move into careers with the Defence Force. I spoke to William in just the last week, who is certainly seeing it as a pointer to what life after school might be like. When this happens, this Parliament and our nation has a huge obligation to these young people and to their families to support them both when they serve and when they finish serving. As a nation, we're obliged to do everything we can to ensure that supports are there for our servicemen and women, as well as our veterans, should problems arise. While in the cadets, we've challenged them and we've pushed them physically and mentally, and we've given them the opportunity for amazing experiences, our duty of care just doesn't end there. When anyone enters the ADF, we know that we're going to ask a lot of them. To go into crisis environments, to possibly confront distressing and dangerous situations, and to often put the needs of the country ahead of their own needs. We have a responsibility to ensure that these men and women learn resilience to deal with what is asked of them. And when they leave the ADF, they need to know that the Department of Veterans Affairs will be there to treat them with respect, not to go slow on their claims. That means that the DVA has to have enough staff to do that, and right now we know claims are blowing out 12 to 18 months. The latest announcement of a review of the system by consultants McKinsey is a clear admission by the government that they failed to fix the problems in the department, in spite of the 2019 Productivity Commission report, which hasn't been responded to fully, let alone implemented. The people who pay the price for the incompetence in sorting out the department and its approach are the veterans themselves, and I think we all experience that. Now, the ability of the Department of Veterans to process a pension is a long way from the thoughts of a 17-year-old relishing their cadet role. But it shouldn't be far from our thoughts. When I look at the young people in the Army and Air Force cadets and think of the bright future that they could have in the Defence Force, I'm also aware of the price that they could pay. If they do take that next step, we need to ensure that we are there for them, that they're supported during their years in defence, and that when they leave, they're given opportunities to use the extraordinary skills and experience that they will have enjoyed as a serving member, and prepare them for the next stage of their career. That's what I think about when I see these young people brimming with enthusiasm at what a career in defence could be. And I think cadets is one of the really important stepping stones to that. I'm so proud to have wonderful people supporting our cadets in my electorate, and I think we all know we have the responsibility to maintain that support all the way through. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bass.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, Northern Tasmania has a proud history of training Australian Defence Force cadets that continues to this day. The Cadet program is the largest youth development program within the Department of Defence, and one that has provided a strong connection and important pathway for many young Northern Tasmanians who are interested in exploring a career in our Defence Forces. In Bass, there are around 120 cadets and 31 adult volunteers across 5 cadet units, including the training ship Tamer, the 508 Squadron and the 62 Army Cadet Unit, all in Launceston, the training ship York in Georgetown and the 67 Army Cadet Unit in Youngtown. Our government proudly supports the cadet program in regional areas, and in Launceston, the Patterson Barracks is home to one of the cadet units and the 16th Field Battery, the oldest artillery unit in Australia, which will soon move all units to the Youngtown Barracks. Though this will bring an end to our city's long history with the barracks, with many sections of the building underutilised for several years, the move is a great opportunity to revitalise the building through the Launceston City Deal. Beyond exposing cadets to the possibility of a career path in the forces, the program contributes to the development of youth in rural and regional communities. Importantly, the programs broaden community engagement with Defence by bringing together local youth, volunteers and aspects of military culture. In Tasmania, the cadets participate in school holiday programs with a difference, with robotics, abseiling and weapons training some of the activities on offer to young cadets across Tasmania. Combined with other training aimed at building the character and skills of the individuals involved, the program assists cadets in meeting future life and career goals in study and employment. Despite COVID, many ADF cadet programs have been able to continue in northern Tasmania and across the state in compliance with restrictions. Just recently, 17 cadets and 5 adult volunteers from both TS Tamer and TS York participated with both Army and Air Force cadets in a combined training activity at Stony Head Military Training Area, just north of Launceston. Captain AAC Jordan Gunton, second in command Alpha Company, Tasmanian AAC Battalion, who has been involved in programs in my electorate for many years, told me of his love for the program, saying cadets have the opportunity to undertake military-like activities such as fieldcraft, navigation, radio communications and survival techniques, all in a safe, controlled environment. The AAC has recently modernised the training to include electives such as flying remotely piloted aerial vehicles, cyber skills, robotics and more. The cadets also undertake a range of community service and remembrance activities, such as providing the catafalque party for a number of RSL sub-branches on Anzac Day to pay tribute to our soldiers both past and present, and supporting Legacy during their annual Legacy Week badge sales. Within the Launceston region, we have over 60 cadets supported by members of the ADF and Army Cadet staff members. We also receive fantastic support from the veteran community and the wider community. The Australian Army Cadets provides a fantastic opportunity for youth to be involved in our community, gain leadership and teamwork skills and make new friends. We're always looking for more cadets to join our ranks. We parade Wednesday nights during school terms, conduct weekend activities throughout the year and week-long camps during the school holidays. To have the opportunity to see a 13-year-old cadet recruit walk in the door shy and nervous, and then a few years later, they are rising to the challenge of commanding 200 youth on the parade ground or outfield. Seeing the cadets grow into their self-confidence and independence is one of the most rewarding parts of being an officer of cadets. In March of this year, the City of Launceston bestowed a unique honour, granting cadets the freedom of entry to the city, the highest honour that any Australian city can award. Coinciding with the 80th anniversary of the Air Force Cadets, Northern Tasmanian cadets proudly paraded through the city streets from Princess Square to Patterson Barracks, a wonderful sight to see. Thank you to all ADF cadets in Northern Tasmania who continue to contribute to our community. I commend you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Oxley.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. I wanted to associate myself today with the motion before the House where we recognise the importance of the membership of Australian Defence Force cadets and also to recognise the incredible work of the many volunteers, many who are parents but many serving members of the ADF who support our cadet programs in our nation. The ADF Cadet program provides challenging and educational military experience to Australia's young people. It's an invaluable initiative that gives kids purpose and self-esteem throughout their formative years. Currently, there are around 28,000 cadets currently enrolled in the 3 cadet programs, the Australian Navy Cadets, the Australian Army Cadets and, of course, the Australian Air Force Cadets. These cadets are supported by around 4,200 officers, instructors and approved helpers who make everything possible by supervising and running the program. In the southwest suburbs of Brisbane and Ipswich, which I proudly represent in this parliament, we have several cadet programs in the Springfield and Greater Ipswich area. I also want to recognise another organisation in my community, the Forest Lake Air League, which does so much work in promoting interest and, in particular, aviation amongst budding future pilots and hopefully people serving in our Defence Forces. I've had the opportunity to present Australian flags to number 230 Squadron based in Springfield, and I was incredibly impressed by the dedication, discipline and attitude. I have witnessed that this is a program that produces true leaders for our next generation. I also got to hear about the fantastic opportunities offered to kids in the program, including developing survival skills, gaining first-hand aviation experience, first-hand training camps, and so much more. Now, without the Cadets program, Mr Deputy Speaker, many kids would not have access to these exciting and enriching opportunities. And while the ADF has an important role to play in the development of our young leaders, it's also an important tool to introduce young people to the possibilities provided by a career in the Defence Force. And this makes the Cadets programs an important and effective source of defence recruitment for the ADF, with many cadets going on to serve in the permanent ADF or reserves. I understand from talking to many of the leaders and many of the parents involved just what a critical point this was in ensuring and in making sure that our young people had a full understanding about the work of the ADF. Now, we should be encouraging and doing everything we can to get more young people to put up their hand to serve their country and to take the many opportunities that comes from a wonderful career in the Defence Forces. The benefits of this program are clear, and I'm really pleased that today's motion is recognising the outstanding work. A strong Cadets program also means a strong ADF, and we know that the annual report shows that in 2019-20, 93% of permanent force recruitment's targets were met. And we know since 2015-16, the White Paper, we've been failing to meet some of these targets. So whilst it's important to talk about the Defence Force capability and procurement, it's also important to talk about what we can do as a national parliament and particularly the federal government in ensuring there are more people joining the Australian Defence Forces. The values of mateship, camaraderie and honour have been a part of the Australian Defence Force for generations. And with a program like Cadets, we can foster these values in our youth and encourage them to enter promising and fulfilling careers in our Army, Navy or Air Force. Now, it seems that what we need now is an urgent focus to support a recruitment campaign within the ADF, particularly as we come out of the pandemic, to ensure that we see more people being encouraged and mentored to enter the ADF, and that's exactly what the Cadets program does so well. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, we want to boost defence jobs and ensure our Defence Forces have the personnel they need to do the incredibly important job, keeping Australians safe and defending our national interest. The Cadet program is the perfect platform for which to increase ADF recruitment, expand the experiences and capabilities of our nation's young people and create the leaders tomorrow. I commend the Australian Defence Force Cadet program.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Fisher.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As we continue the fight against COVID-19 and build our nation's recovery, teamwork, leadership and a willingness to contribute are going to be attributes that we need in abundance. We're therefore very fortunate in this country that we have three branches of the ADF Cadets, which for decades have helped to instil these values in generations of young Australians. In the electorate of Fisher, we are particularly blessed. We have 4 units of Army, Navy and Air Force Cadets, which are doing a fantastic job in building the future for Sunshine Coast leaders who understand the value and importance of duty and responsibility. TS Onslow in Golden Beach has been going since 1976. It is now in great hands under Commanding Officer Lieutenant Peter Peroz and Whole Ship Coordinator Sub-Lieutenant Kerry Contessa. The unit is currently undergoing a transition with a number of senior cadets, including Cadet Petty Officer Barnett, having recently aged out. Nonetheless, the unit's 36 cadets have kept up a full schedule, including participating in the PCYC Games in Brisbane, a ship visit to HMAS Mermaid, rigging, sailing, kayaking and taking part in local remembrance activities. Equally, the Royal Australian Navy Cadets of TS Centaur don't let being up a mountain range in Mullaney deter them from taking part in all kinds of naval activities. The unit commemorates the Australian hospital ship Centaur, which was torpedoed by a Japanese submarine off the southern tip of Moreton Island in 1943, with the loss of some 268 lives. The unit has been running since 1997, and since that time its cadets have taken part in sailing, powerboating, as well as bushwalking camps and parades that you'd expect from a unit in the hinterland. TS Centaur do a terrific job instilling leadership, self-discipline and teamwork in their cadets, and it's a privilege to watch these traits on display every year when I travel up to Mullaney for the Australia Day service. 223 Squadron at Caloundra Aerodrome are also going through a period of transition, ably led by their Acting Commander Officer, David Bentley. At the beginning of this year, their respected Commander Pilot Officer Barry McGlynn was promoted and moved on to a regional role, while the cadets have been shifting to a new age range of 12 to 18 years. Despite this, throughout COVID-19, 223 Squadron have managed to maintain almost their full program. Their 92 cadets have continued to parade every Monday night. They've done their usual bivouacs and, perhaps most importantly of all, they've continued to fly. Earlier this year, I visited 106 Army Cadet Unit, then based at Merredin Plains State College, and met with their commanding officer, Captain Morgan Way. Captain Way is a plumber and builder, so he's got to be a good bloke with a decade's experience in teaching young apprentices, and he brings that experience along with a passion for the outdoors to his work with our local cadets. He's ably assisted by 2IC Lieutenant Rob Couchman and Administration Officer Lieutenant Alison Couchman. Though 106 Army Cadet Unit and its 90 cadets have recently had to relocate to Caloundra Aerodrome, they now have big plans for taking the unit forward. They are instituting a buddy system, expanding the range of locations and activities that they do, and bringing first aid training to all of their senior cadets. Perhaps most importantly, they are elevating the role of senior cadets in the management of day-to-day operational matters and giving them input into decision-making. It's exactly this kind of experience of adult leadership and responsibility which lies at the heart of the value of our cadet programs. By giving young people a voice and accountability for their actions, we grow their confidence and help them to understand the consequences of the decisions that they make. Ultimately, Deputy Speaker, that is what the ADF cadets are all about. When they join up, cadets make a commitment to our community. They demonstrate their desire to make a contribution and their willingness to take responsibility for themselves and for their fellow Australians. Cadet leaders like Peter Peroz, David Bentley and Morgan Way are fantastic role models, giving up their time to help these young people to develop their skills and providing them with an example of service and passion that I know will stand them and their country in good stead into the future.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Australian Army Cadets is a leading national youth development organisation. Cadets allows young people from age 12 to 17 to experience a taste of life in the Australian Defence Force and to develop leadership and life skills that will stand them in good stead no matter what path they choose. The Australian Army Cadets adopts the values of the Australian Defence Force to empower youth to achieve their potential. Values like service to country and community, courage to say and do the right thing, especially in the face of adversity, respect for others, integrity of character and a spirit of excellence, a willingness to strive to achieve every single day. Mr Deputy Speaker, in Indi we have two cadet groups, 37 ACU Albury-Wodonga, based at the Gaza Ridge Barracks in Bandiana, and 33 ACU, based at the Beersheba Barracks in Wangaratta. Over the last 2 years, our young people have had a pretty rough go of things. The impact of lockdowns has been hard on all of us, but for young people, having 2 years of school significantly interrupted is a seriously big deal. For those of us in Victoria especially, there have been so many pivotal moments of growing up that young people have missed out on. Not to mention the simple joys of being young, playing sport, exploring our beautiful natural surrounds in northeast Victoria, spending time with friends. As we start to come out of our lockdowns and start looking towards life on the other side of this acute phase of the pandemic, programs like Army Cadets will be needed more than ever. Coming together as a group for activities like camping, navigation, first aid, watermanship, abseiling, drill and ceremonial Cadets gives our young people a fantastic opportunity to work together, to develop resilience and character, and to develop vital life skills. These are the types of group activities we've largely been unable to do these last 2 years, and these are precisely the types of skills and attributes that our young people need as we look to emerge into a world a little less certain than the one we knew a few years ago. In a place like Indi, which has a large defence community, programs like Cadets are also important to connect young people with the significant local defence and veterans culture. The Bendigo Barracks, which hosts the 37 ACU, is a significant presence in Wodonga. I had the great joy of visiting there recently. There are many hundreds of families across Albury-Wodonga who originally moved to the region because they had a family member stationed at the barracks, and for the young men and women at the 37th ACU to see those families thriving in our community, to see the opportunities, to see the jobs, the careers, and to see the service is a fantastic, fantastic thing for them. At the Bendigo Barracks, when I was there last week, I saw advanced manufacturing, a logistics hub, a training centre. For young people to understand that these careers exist, they see this through the Cadets, and I think it's an extraordinary opportunity for them. The fact that through Cadets our young people can be exposed to this world is a wonderful thing, not just for them, but for our broader community. And we just heard from our previous speakers that we need to do everything we can to boost recruitment into the Cadets. I'd like to thank all the people in both the 37th ACU and the 33 ACU for giving our young people an opportunity to grow and to develop. I'd like to celebrate all the young people in Indi who sign up for the challenge. I love to see you on Memorial Days. I love to see you turn out with pride and with great... I feel great pride in you when I see you. You are really our real hope for the future. Young Australians have shown remarkable resilience throughout this pandemic, and I know when I see you that our country is in very, very good hands with this next generation of young leaders.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Cowper.
Well, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Ryan for raising this motion, and I'd like to start by thanking all former ADF and current ADF members for their service to our country. We enjoy the freedoms we have today because of you, and I'd like to acknowledge the member for Stirling, sitting right next to me, for your service. Deputy Speaker, the ADF Cadet program is, and has been for a very long time, an integral part of not only the Defence Force, but the wider fabric of the Australian community since its inception. And at its core, the Cadet program exists to enrich the lives of young people and provide them with opportunities that they might not otherwise have received. And at the age that they join, that sets the foundation. That sets the foundation for the rest of their life, for their adulthood. And we need to recognise that that opportunity is given to them, but we also need to recognise how they embrace that and how well they embrace that. And it supports, the program supports a military-style support and structure. And don't let anybody ever tell you that boys don't want, and girls, but I speak of boys because I have two boys, boys and girls don't want structure. They desire that structure. They need that structure. And it also provides the ADF customs and traditions and values, and those tenets are the building blocks of successful future in business, in team building, and to instil a sense of belonging and that critical self-confidence that our youth need to become well-balanced young men and women and have that self-belief that quite often we don't see in young people these days. And the regions have been significant in producing young men and women through the ADF program, and across a whole range of both socio-economic and cultural demographic, attracting increasing numbers of young women, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders, also engaging with young people with physical and learning disabilities, and continues to grow year on year. And I see that in my own electorate of Cowper, Deputy Speaker, that the growth, and in Coffs Harbour, the TS Vendetta in Coffs Harbour has increased 4% every year over the past 5 or 6 years. And it's quite incredible, as the last speaker spoke of. Even during COVID, we've seen this exponential growth of cadets. And I think that is because of what other young men and women see with their friends who join the cadets. And if I could take this one opportunity, just before COVID, I remember going to a memorial service, and there was a young man there, a very impressive young man with his mother. And she told me the story of only a few years before. The family had become fractured. He'd become very angry. He was having learning difficulties. He was in and out of suspensions. And that lady took that young man to the Air Force Cadets, and almost overnight, with the mentoring and supervision and that structure that he desperately needed, he changed. He now has his light aircraft pilot's licence. This young man now has a future because of the ADF program. And that's what we see time and time again, where young men and women go through the ADF program and either progress to the ADF, and I have a list of names which I won't have time to read out today, just from TS Vendetta in Coffs Harbour. But this is replicated all around Australia. So, Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, programs such as these are critical in the moulding and guidance of our local communities' future leaders, expanding horizons, providing possibilities, but as a whole of society, for us to function at its best. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Good on you. I am very pleased to also speak to this motion and thank the member for Ryan for bringing it forward. Even though I did serve in the Australian Army, I wasn't a cadet, but I've seen here in my electorate firsthand the important role that cadets do play in our broader defence community. I know that there is a transformative power with being a cadet, and as I said, I've certainly seen that. And I want to acknowledge all of those volunteers, reservists, full-timers that are working with our cadets around the country. And in my electorate, I want to acknowledge Anita Newman from Air Force Cadets up here, who was recently awarded the Order of Australia. And she served in the Air Force and the NT Police. There's a bit of a territory legend up here. She's a commanding officer of 802 Squadron of the Australian Air Force Cadets, which is based in Darwin and Palmerston. Anita told me that through cadets, Australia's best citizens are being formed, and I think she's right. They learn the skills of integrity, teamwork, compassion, responsibility, respect, and fair play. Cadets learn critical leadership skills, but also, in the Air Force's case, about aircraft recognition, aviation, the military way of life, field craft, and some of those STEM skills as well. Also, a strong component of community service to the cadets that Anita leads, and across all of the cadet units up here in the territory. With the Air Force, they work closely with the Aviation Museum and the Military Museum. They work as tour guides. They're important support for community commemorations as well. The Cadet Drum Corps provides support on Anzac Day, Remembrance Day, Vietnam Veterans Day as well. And I attend a lot of these events, as do my colleagues around the country, and we all admire the great skill and respect that these cadets bring to important occasions. So well done to 802 Squadron and to Anita Newman in particular. Anita told me, and I quote, that I get great joy personally in seeing kids who didn't expect to succeed do so. And I love seeing their faces when they do achieve. Keep up the great work, Anita. I want to take this opportunity also to pay tribute to the Australian Army cadets in my electorate. Recently, 9 cadets from the Greater Darwin Region Army Cadet Unit 70 and 71 won the National Cadet Drill Competition, a great effort. It was the first time that Australian Army Cadets Northern Territory has won this competition. It's a tough and prestigious contest, with the winning team being awarded the Regimental Sergeant Major's Army Award, which takes the form of a commemorative pay stick, and all those who know RSMs know exactly what a pay stick is. So congratulations to those cadets and to Army cadets in general. And finally, to the senior service, Navy cadets. I was so impressed by our Navy cadets up here in the top end, who on Anzac Day this year held a service at one of our retirement villages here in Darwin. They are ably led by the training ship Darwin's officer in charge, Aurora Jan, and also a former Army combat veteran, Tynan Garrett. He's the training ship Darwin's training officer, and they held a service with great respect and thoughtfulness with those Navy cadets. They really warmed the hearts of those senior Territorians resident in that home. It was a wonderful ceremony, so just wanted to say well done to Navy cadets, and that is going to be an ongoing relationship between Navy Cadet Training Ship Darwin and some of our retirement villages up here in the top end. A great effort. I just want to send out a big thank you to all the volunteers with Training Ship Darwin, and I really do hope that more regulars, more Royal Australian Navy personnel, regulars, reservists and volunteers can join the training ship soon, because there's some great staff there doing a brilliant job, but they could always do with a bit more of a hand. Of course, not every cadet goes on to pursue a career in the Defence Force, but through the experience that they gain, they really get some important skills and perspectives that they'll use throughout their career, whether that's in the ADF or not, and they'll be great citizens. We know that many cadets go on to becoming members of the Defence Force, and I can't encourage that course of action any stronger. Well done to all the cadets.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Ryan.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a great pleasure to bring this motion to the House and to speak on it this evening. I would have desperately loved to have been there with you, but such is COVID life these days. I particularly want to thank all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for the encouraging words that they've had to say about our cadets around the country. It's one of the issues, one of the many issues that bring us together across the aisle, our admiration for our ADF cadets and their vital service to our country. Service, courage, respect, integrity and excellence. These are the values of ADF cadets, and it underpins their mission to lead and serve our local communities. The Australian Army Cadets are, of course, our community youth-based development organisation that focus on preserving customs, traditions and values of the Australian Army, but it's so much more than that. As you have heard from previous speakers, it's the opportunity to provide young Australians, young cadets, the opportunity and the values, and instill the values that we will need to foster our next generation of leaders. My electorate of Ryan, as many of you have heard me say ad nauseum before, has a very proud military presence. We are home of the 7th Brigade at the Gallipoli Barracks, and we're also home to many current and former servicemen and women, many of whom are former cadets themselves. In May this year, I had the privilege of joining Assistant Minister Hastie to launch the Brookfield Cadet Unit in my electorate of Ryan. This is a brand new unit that's been made possible thanks to the support of the Morrison government, who committed $100,000 to get the unit underway. And I'm pleased to update the House that construction of this new facility is due to commence early in the new year. Assistant Minister Hastie, as we all know, is a distinguished ex-serviceman himself. But what many may not know is he's also a very proud ex-cadet who credits the cadets with many of his own values and skills that he learnt and that he's now applying in his everyday life in the Parliament today. It inspired him to go on to join the ADF and to serve his country with distinction. So, like me, he views the cadets as an important institution in our country that builds young hearts and minds for service, not just for their community, but for Australia more broadly. As a local member, I'm very pleased to support the cadet unit, and I'm a very strong supporter of this new unit. I have advocated passionately for funding to get this brand new unit off the ground and to provide it as an opportunity for local youth in the Brookfield area. It'll be headquartered there at Brookfield, and it's already gathered tremendous support from the local community. But before I talk further on that, I want to pay homage to the 129th Australian Army Cadet Unit, also based in my electorate of Ryan at the Glipley Barracks in Enoggera. It has currently 144 serving cadets, which just goes to show you the need and the desire of our youth out there to be part of this important program. Despite the difficulties that the 129 Cadet Unit have had, as we've all had during these COVID times, they've still managed to conduct regular parades and weekend activities like their obstacle courses and the like, and I really want to pay tribute to them and the volunteers for their resilience during these trying circumstances of the COVID pandemic. But given that they have 144 currently serving cadets, there's obviously a strong interest for this new unit, and I was really delighted that we as the federal government could come on board to help support it. It's led by a fantastic team out of the Kenmore-Moggill RSL sub-branch, including its president, Lieutenant Colonel Rick Marm, and the sub-branch treasurer and former officer in the Royal Engineers of the British Army, Richard Ponsby, and Leonie Smith, who have all been instrumental in bringing this initiative to the fore. Rick and Richard, as I said, are both ex-servicemen who are devoted to giving back to the future of our country's Defence Force through the Brookfield Cadet Unit. They've already got over 40 prospective cadets who have registered a very keen interest to join as soon as possible, with the unit up and running early next year. So I know that the support the Morrison government has provided to enable this unit to occur is going to go to a very good place. It is my hope that the local unit, like all cadet units, will foster strong young leaders who are motivated by a selfless desire to serve their local community and in particular to serve their country. And our community of Brookfield and the electorate of Ryan is going to be better off for their efforts. Congratulations to everybody involved in the Army Cadets.
I call the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, my electorate is steeped richly in naval tradition. Home since 1948 to HMAS Albatross near Nowra, the naval air station for the Royal Australian Navy's aviation branch, the Fleet Air Arm, is home base for the 4 helicopter squadrons of the Navy Aviation Group. 723 Squadron with EC-135T2 plus helicopters, 725 Squadron with MH-60R Seahawk helicopters, 808 Squadron with MRH-90 Taipan helicopters, 816 Squadron with MH-60R Seahawk helicopters, and also 822X Squadron with unmanned aerial systems. And then, Deputy Speaker, HMAS Creswell, located on the southwestern shores of beautiful Jervis Bay within the Jervis Bay Territory, is home for the Royal Australian Naval College. So locally, Deputy Speaker, our young people, as members of their respective Navy, Air Force and Army cadet units, understand the significance of defence values. Defence values, which by extension are their value of service, respect, integrity, teamwork and excellence. The weekly parade over 3 hours brings to its core the military-themed youth development program, advancing teenage children with personal confidence, time management and community participation. From procedural roll call to uniform inspections, but practical lessons also, like construction of shelters, understanding navigation by utilising compass bearings as an example, then necessary radio procedure through to Australian military history, including medals. But there is also plenty of activity in the field, on camp, and usually most enjoyed, adventure training. At HMAS Albatross, under Base Commander Captain Robin Phillips, proudly there is now a cadets program for the Australian Navy, Australian Air Force and the Australian Army Cadets. The latter having established just last year with 8 cadets at the Sussex Inlet RSL sub-branch, and now welcomes 26 members and parading within the Multi-Purpose Training Aviation Authority at HMAS Albatross. One of the main concepts within their exercise routines is for the cadets to share a semi-realistic idea of what the Australian Defence Force is all about. They learn about the rank structure, how to follow orders, how to give orders, as a great number of cadets will progress and complete promotion courses like Lance Corporal, Corporal, and rise to become a cadet under officer. Then once a unit has a cadet with rank, the focus changes so that cadets lead cadets. Upon completion at the age of 18, the grounding is vast and completely transferable into employment opportunities. But additionally, banking on their developed radio and navigation skills, many become welcome members of local rural fire service, SES and or marine rescue community services. I understand the cadet family at HMAS Albatross is hopeful of holding an inaugural tri-service parade in December. Further, Deputy Speaker, within the electorate of Gilmore is 222 Army Cadet Unit South Coast, with a historical lineage that includes being based at Milton from as early as 1911, a renewal in Ulladulla from 1993 to 2007 before a relocation to Browley, south of Tomakin, north of Moruya. For some time, the weekly parades of a Wednesday have been held within a local high school. However, increasing restrictions given the COVID pandemic has brought real challenges, with limitations to what the school can allow the cadets to do. So for the last several months, meetings have been limited to online. I'm aware there is consideration to moving the unit to facilities in Moruya. Deputy Speaker, it is clear to me the opportunity to form as part of a team, one that fosters leadership with consideration to the immediate community, is the real essence of being an Australian Defence Force cadet. Then to willingly demonstrate this publicly by supporting local sub-branches and participating directly during commemorative occasions like Anzac Day and Vietnam Veterans Day. Now, should in time this lead to an interest in the Defence Force career, then I suppose it's double good luck. Deputy Speaker, I would like to acknowledge the commitment, energy and guidance of the many volunteers and leaders who guide, coach and mentor our cadets. Your investment with Australian Defence Force cadets reaps its return not only locally in Gilmore but across Australia. I say thank you.
There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the member for Stirling.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion.
Motion is seconded. The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 4 p.m. tomorrow.